Was the heavenly Tao or the great Tao better? What question was this? It had to be the great Tao. Han Ju cursed in his head. What were the big shots in the first row asking? Ancestor Shitian replied, before attaining the Tao, cultivating the heavenly Tao is the best. Under the heavenly Tao, all living beings have to follow its rules. After attaining the Tao, one can cultivate the great Tao and seek a higher realm. Cultivation has no end. Even I am still exploring the endless possibilities. The questioner continued to ask. This time, he asked about the details of cultivation. Han Ju didn't understand. There were many questions in the future that Han Ju didn't understand. It involved yin-yang, 8 trigrams, providence, karma, fate, and so on. Han Ju had never even learned the basics of these Tao, so he naturally couldn't understand them. He didn't want to understand for the time being. With the immeasurable calamity before him, he couldn't learn other Tao to enrich himself. The most important thing now was to become as strong as possible. After enduring the immeasurable calamity, he had plenty of time to fill up his understanding of the Tao. Some questions could be answered by Ancestor Shitian in a sentence, but he would give a long answer for those that involved cultivation content. One of them lasted for a month. Han Ju could only cultivate quietly to pass the time. He noticed that many people in the back row were the same. Everyone pretended to listen carefully, but they were actually secretly cultivating. Even if he didn't understand the lecture, he couldn't offend Ancestor Shitian. In the blink of an eye, for years past, an immortal emperor in front of him was asking a question. Ancestor Shitian answered faster, and Han Ju gradually understood. In the first 2 rows of Han Ju, there were almost no questions about cultivation. It would be a waste to ask. It was better to ask about the general trend and the Tao heart. I should follow my heart and ask. Han Ju thought to himself. This was a huge opportunity. Who knew when it would come again? After about a month and a half, it was finally Han Ju's turn. He felt a divine sense. It was the concern of the heavenly emperor. Han Ju said, Ancestor, my question is, has there ever been a mighty figure who achieved the Tao by always cultivating in a low-profile manner, staying away from conflict and not entering the calamity? With that said, many eyes landed on him. This question was too strange, even ridiculous. The heavenly emperor shook his head. Li Daokong smiled. Li Xianxia smiled mockingly. The demon emperor and the heavenly Tao Buddha glanced at Han Ju. Who knew what they were thinking? They all had hatred towards Han Ju and naturally knew him. They just didn't know that he was the dark forbidden lord. Ancestor Shitian said slowly, when the world was first created, many connate lifeforms who had just been born were ascetics. They stayed far from the competition, but very few could attain the Tao. The current lifeforms are all postnatal lifeforms. If we don't compete for providence, it will be very difficult to attain the Tao. Han Ju was deep in thought. Many mighty figures shook their heads and laughed, feeling that this question was useless. However, although it's very difficult, it's not impossible. The immeasurable calamity will change in the future, and so will the heavens. Ancestor Shitian's tone was calm, but the eyes of hundreds of mighty figures flickered. The immeasurable calamity was about to change? Han Ju fell into deep thought and didn't take Ancestor Shitian's words to heart. He wasn't affected. He even wanted to laugh. Since no one could do it, his enemies would definitely think that his bitter cultivation was a joke. They wouldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and think that he was a fool. The cultivator on Han Ju's left asked his question. Time passed. More than 5 years went by. The lecture in the great ultimate hall officially ended. The bell rang and all the listeners bowed and left. After leaving the great ultimate hall, Han Ju met with the Divine General and Long Jun. The Divine General teased, I didn't expect you to be stronger than us. You hit it well. Long Jun also looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Han Ju said, no matter how strong I am, I'm inferior to you. I'm timid and hide in my cave abode every day to cultivate. All I can do is cultivate. You guys are busy with the heavenly court's matters and have little cultivation time. If you are like me, I won't be able to catch up to you. The two of them smiled and did not reply with humble words. The Heavenly Emperor came in front of him and the other two and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." Han Ju and the other two naturally had no objections. He couldn't wait to go back as soon as possible. The Heavenly Emperor waved his sleeve and wrapped the three of them with his dermic powers. Then, he turned into a beam of light and quickly flew away, disappearing into the darkness. The other mighty figures in front of the great ultimate hall also left. On the way back, Han Ju was very nervous, afraid that the Demon Emperor would suddenly attack. The Heavenly Emperor was faster this time compared to their initial trip. In less than 5 minutes, he sent Han Ju to the void where the reroll world was previously. Before he could speak, the Heavenly Emperor and the other two quickly left. Seeing this, Han Ju hurriedly jumped into the netherworld. After returning to the netherworld, Han Ju finally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, "I can't go out and listen to the Tao unless I reach the Zenith Heaven realm," Han Ju thought. Apart from his cultivation level increasing, he had also comprehended the great Tao of karma. This Tao was not simple. When he stepped into the deity realm, he would cultivate the Tao of karma and life and death. His future would be limitless. To be safe, Han Ju moved hundreds of thousands of times in the netherworld before jumping back to Hidden Sect Island. The journey was indeed safe. This was normal. Han Ju's existence was so low and his reputation was even inferior to ordinary cultivators in the immortal world. He didn't take the initiative to provoke the enemy, either. How could he be attacked? After returning to the Hidden Sect Island, Han Ju gathered all the disciples and told them about the lecture this time. There was no substantial content. He only let the disciples listen to broaden their vision. He had only comprehended the great Tao of karma and could not speak of it. The Black Hell Demon Lord sighed. "Ancestor Xianxia, I used to think that he was a legendary figure of the ancient era. I didn't expect him to really exist." Sun Chang'an was also extremely emotional. In the past, the Buddha was the strongest existence in his eyes. Now, he heard from Han Ju that the heavenly Tao Buddha was also respectful in front of Ancestor Xianxia like a junior. He had really overestimated himself. The disciples' blood boiled as their cultivation passion was ignited. Han Ju instructed them and then returned to the Khanate cave abode. He began the simulation trial. To prevent the system from being exposed, he deliberately set a restriction on the data set by the hundreds of mighty figures in the Great Ultimate Hall. Only Han Ju could challenge them. The other disciples couldn't see them during the simulation trial. After all, there were more than a few disciples in the hidden sect. Han Ju had to be careful. Just like his clone Liu Bei, Han Ju would also be on guard. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he was afraid of being soul-searched and deduced by the enemy. It was better to be safe than sorry. Han Ju began to absorb qi to cultivate and increase his soul's strength. As for the great Tao of karma, he would cultivate it after stepping into the deity realm. He was already a rank 6 immortal emperor. He didn't know if he could reach the deity realm within 1,000 years. Half a year later, words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Ancestor Xianxia has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1.5 stars. Dijuan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Jade Bodhi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 7 Dao Sage has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Ju was stunned. What was going on? Why were there suddenly 4 favorability notifications? They looked like big shots. Han Ju was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly checked the information of the 4 big shots. Ancestor Xianxia, Cultivation Unknown, Transcendent Tao Expert, Lives in the 33 Layered Heavens. Unrestrained by fate and the heavenly Tao, he has experienced 9 immeasurable calamities. Because of your cultivation philosophy, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1.5 stars. Dijuan, Cultivation Unknown, Eternal Deity, Lives in the 33 Layered Heavens. His body has transformed into billions of wills and his spirit is present in the heavens. Because you were praised by Ancestor Xianxia, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Jade Bodhi, Cultivation unknown. Transcendent Tao expert. The first Bodhi that cultivated to success under the heavenly Tao. Primordial ancestor of the Buddhist sect. He has always lived in the dark forbidden zone. Because you were praised by Ancestor Xianxia, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 7 Tao Sage, Cultivation unknown. Great Tao Divine Spirit. He controls 7 Great Tao and has experienced the Great Tao immeasurable calamity. He has lived in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Because you were praised by Ancestor Xianxia, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Hanju read on and only had 1 word in his heart. Awesome. Eternal Deity. Transcendent Tao Expert. Great Tao Divine Spirit. These titles almost blinded him. Were these big shots playing mahjong? Hanju was secretly puzzled. Fortunately, it was a favorable impression. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. In the great ultimate hall, Ancestor Xianxia and 3 figures sat in a circle. They were Dijuan, Jade Bodhi, and 7 Tao Sage. Dijuan wore an ordinary Taoist robe and had a gentle face. He was tall and had a smile on his face. Jade Bodhi was an old monk. He was thin and wore a black kasaya. He had a benevolent expression. 7 Tao Sage was dressed in black robes. His face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He exuded an evil aura. This child indeed possesses a mysterious treasure that seems to be related to the nebulous primordial chi. 7 Tao Sage stroked his beard. Dijuan smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. I deduce that this kid has even heard of the story of an avatar of mine. Although it's a little biased, he still admires me." Jade Bodhi shook his head and said, "This child's mentality is very good. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. If the world had just been created, he might be able to attain the Tao. What a pity." Ancestor Xianxia said, "Why don't we make a bet and see if he can achieve the Tao?" "I don't think so." 7 Tao Sage nodded. "I also don't think so." Jade Bodhi said, "He can't." Dijuan smiled and said, "Then, I'll choose the other option. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. What should I bet?" The 3 mighty figures fell into deep thought. After a while, 7 Tao Sage smiled sinisterly. "Why don't we bet on the nirvana of the great Tao?" Dijuan said angrily, "So ruthless? You 3 old men want to bully me? What? You're an eternal deity, but you don't dare to make a small bet." Jade Bodhi provoked. Dijuan snorted. "So be it. If you lose, give me a great Tao each." Ancestor Xianxia, Jade Bodhi, and 7 Tao Sage looked at each other and finally nodded. 10 years later, after returning from the great ultimate hall, Hanju continued cultivating diligently. At the same time, the battle of the immeasurable calamity erupted again. The leaders of the factions who had been listening to the lecture began to fight. Tao Comprehension Sword did not like to stay in the cave abode recently. She liked to hang out with Liao. Ever since Liao defeated Tu Linger, who wielded the ancestral Magus Tower, Tao Comprehension Sword started to admire her. This was also a good thing. At least Hanju had more peace. On this day, he took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy and checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a Divine Palace mighty figure, X45. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the demon race's Immortal Emperor X120. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a Divine Palace disciple X198431. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by the providence of the Sacred Dynasty. His providence has declined. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has devoured the providence of the Sacred Dynasty. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Zhu accidentally entered an ancient blessed land. Her providence has changed. Your disciple Long Hao obtained Hao Tian's inheritance in his dreams. His cultivation has increased greatly. Li Daokong and the Divine Palace were at odds. He had been attacked by experts who had surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm so many times, but he had not been injured at all. Han Ju suspected that he had surrounded the mighty figure of the divine palace. Xianxia was indeed someone meant to face the calamity. His recent battle achievements had become more and more eye-catching. His cultivation level was also increasing rapidly and had already reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. Seeing that Long Hao had obtained Hao Tian's inheritance, Han Ju was still a little worried. However, Long Hao's favorability towards him did not decrease, which meant that he had not been possessed by Hao Tian for the time being. It seemed like he had to tell the Heavenly Emperor about this and let him be prepared. He hadn't said it before because he was worried that the Heavenly Emperor might already know. Therefore, he had sent Long Hao to him. He didn't want to be involved in the vortex between them. By the way, I almost forgot. I broke through again. Should I take care of the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha? Han Ju thought to himself. He had a quadrillion years of life now. It was too much, so it could be used to an extent. Each person could be cursed with 2 billion years. In any case, it was far from affecting his total lifespan. After Han Ju made up his mind, he started to increase the curse power. He first cursed the Heavenly Tao Buddha. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. Han Ju stared at his attributes panel and prepared to click. 1,000,000 years. 10 million years. 500 million years. 1 billion years. 2 billion years. Stop. Han Ju threw the Book of Misfortune aside and started to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. This was the first time he lost 2 billion years of his lifespan, so he actually felt a little dizzy. His body was weak. In the future, he couldn't curse his enemies for more than 2 billion years at once, or else something would happen. Han Ju checked his emails as he healed. He was pleasantly surprised. It was indeed effective. Because of your curse, your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha went berserk. He accidentally attacked and killed several Buddhas, injuring hundreds of Buddhist disciples. Han Ju was secretly pleased. Your disguise is going to fall off now. Let's see how you continue acting. Several days later, Han Ju returned to his peak state. He began to curse the Demon Emperor. It was also 2 billion years of life, and something actually happened to the unfathomable Demon Emperor this time. Because of your curse, the killing intent of your enemy Demon Emperor has increased greatly. He personally entered the calamity to kill and vent his anger. His negative karma has increased greatly, and he has become the person facing the calamity. Became the one facing the calamity? Han Ju was curious. What was the threshold to become the one who faced the calamity? Then he continued to rest. Little did he know that the immortal world was already in chaos. The Heavenly Tao Buddha slaughtered the Buddhist disciples and alerted the other 3 Buddhas to come out of seclusion. They joined forces to suppress the Heavenly Tao Buddha, causing the Buddhist sect to panic. The Demon Emperor had gone berserk and slaughtered all living beings, causing anger among humans and gods. It was said that the land of a region was covered in blood qi and was extremely terrifying. Half a month later, Han Ju began to use the derivation function and stated, I want to know the eventual winner of this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 1 billion years was nothing. Han Ju thought heroically. Then he started to feel dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, Han Ju came to the ground. He looked up and was stunned. The world was dark and sand covered the sky. There were no plants on the ground, only bones. It was extremely desolate. What happened? The world was destroyed. Did they all perish together? Han Ju frowned and panicked. Please don't tell me I died too. How could this be? Is it because I've made the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha go mad? Han Ju suddenly regretted it. Crap. I've implicated myself. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly saw a figure. The figure sat in the air, covered by sand. It was difficult to capture him. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. This person. Long Hao. This kid is the final winner of the calamity? Han Ju immediately flew over and wanted to approach him. Long Hao suddenly opened his eyes. The golden light above his head turned into dust and scattered. His black hair scattered and swayed in the wind. It turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. He laughed impudently. This emperor will kill his way through the tribulation and complete a feat that even the devil ancestor has never done. 33 layered heavens, ancient desolate, just you wait. I, Hao Tian, will kill my way back sooner or later. Hao Tian. Hanju frowned. Why did Hao Tian win the immeasurable calamity? Hanju was very puzzled. At this moment, Hao Tian raised his hand and dug at his chest, directly pulling out a soul. That soul looked exactly like him. Long Hao. Hanju widened his eyes. Being grabbed by Hao Tian, Long Hao struggled with all his might. He said angrily, Hao Tian, you killed my father and slaughtered my hidden sect. You will die a horrible death. Hao Tian said disdainfully. Under the heavenly Tao, who can possibly kill me? Hanju was thunderstruck. The hidden sect had been slaughtered? I'm also dead? Hanju almost exploded. At this moment, everything in front of him shattered. The scene ended. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and frowned. Damn Hao Tian. This hatred was irreconcilable. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. Hanju was in a dilemma. Hao Tian was still in Long Hao's body. If he cursed Hao Tian, it would definitely affect Long Hao. He had to think of a way to separate them. Hanju took out the heavenly Tao token and poured his divine sense into it. Ditaibai had perished. It was unknown who the heavenly Tao token would contact now. Soon, a voice sounded. What is it? The heavenly emperor. Hanju was surprised. He didn't expect the heavenly emperor to actually take over Ditaibai's heavenly Tao token. He thought that it would be destroyed along with him. The heavenly emperor was too considerate. Hanju organized his words and said, Your Majesty, after I finished listening to the Tao, I cultivated the great Tao of karma and deduced that there is still a soul hidden in Haoer's body. You have to be wary. The heavenly emperor asked curiously, You're only an immortal emperor. How can you cultivate the great Tao of karma? Cough cough. Maybe it's talent. You're wrong. There's no other soul in Haoer's body. He's my son. His soul is newly born. I deduced that the soul is called Hao Tian. Just like Haoer, it has the word Hao. Hao Tian. The heavenly emperor's tone changed to one of horror. Is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. Don't say that I told you. Of course. The heavenly emperor quickly severed his divine sense connection. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the heavenly emperor really didn't know. He hoped that he could save Long Hao now. As long as he pulled Hao Tian's soul out, Hanju could target him. Damn it! This fellow actually dared to slaughter the hidden sect. Hanju was really angry. Although it was something that happened in the future, he was still very angry. His hatred towards Hao Tian soared to 6 stars. The heavenly Tao Buddha had already lost the right to become the final winner. There was no need to specifically target him in the future. He would do it once every 10 years. He just had to try his best to let him die in the immeasurable calamity. There was no hurry for the time being. Next, Hao Tian would be Hanju's #1 target. Sigh. I have to worry about saving the world again. Hanju sighed and thought silently. The future he wanted was very simple. It would be enough if the mortals were still around, the order was still in place, the heavenly emperor was still alive, and so was he. It was that simple. However, the previous 2 results were too dark. The heavenly Tao Buddha had turned to the dark side and was prepared to bring darkness to all living beings. Hao Tian had even slaughtered all the worlds. It was extremely ridiculous. I'm not the dark forbidden lord. I'm the savior of the light. Hanju adjusted his emotions and continued cultivating. Curses were only a method. Cultivation was the most important. He couldn't rely on curses alone. One day, if he had the strength to kill whoever he wanted, he wouldn't hide and curse. Although it felt good, it was still a dirty trick. Immortal world, West Heaven. The three great Buddhas stood above the clouds. They were all 10,000 feet tall and emitted a Buddhist light. Countless Buddhist disciples surrounded the sky. Everyone's gaze landed on a mountain range below. The mountains were covered in talismans. There were countless of them. Deep underground, the heavenly Tao Buddha meditated in the cave. His eyes were blood-red and no longer had the solemnity of the past. He gritted his teeth and said, "I was plotted against by the dark forbidden Lord. I'm not from the devil race. Don't you know my background?" Above the sea of clouds, the most awe-inspiring divine might Buddha said, "Amitabha, we know about this. Regarding the dark forbidden Lord, I will definitely find him. However, the sins you have committed are true. You should reflect and calm down here until your Buddhist heart is pure before coming out." The heavenly Tao Buddha was silent. At this moment, among the Buddhist disciples was an ordinary-looking Buddha. He was the primordial chaos heavenly devil after possession. TSK, the dark forbidden Lord is really powerful. He actually made the heavenly Tao Buddha lose control. It seems that the era of the Buddhist sect manipulating the world has passed. Primordial chaos heavenly devil thought to himself. He couldn't help but think of Hanju. For some reason, he felt that the dark forbidden Lord might be related to him. Hanju was too strange. No matter what, he was already Hanju's subordinate. His life and death were controlled by him, so he naturally didn't dare to defame Hanju. He only hoped that Hanju was the dark forbidden Lord now. If the dark forbidden Lord laughed until the end, he would also benefit. However, Hanju was at most the dark forbidden Lord's subordinate. If he was so strong, he wouldn't have to hide in the mortal world. The primordial chaos heavenly devil thought. With the heavenly Tao Buddha suppressed, he could realize his ambitions. The heavenly Tao Buddha was actually the devil ancestor. Since the primordial chaos heavenly devil had once worked for him, now that he had betrayed the devil race, he had always been afraid of being discovered. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. Hanju didn't know about the commotion in the immortal world and could only spy on it from the emails. On this day, Hanju was about to take out the Book of Misfortune to do his daily missions when he suddenly frowned. An extremely strange power invaded his body. This power was somewhat similar to the great Tao of karma, but it was also very different. He couldn't capture it and could only use his dermic powers to resist. Wait. A curse. Holy shit. Someone cursed me? Hanju was frightened and started trembling. What happened? He immediately checked the strongest person around Hidden Sect Island. He was the strongest. There was no enemy attack. Could it be the Demon Emperor? Xianxia? Void Emperor? Heavenly Tao Buddha? They discovered that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? No. If they had found out, my hatred points would have increased. Hanju was puzzled. Who actually cursed me? Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't deduce the karma of the curse. He smiled. The other party had some tricks up his sleeve. But I still have stronger methods. I want to know who's cursing me. Hanju thought in his heart and used the derivation function. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately after, a scene appeared in Hanju's mind. In a dark Taoist temple, a youth in a Taoist robe held a purple compass and muttered something. Hanju had seen this person before. Previously in the Great Ultimate Hall, Hanju copied everyone's data using the simulation trial and recorded their appearance at the same time. After all, those who could listen to the Tao were all important figures in the immortal world. It was a good thing to remember them. This person seemed to be from the Jie school. Hanju entered the simulation trial and found this person to check his information. Jing Tiangong. Cultivation unknown, Jie school elder. Hanju fought with him first. An hour later, Hanju was defeated. This fellow was quite something. Hanju opened his eyes. Why was Jing Tiangong cursing him? Hanju felt that the curse power had disappeared and didn't cause any substantial damage to him. Could it be that this fellow was not targeting him but cursing many people? Hanju didn't understand. No matter what, the other party had cursed him. He had to curse him back. But not now. Cursing now was too obvious. He would wait a few years. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed his enemy to complete the mission that happened once every 10 years. In the dark Taoist temple, Jing Tiangong slowly put down the purple compass in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Although I have a supreme treasure, it's still too difficult to curse the Tao listeners of the great ultimate hall. He thought silently. He focused on cursing the leader of the forces who had stirred up a storm in the immeasurable calamity. As for the immortal emperors accompanying them, he just casually cursed and did not want to spend much effort on them. They must think that the dark forbidden lord is cursing them. The more chaotic it is, the better. This way, our Jie school can rise amidst the chaos. Jing Tiangong looked expectant. Sect Master, I will definitely bring glory to the Jie school and lead it back to the peak. Jing Tiangong thought firmly. He began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Curses were originally a sinister method. If he injured 1,000 enemies, he would suffer 800 backlashes. Fortunately, this was a supreme treasure, so the backlash was not too great. I really don't know how the Dark Forbidden Lord did it. He actually cursed the entire immortal world. Is his lifespan very long? Is his cultivation level extremely high? Jing Tiangong thought in confusion. Curses consumed lifespan or providence. Although his lifespan was long, he didn't dare to use it to curse. This was because cursing consumed too much lifespan, not providence. If he lost providence, he could earn more. But lifespan was predestined. With his cultivation level, it was very difficult for him to increase his lifespan unless he broke through. How difficult was breaking through? He hadn't broken through in 10 million years. He almost forgot how it felt to break through. 10 years later, Hanju suddenly opened his eyes. It was time. Tao Comprehension Sword wasn't in the cave abode. Hanju directly took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Jing Tiangong of the Jie school. I'll spend 100 million years to play with him first. Hanju snorted. In any case, Jing Tiangong didn't know where he was. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He opened his attributes panel and strictly controlled the time. Under the full-powered curse, his lifespan decreased very quickly. When 100 million years had been lost, he immediately stopped and wiped the blood from his eyes. He checked the emails. He couldn't find Jing Tiangong, right? He almost forgot. Jing Tiangong didn't have a favorable impression or hatred towards him. Hanju couldn't know his situation. Should he continue? Forget it, that was enough. Jing Tiangong cursed him for a while and didn't curse anymore. Hanju returned the favor and warned him. If Jing Tiangong still cursed him, Hanju would spend his life cursing him. Hanju adjusted his state and continued to do his daily missions after recovering. In the dark Taoist temple. Boom. Jing Tiangong spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly circulated his energy to heal his injuries and suppress the terrifying curse power. Damn it! Who's cursing me? Did the people I cursed discover me? Jing Tiangong was frightened. It would be terrible if he provoked a mighty figure from the heavens. For the next period of time, Jing Tiangong was extremely nervous. Hanju's curse caused his dermic powers to go berserk, and he couldn't calm down for a short period of time. If a mighty figure attacked during this period of time, he might very well die. He waited for 5 years. No mighty figure attacked, and the curse did not continue. It seemed that it wasn't the group of listeners from the great ultimate hall cursing him. Jing Tiangong thought of a possibility. Could it be the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Jing Tiangong thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Dark Forbidden Lord was good at curses. If he wanted to frame him, it was very likely that the latter would notice. Is the Dark Forbidden Lord warning me? Jing Tiangong smiled bitterly, his heart filled with reverence. What kind of existence was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jing Tiangong looked at his purple compass and suddenly felt that he was ridiculous. Wait, Why don't I join the Dark Forbidden Lord? He would mess up the immortal world with him and help the Jie school rope in a strong alliance. Speaking of which, there was no news of the Jie school being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Jing Tiangong's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a good idea. But where should he find the Dark Forbidden Lord? Ever since he spent 100 million years cursing Jing Tiangong to warn him, Hanju had not been cursed since. It seemed that this fellow was shocked. This was also good. If everyone was peaceful, he could cultivate in peace. Hanju's life returned to normal. He continued to advance to the rank 7 Immortal Emperor realm. Year after year passed. Detected that you are 4,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and fight for providence. Your name will shake the heavens. You can obtain 9 great Tao fragments, a supreme treasure, and a chance for the system to upgrade. 2. Ignore the calamity for the time being. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and compete with time. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Hanju looked at the choices in front of him and raised his eyebrows. This dog system has really invested heavily in order to lure me into the calamity. You want me to face the calamity? Impossible. Hanju silently chose the second option. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. An unparalleled mystical power that involves the Tao of space. You can take in the sky with one palm and it will become stronger as your cultivation level increases. At its peak, you can take in the heavenly Tao. Great Freedom? What a nostalgic name. This mystical power was quite impressive. At the strongest, he could absorb the heavenly Tao. Hanju immediately inherited the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. This mystical power was not as simple as collecting the sky. It could also capture all existences under the sky and imprison them in the space in the palm, devouring their dermic powers or other energies. Very domineering. After Hanju mastered it, he recalled that he had yet to improve his various sword Tao, so he already spent a year raising all his mystical powers to the limit. He was just about to enter the simulation trial and practice the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm when he suddenly sensed something. It came from the chaotic domain. Tao Sovereign was looking for him again. Hanju thought for a moment and jumped into the chaotic domain. The chaotic domain was equivalent to the chat group created by Hanju and Tao Sovereign. The two of them could communicate telepathically here, no matter how far apart their bodies were. Tao Sovereign went straight to the point. Can you save me? After this is done, I owe you my life. Hanju asked in surprise. Who caught you? Demon Emperor. No, I can't help. I'm sorry. The two of them fell silent. Hanju looked at Tao Sovereign and felt glad. Fortunately, he did not follow this fellow to assassinate the Demon Emperor. Hanju didn't kick him when he was down or nag at him. At this moment, silence was better than words. After a long while, Tao Sovereign said leisurely, if you can think of a way to save me, I can give you a huge fortuitous encounter that can allow you to step into the deity realm. You will definitely succeed and won't need to transcend the tribulation. Hanju said, forget it. I'm really helpless about this. Tao Sovereign gritted his teeth. Then state your conditions. Hanju asked in surprise, why didn't the Divine Palace save you? I heard that the Divine Palace and the Demon Court seem to have joined forces. Letting you live shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Tao Sovereign sighed. The Palace Master and the Demon Emperor might have reached some agreement. Thinking of this, Tao Sovereign's heart ached. The reason why he wanted to assassinate the Demon Emperor was that he wanted to help the Divine Palace. Who knew that, after his assassination failed, the two sides would ally. So be it if they formed an alliance, but the Divine Palace actually didn't save him. Now, he was suffering from the Demon Emperor's torture all day long. It was indescribable. Hanju fell silent again and couldn't help but mourn for Tao Sovereign. He had followed the wrong person. If he was caught, the Heavenly Emperor would definitely save him at all costs. Hanju thought for a moment and said, what if I want you to leave the Divine Palace? Stunned, Tao Sovereign subconsciously rejected. No! But before he could finish, he shut up again. Geniuses all had their own pride, let alone Tao Sovereign, who thought he was the #1 prodigy in the world. Wasn't the Divine Palace afraid of losing him? Damn it! The more Tao Sovereign thought about it, the angrier he became. As long as you can save me, I'll leave the Divine Palace and join you, Tao Sovereign said in a low voice. He hated the Demon Emperor. The recent Demon Emperor was extremely violent and often vented his anger on him. He couldn't take it anymore. Most importantly, the Demon Emperor had brought him to the Great Ultimate Hall to listen to the Tao. He had clearly met the Divine Palace's master. The latter could clearly save him, but he had told him to endure and stay by the Demon Emperor's side. What's this? Using me as a bargaining chip? Using me to entertain the Demon Emperor? Hanju sighed when he heard Tao Sovereign's tone. Was the Divine Palace stupid? Hanju said, "Just you wait. I'll go get help now. All right?" Tao Sovereign nodded and said, "Thank you." Hanju waved his hand. "I'm ashamed to say this. I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would definitely save you personally. After all, only the two of us have the chaotic physique and can be considered to be of the same race. Sai, you can wait for the good news." "Of course." Tao Sovereign has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Hanju returned to reality and looked at the notification in front of him, feeling a little dissatisfied. Only 2 stars? Forget it, I haven't saved him yet anyway. Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor. Soon, his divine sense connected. "Your Majesty, do you want to subdue the chaotic physique?" Hanju asked directly. The Heavenly Emperor asked in surprise. "You mean Tao Sovereign? He was caught by the Demon Emperor. Even if I save him, he will only run back to the Divine Palace." As expected of the Heavenly Emperor, he was really well informed. "He contacted me just now. We both have the chaotic physique. We can contact each other directly in the domain. As long as you save him, he will leave the Divine Palace and join the Heavenly Court," Hanju replied. The Heavenly Emperor asked cautiously, "Could it be a trap?" Hanju looked at his interpersonal relationships. The Tao Sovereign had indeed developed a favorable impression of him because he had been tortured by the Demon Emperor. Probably not. He said that the Demon Emperor is torturing him. Yes, the Demon Emperor has indeed gone crazy recently. I wonder what the Dark Forbidden Lord has done to him. I just cursed. I didn't do anything to him. Hanju thought silently. The Heavenly Emperor agreed and said that he would prepare immediately. Unlike the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Court really lacked prodigies. If Tao Sovereign could join them, it would definitely attract countless geniuses. Even the powerful Tao Sovereign was defeated. The immortal world is truly dangerous. Hanju sighed and continued the simulation trial. The group of listeners from the Great Ultimate Hall were like bosses in the simulation trial, waiting for Hanju to defeat them. 30 years passed quickly. As Hanju's cultivation level continued to increase, so did the cultivation of the hidden sect disciples. The weakest chaotic heavenly dog was also at the late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. Liao had already become a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The chaotic gourd spirit, Han 8, followed closely behind and reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. Han 1 to Han 7 had inferior potentials. They had just broken through to the Grand Unity Mystic Immortal realm. Morongqi had also reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. The other disciples, including the 2 Golden Crows, were still lacking. Speaking of the Golden Crows, Hanju was a little troubled. Their potential was indeed not worthy of the Golden Crow's name. No wonder they were expelled by the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Although they had increased their potential by devouring the 9 Netherworld Dragon, they were still inferior to the top prodigies of the hidden sect. Hanju wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he didn't need Ada and Xiao Er to do anything. In addition, the development of the reroll world had been on the right track. The heavenly Tao kept increasing, and the cultivation ceiling had already begun to break through to the Grand Unity True Immortal realm. Under the care of the white-robed Buddha, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect had already become a holy land. Its reputation was widespread. Taoist Nine Cauldrons had yet to die and was still the sect master. After a few thousand years, he could be considered a mighty figure in the mortal world. Every time he saw him, Hanju would think of sect master Li Qingzi. Things had changed. He would never see the sect master who was beaten up everywhere for the sect again. To the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Hanju was already a legend. Other than a few elders, most people had already forgotten about him. Hanju felt that it was good. This was the best outcome. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect had become stronger because of him and had not been dragging him down. After observing the reroll world, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to do his daily missions. Tao Sovereign's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability: 4 stars. Why did his favorability increase? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor had already saved him? Hanju checked the emails. They were all about attacks, but he couldn't be sure if Tao Sovereign was saved. He would wait a little longer. He would ask the Heavenly Emperor after some time. Hanju thought. Master, I seek an audience. Su Chi's voice floated over from outside the cave abode. Hanju had no choice but to put away the Book of Misfortune. Come in. As Hanju spoke, he deactivated the restriction in the cave abode. Su Chi quickly knelt down in front of him. Hanju noticed that there was a visible black aura between his eyebrows. Something was wrong. Did something happen to you? Hanju asked. Su Chi replied, Nothing happened. After I broke through recently, I recalled my previous life. Master, it turns out that I was born with bad luck. I'm afraid that if I stay here, I might cause trouble. Hanju said indifferently, Don't say that. I don't care about that. I'll be your master for life. I'll never dislike you. Hearing this, Su Chi was touched and his eyes turned red. In his previous life, he had been chased to the heavenly court by the Jie school and then chased down to the mortal world. No one had ever taken care of him like Hanju. Hanju asked, Can you actively cultivate your power of misfortune? Su Chi's cultivation had fallen behind recently. Hanju didn't want that to happen. This kid could still become stronger and continue to harm his enemies in the future. Indeed, I can. This is also the second thing I came to find you about. I want to leave the hidden sect island to strengthen my bad luck. I was born as the incarnation of bad luck. I can't abandon bad luck and can only walk this path. Su Chi said seriously. He looked up at Hanju, hoping that his master would agree. He continued, If I encounter danger, I will definitely not implicate the hidden sect or trouble master. You're already good to me, but I can feel that continuing to cultivate in seclusion is not suitable for me. Hanju remained silent. Su Chi was uneasy, afraid that he would be angry. Hanju asked, Where are you going? Su Chi thought for a moment and then said, I should leave the immortal world. I can feel a region outside the immortal world summoning me. Previously, in the Divine Palace, I learned that other than the myriad worlds in the immortal world, there are other domains, such as the Dark Forbidden Zone, the Deity Realm of the Ruins of End, and so on. There's always a place that can let me cultivate bad luck. Hanju said, Can't you wait until the calamity is over? Su Chi said, I can still tolerate it now, but ever since the immeasurable calamity started, I've become frustrated. I'm worried that when the calamity evolves to an intense stage, my Tao heart might collapse. I'm afraid that something I can't predict will happen. Would he lose control? Hanju showed a frown. Su Chi continued, Master, don't worry about me. I will definitely follow your philosophy and not cause trouble. Since he had already said so, Hanju couldn't continue to stop him. In the end, he agreed to let Su Chi go and let all the disciples gather. Su Chi recounted his previous life. The disciples listened with heavy hearts. He didn't expect that even Su Chi, who often went into seclusion, had a heavy background in his previous life. After chatting for a few days, Hanju sent Su Chi to the living realm. Looking at his departing figure, Hanju sighed. Another disciple was sent away. It was still very difficult to make all the disciples cultivate in seclusion like him. Long Hao did it for the heavenly court. Su Qi did it for them. Han Ju could only bless them. After sighing, he jumped back to the netherworld and quickly returned to Hidden Sect Island. Su Qi's departure also agitated the Hidden Sect disciples. Compared to Su Qi, they were much luckier. There was no need for them to be forced to leave the sect. Han Ju was the same. If he was strong enough, he could help Su Qi suppress bad luck and prevent it from affecting them. Immortal World, Golden Crab Island. Huang Zuentian flew towards the Golden Crab Island from the horizon. Looking at it from afar, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally back. The immortal world was too big. Without the help of a mighty figure, even he who was at the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm would have to fly for a long time. That's right. Huang Zuentian had already reached the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. After the Immortal Talent meeting, he roped in the disciples of the Jie School and relied on his words and sincerity to obtain the inheritance of the Jie School elder. His cultivation level could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Apart from his cultivation, he also obtained other things. Soon, Huang Zuentian entered the island. The white crane immediately flew in front of him and asked with concern, "How was your performance in the Immortal Talent meeting?" Huang Zuentian landed in front of the Taoist temple and said casually, "It's all right. It's not outstanding, but I didn't burden the Jie School." The white crane heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Good kid. I didn't misjudge you." Huang Zuentian suddenly stopped and turned to look at the white crane. He said expressionlessly, "From today onwards, the disciples of Golden Crab Island are not allowed to go out. All of them are to cultivate on the island, including you." The white crane was stunned. It said in a low voice, "You're ordering me? Isn't it me who supported you to be where you are today?" "What?" After going to the Immortal Talent meeting. Before it could finish speaking, it suddenly collapsed. Huang Zuentian took out a token. This token was black and had a qilin pattern carved on it. The body of the qilin seemed to be expressing a word. The white crane was shocked. "Why do you have an elder token?" Huang Zuentian said casually, "I've already acknowledged Elder Qilin as my master. Do you understand what you should do in the future?" The white crane was silent. Huang Zuentian put away the token and walked into the Taoist temple. The white crane couldn't figure out how this kid had obtained Elder Qilin's recognition. His potential was clearly average. After returning to the Taoist temple, Huang Zuentian sat on a mat and heaved a sigh of relief. The taste of power is truly fascinating. Huang Zuentian smiled. The white crane had been so arrogant when facing him last time. Only by becoming stronger could he do as he pleased. He hoped that no one would disturb him again, or he would have to think of a way to climb up again. In order to become the disciple of Elder Qilin, he had put in so much effort that he had even lost his dignity. Sigh. Thinking of this, Huang Zuentian's heart ached. 10 years passed. The effect of Su Qi's departure had vanished and everything returned to normal. While cultivating, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy while checking his emails. "Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. He was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a demon race mighty figure, X10. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the demon race's Immortal Emperor X34. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was attacked by the demon race's Immortal Emperor X27. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons X239829. Your good friend Long Shan was attacked by demons X17661. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by a demon mighty figure and was severely injured." Wow! The Heavenly Emperor had mobilized the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect to besiege the Demon Court. He was really going all out to save Dao Sovereign. Han Ju was convinced by the Heavenly Emperor's spirit. He saw that Dao Sovereign had been severely injured by the Demon Court twice. It seemed that it was not an act. The Demon Emperor had really gone mad. After suffering such an attack, if he was Dao Sovereign, he would definitely not return to the Divine Palace unless they took revenge for him. If I curse the Demon Emperor now, I might be able to help them retreat. If I curse the Master of the Divine Palace, even if the Divine Palace changes its mind, it will be delayed. Hanju immediately stopped cursing the heavenly Tao Buddha and started cursing the Divine Palace Master. Since Tao Sovereign was already on the verge of joining the Heavenly Court, how could he let the Divine Palace save him? The Heavenly Court had already suffered losses. They had to obtain Tao Sovereign no matter what. Hanju began to curse the Divine Palace Master with all his might. 10 days later, Hanju lost 1.5 billion years of his lifespan. He put down the Book of Misfortune and secretly prayed for the Heavenly Emperor. Your Majesty, I've done my best for you. You must capture Tao Sovereign and not let him escape. Hanju started to recuperate. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat at his seat. The gods were gathered in the hall, and the Tao Sovereign was also there. At this moment, Tao Sovereign's aura was weak and his face was pale. He was no longer as high-spirited as before, like a candle in the wind. The Heavenly Emperor asked, "How are you? Do you need me to treat you?" Tao Sovereign shook his head. His Majesty has already done enough for me. I can heal this injury myself. He bowed seriously to the Heavenly Emperor and asked, "Where is that person?" The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "He's still cultivating in seclusion. You should already know his personality. Next, stay in the Heavenly Court. I won't ask too much of you. Cultivate well usually. When the Heavenly Court needs you, you can make your move." Tao Sovereign looked at the Heavenly Emperor gratefully. In this rescue, he was really touched by the Heavenly Emperor and Hanju. How many immortals had been sacrificed to save him? In contrast, the Divine Palace had yet to appear. Tao Sovereign was filled with grudges towards the Divine Palace, even feeling hatred now. In the past, when they needed him, they had said many nice things, but when he was in trouble, he couldn't see anyone. After cursing the Divine Palace Master, about half a year later, the Heavenly Emperor contacted him. Knowing that Tao Sovereign had already joined the Heavenly Court, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, this information is not bad, right? Don't say that I didn't contribute to the Heavenly Court or anything." Hanju smiled. As for the greatest contribution, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, it involved the secret of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. Indeed, Tao Sovereign has unlimited potential. At the same time, he's also an example. The Divine Palace has always been famous for protecting its prodigies. If even Tao Sovereign has fled, the morale of the entire sect will definitely fluctuate. The Heavenly Emperor began to look forward to the Heavenly Court's future. Tao Sovereign's addition was indeed a great move. The Heavenly Emperor continued with a smile. "Tao Sovereign wants to see you very much. Are you coming to the Heavenly Court?" "Forget it. I'm busy cultivating." "Humph. I knew it." The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything else and severed his divine sense. Hanju was in a good mood and continued cultivating. This matter was finally settled. He could finally cultivate in peace. Cultivating without any worries was faster. In the Great Ultimate Hall, not only had Hanju broken through to the rank 6 Immortal Emperor realm, but his cultivation had also been increasing. In addition to the time he had returned, he was already not far from becoming a rank 7 Immortal Emperor. After breaking through to this realm, he was not far from the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. After reaching the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm, he was not far from the Deity realm. After reaching the Deity realm, was the Zenith Heaven still far away? Just thinking about it made Hanju excited. The hall shook violently. All the decorations in the hall swayed. "Damn it! Damn it! Ah!" The Divine Palace Master roared angrily. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. "Heavenly Emperor! Dark Forbidden Lord! If I don't kill you, I'd have cultivated for naught." The Divine Palace Master was furious. After roaring for a period of time, he had no choice but to continue circulating his energy to heal his injuries. The Dark Forbidden Lord's curse power was too strong, causing him to almost have mental demons. In addition, when he learned that Tao's sovereign had joined the heavenly court, his anger attacked his heart and injured him even more. At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the hall and turned into a white-robed man. The white-robed man stared at the divine palace master and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, you forced Tao's sovereign away?" The divine palace master's expression changed slightly when he saw him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't force him. He was captured by the demon emperor. Why didn't you save him? It's impossible that you learned of this later than the heavenly court, right?" I just... The divine palace master revealed his deal with the demon emperor. The white-robed man said angrily, "Nonsense. How can the three regions compare to the chaotic physique? When the calamity ends, no matter how many regions there are, they will all be covered in bones. What does the chaotic physique represent? It's at least a zenith heaven. Although the divine palace is strong, how many zenith heavens are there?" The divine palace master was extremely aggrieved. After a short while, he couldn't help but say, "There are so many prodigies in the divine palace. I'm just asking him to endure for 1,000 years. What does it mean for him to betray the divine palace? His intentions are punishable. How much effort has the divine palace poured into Tao's sovereign? For the sake of the divine palace. So what if he waits 1,000 years? Boom." The white-robed man suddenly stomped his feet. A terrifying pressure landed on the divine palace master, causing his expression to change. The white-robed man said coldly, "Looks like it's not appropriate to hand the position of divine palace master to you. From today onwards, I'll be in charge of the divine palace." The divine palace master looked indignant, but he didn't dare to refute. Time passed quickly. 27 years later. The inner competition of the hidden sect ended once again. Liao suppressed all the disciples and obtained first place. When Hanju learned of this, he called her into the cave abode. Tao Comprehension Sword was left outside the cave abode. He wanted to talk to Liao alone. Liao sat in front of Hanju and was a little nervous. When she saw Hanju's face again, she couldn't help but blush. She recalled the scene when she used the invocation technique to summon him. It was unforgettable. He saved her life. In addition to Hanju's kindness and his perfect face, Liao admitted that she had feelings for him. However, feelings of affection couldn't compare to the Tao heart. She had no intention of confessing. She only wanted to cultivate well. "I'm prepared to teach you the heavenly sword Tao. Do you want to learn it?" Hanju asked with a smile. The more he looked at Liao, the more satisfied he was. It was as if he was looking at himself. Cautious, vigilant, but extremely talented and powerful. Liao's eyes lit up. Yes. Hanju didn't stand on ceremony and immediately taught her the heavenly sword Tao. Half a year later, Liao obtained all the inherited memories of the sword Tao. As for the specific cultivation, it would still take time. Hanju asked, "What do you think of the hidden sect?" Stunned, Liao said, "Not bad. It's better than the sects I've encountered. This is a true cultivation sect. We stay far from distractions and can communicate with each other to improve together." She spoke from the bottom of her heart. Although the disciples of the hidden sect bickered, it never hurt their harmony. They all liked to cultivate diligently and had no ulterior motives. Other than Duan Hongqian. He had no choice but to stay on Hidden Sect Island. Speaking of which, we don't have a proper status yet. What identity do you want in the hidden sect? Hanju asked with a smile. After so many years, Liao's favorability towards him had already increased to 5.5 stars. This favorability was not as simple as taking in a disciple. If he took her in as his companion, she would probably not reject him. However, Hanju no longer cared about love. After all, he was already an immortal emperor. The primal urge of his body could no longer control him. Liao understood what he meant and said, "You can arrange any identity for me." Hanju raised his eyebrows. Wow. This was quite something. Hanju said, "Then, let's do it this way. Try to reach the emperor realm as soon as possible." Liao nodded. Hanju waved his hand to signal her to leave. Looking at Liao, he sighed. In fact, he didn't have the same favorable impression of Liao as he did of Xianxia. He only hoped that a Dao companion would accompany him on the path of cultivation. From the looks of it, neither Xianxia, Fairy Shixian, or Chongyuer could keep up with him in cultivation. Hanju would try his best to help Xianxia, but doing his best didn't mean that it would work. Otherwise, how many immortal emperor concubines could the heavenly emperor and the demon emperor nurture? It was still fine for a grand unity golden immortal. The emperor realm was the true obstacle. They had to rely on themselves. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. I wonder how much my lifespan will increase after breaking through to the rank 7 immortal emperor realm? Hanju thought expectantly. Immortal world in the seas. Jing Tiangong stepped on his flying sword and advanced. In front of him was an archipelago. The immortal mist was vast and covered the sky. Countless immortal birds flew in rows and countless disciples flew around. This was the Jie school's land. Jing Tiangong flew all the way to a forest. He continued forward and knelt in front of a stone door. There was no mountain behind the stone door. It stood alone in the clearing between the trees. Jing Tiangong kowtowed and bowed. Sect Master. He called out and waited patiently. After a long while, a hoarse voice came from the stone door. What is it? Jing Tian said openly. Recently, a mighty figure called the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared in the immortal world and controlled the calamity. I don't know his background. I want to ask Sect Master to deduce. Dark Forbidden Lord? The Jie School Sect Master seemed to mutter before falling silent. Jing Tiangong waited patiently. As long as he found out who the Dark Forbidden Lord was, he could seek refuge. After a long while, not waiting for the Sect Master to answer, Jing Tiangong couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, have you calculated it? The Sect Master's hoarse voice floated out from the stone door. I can't deduce. His cultivation level might be higher than mine. Or maybe, there's no such person at all. Jing Tiangong was stunned. The Dark Forbidden's cultivation level was higher than the Sect Master? As for the last sentence, he didn't take it to heart. The Dark Forbidden Lord's legend was spread throughout the entire immortal world. He had also been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. How could there be no such person? Jing Tiangong frowned and his heart sank. He had underestimated the Dark Forbidden Lord. Before becoming the Dark Forbidden Lord's companion, he might become the enemy. Who was not afraid of such a mighty figure hiding in the dark? For a time, Jing Tiangong panicked. Tell me about the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Sect Master's voice sounded again. Jing Tiangong came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and began to explain everything he knew about the Dark Forbidden Lord. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. There has never been such a mastermind in the immortal world who stirred up the calamity with curses. Humph. It's just an unorthodox path. The Jie School's Sect Master snorted. He clearly did not think highly of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He continued, Don't act recklessly. The immeasurable calamity is not a good time for the Jie School to reappear. Let's wait a little longer. Jing Tiangong was silent. Wait a little longer? How many years had he been waiting? If he waited any longer, the Jie School would disperse. 30 years later, Hanju was finally close to the rank 7 immortal emperor realm. However, the netherworld had not been peaceful recently. Battle auras often appeared near Hidden Sect Island. Hanju asked the Black Hell Demon Lord to investigate and learned that there was a force who wanted to overthrow the rule of the netherworld. It was still too difficult for the ambitious King of Hell to eliminate the Heavenly Emperor. First, he had to think of a way to kill his way out of the netherworld. Hanju felt that the netherworld would also become a battlefield. Should he consider finding a backup location? On this day, Duan Hongchun suddenly found him. After entering the cave abode, he was very nervous and didn't dare to look at him. What is it? Hanju asked. Duan Hongchun mustered his courage and asked, Can I learn a mystical power from you? Learning a mystical power was not only about becoming stronger but also a process of changing one's identity. Although they were both on the hidden sect island and his cultivation level was still high, he felt inferior to the hidden sect disciples. To put it bluntly, he was still a prisoner. Hanju asked, "What mystical power do you want to learn?" Duan Hongchen looked up in surprise, not daring to believe his ears. He didn't expect Hanju to agree so readily. Hanju said, "Counting the time you've been in the hidden sect for a period of time, it's very rare for you to take the initiative to take a step forward. Actually, some of those disciples have the same background as you and were subdued by me. As long as you don't threaten the hidden sect and are willing to cultivate the great Tao together, I'll let bygones be bygones. You don't have to be afraid that I'll do anything to you. In fact, you provoked me first. The fact that I let you live is already an expression of my goodwill." Duan Hongchen felt ashamed. He had indeed been a little reckless back then. But from the looks of it, it was not a bad thing. Although these hidden sect disciples were still young, they were all talented and had unlimited potential. Duan Hongchen's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability: 5 stars. Duan Hongchen pondered for a moment and said, "I want to learn the Heavenly Sword Tao." Li Yao's Heavenly Sword Tao was indeed very strong. If he used it with his cultivation, he might be able to kill enemies at a higher cultivation level. Hanju nodded and started to teach the Heavenly Sword Tao. A month later, Duan Hongchen left in satisfaction. Morongqi smiled. "How about it? I told you, Grandmaster is definitely willing to teach you." Duan Hongchen also smiled. "I will never forget Sect Master's favor. Just you wait. My current goal is to defeat the Black Hell Demon Lord." The Black Hell Demon Lord, who was cultivating on the mountaintop, raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. If he was surpassed by Duan Hongchen, his status would definitely decrease. He couldn't be careless. This fellow was very talented and had lived longer than him. He had to cultivate seriously. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. The Heavenly Tao Buddha and the Demon Emperor were not dead yet. He had to curse them. As for Li Xianxia, Hanju only wanted to make him uncomfortable, so he didn't waste his life recklessly. After Hanju finished cursing, he was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly frowned. He felt a divine sense sweep across Hidden Sect Island. He immediately checked the experts around the island. Xitigarbha, cultivation unknown. Buddha from the Buddhist sect. Xitigarbha? Why was this fellow here? Hanju still remembered that Xitigarbha had a grudge against Xianxia. He didn't expect that he was not only an immortal emperor. The Tao field could isolate the zenith heaven's divine sense. Xitigarbha shouldn't be able to spy on the situation in Hidden Sect Island. Soon, Xitigarbha left. After Hanju couldn't detect him, he started the simulation trial. He fought Xitigarbha for 2 hours. Although he was defeated, he felt that Xitigarbha was not that strong. It wasn't worthy of the strength of the deity realm. Could it be that this fellow was severely injured? Hanju felt that it was possible. Otherwise, how could he have let Xianxia escape back then? 10 years later, Hanju's soul was about to transform. In other words, he was about to break through to the rank 7 immortal emperor realm. He was very satisfied with this. He was about to break through when the Heavenly Tao token suddenly emitted a divine sense fluctuation. Hanju connected his divine sense. The Divine Palace is preparing to launch a large-scale invasion of the Netherworld. Be careful and don't get involved, the Heavenly Emperor reminded. Divine Palace? Hanju asked in surprise. They didn't follow the Demon Court to fight against the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect? The Heavenly Emperor said, "The matter of Tao Sovereign has had a huge impact on the Divine Palace." After the new palace master was appointed, he directly announced that he had cut ties with the Demon Emperor. At the same time, they will no longer fight against the Heavenly Court and will target the Netherworld. This is also a good thing for the Heavenly Court. After all, the Netherworld wants to target the Heavenly Court, so I won't stop them. Hanju said, "Don't worry. They won't discover me." He thought of something and asked, Your Majesty, do you know the 9 Nether Purgatory? 9 Nether Purgatory? I know. In the past, the Netherworld was the true immortal world. After the immeasurable calamity ended, the world was filled with negative karma and could not dissipate. The Tao ancestor took action and overturned yin and yang with a flip of his hand. The Netherworld became the immortal world and the immortal world became the Netherworld. The Tao ancestor then suppressed all negative karma under the Yellow Spring and the 9 Nether Purgatory never dispersed. You shouldn't approach it. Many powerful existences defeated by the immeasurable calamity are hidden inside. If you fall in, I won't be able to save you. The Heavenly Emperor's tone was very serious. Hanju had a bold thought. Why not hide in the 9 Nether Purgatory? His stellar primordial body could absorb negative karma. If it could absorb the negative karma in the 9 Nether Purgatory, Hanju was tempted. The idea was bold and fatalistic. If not for the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, Hanju's breakthrough speed would not be as fast as now. After chatting with the Heavenly Emperor for a while, Hanju severed his divine sense. He was interested in the 9 Nether Purgatory. He would break through first and then create a heavenly puppet or clone to investigate it. If he could hide in the 9 Nether Purgatory, it would be really easy for Hanju to avoid the immeasurable calamity. After all, the 9 Nether Purgatory was equivalent to the end of the immeasurable calamity. The breakthrough of the 9 ranks of the Emperor realm was very similar. It was mainly the transformation of the soul. Hanju entered the breakthrough state easily. 3 years later, he forcefully broke through to the rank 7 Immortal Emperor realm. His dermic powers soared and his soul transformed. Hanju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 4111/1,399,999,999,999,999. Race: Immortal, stellar primordial body. Cultivation: Rank 7 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. He had 1.3 quadrillion years of lifespan. Even the round number had changed. Hanju suddenly felt lonely. At this rate, how long would his lifespan become? Endless growth meant eternal life. He spent a year consolidating his cultivation. Compared to before, Hanju spent even less time. It was mainly because he was already completely used to everything in the Emperor realm. I just broke through. I have to celebrate. Hanju thought silently. He didn't plan to curse the enemy anymore. The current situation was quite good. Could buy him more time to cultivate. If he really cursed the Heavenly Tao Buddha or the Demon Emperor to death, the balance would be broken and the calamity would intensify. It might affect his cultivation. It was fine as long as the Heavenly Emperor did not die. Hanju decided to celebrate with the derivation function. He had given up on the previous question. This time he was lucky and confident. He could ask. Hanju thought silently. I want to know who's the strongest in this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Be decisive. After Hanju made up his mind, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a white-robed man whom Hanju had never seen before. Who was this fellow? Hanju was puzzled. At the same time, he felt that the system was a scam. He had spent 1 billion years of his lifespan, but now he was being shown a photo? There were no words. Just as Hanju had this thought, lines of words appeared in front of him. Zhu 2. Cultivation unknown. Immeasurable Emperor. Connate Divine Spirit. He was once the vice sect master of the Jie school. He went through 2 immeasurable calamities. He changed the heavenly secrets and altered his identity. He established the divine palace and wanted to dominate the immeasurable emperor. He wants to become the master of calamity. The founder of the divine palace? Vice sect master of the original Jie school? Another traitor. Hanju showed a frown. He didn't expect that the Divine Palace actually hid existences stronger than the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, and the Demon Emperor. It seemed that he couldn't ignore the Divine Palace in the future. Hanju thought for a moment and didn't plan to curse him. Zhu Tu didn't provoke him, so he naturally wouldn't curse him. The Divine Palace could win the immeasurable calamity, but it was fine as long as they did not eradicate the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court had experienced many minor calamities but had never won once. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor did not expect to win the immeasurable calamity. It was fine as long as he was alive. A Heavenly Tao force like Heavenly Court could not survive by hiding. They had to fight for providence and make the winner wary and not dare to eradicate them. This was the foundation of their existence. Then, Hanju started cursing the enemy. 5 days per person was not much. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your disciple Su Qi has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has returned to the heavenly court. Your granddisciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X210221. Because of your curse, your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha has deepened his mental demons and has become a person facing the calamity. Your good friend Tao Sovereign was attacked by a heavenly court mighty figure. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Didn't Jiang Yi go to seek opportunities? Why was he beaten up? A mere immortal emperor had severely injured him? Hanju secretly despised him. Fortunately, he didn't follow him. The deity realm of the ruins of End? It seemed very dangerous. Friend, I hope you survive. Follow me in the future. At least you won't be beaten. Hanju had a good impression of Jiang Yi. After all, Jiang Yi had been severely injured by the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Hanju didn't want such a good friend to die. In addition, the Heavenly Tao Buddha had also become someone facing the calamity. Hanju didn't understand. Why were there so many people facing the calamity? Ji Xianxia was, the Demon Emperor was, and so was Duan Hongqian. It would happen as long as he entered the calamity? But why were the Heavenly Emperor, the Divine General, and the others not? Hanju thought that the people facing the calamity were the protagonists. He would wait and see. It wasn't bad for both enemies to become people facing calamity. At least, the chances of them dying were very high. Hanju also noticed an email. Li Daokong was attacked by the Demon Emperor but was not severely injured? This guy was something. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor thought so highly of him. Even a half-step Zenith Heaven cultivator can fight against an established mighty figure. He has my style. Hanju thought silently. In the following year, Hanju raised his sword Dao to its limits. He began to study the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus in his body. If he wanted to go to the 9 Nether Purgatory, he had to be surrounded by negative karma. Otherwise, once he entered the 9 Nether Purgatory, he would definitely be torn apart by the ghosts one after another. Hanju felt that although the 9 Nether Purgatory was dangerous, it was definitely peaceful. Otherwise, how could Duan Hongqian be revived? However, he couldn't control negative karma now. He could only absorb it. Now that he was a rank 7 Immortal Emperor, he wanted to see if he could control the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. After so many years of absorption, the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus was already used to his aura. At least, Hanju didn't feel it was so dangerous anymore. The universe of stars in the depths of his soul was already filled with primordial chi. Endless purple mist filled the stars. Even the reroll world was surrounded. Some cultivators had once flown out of the reroll world and wanted to leave, but they were frightened by the nebulous primordial chi. If not for Hanju stopping them, they would have been devoured by the nebulous primordial chi and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed, turning into dust. The nebulous primordial chi's strength was related to Hanju's cultivation. It was equivalent to his dermic powers. The dermic powers of an immortal emperor were not something that ordinary beings could touch. A year later, Hanju finally discovered a way. The previous 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus had been suppressed in the stars and could not come into contact with the nebulous primordial chi. Now, when the nebulous primordial chi drowned the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus, the lotus petals would fade. Although the color faded very slowly, it was indeed fading. Han Ju's divine sense could enter the faded part. Just a portion that was countless times smaller than a sesame seed contained immense negative karma. Han Ju could control it and release it to wrap around his body. This was only a form of release. He couldn't use negative karma to attack the enemy. Han Ju decided to continue using the nebulous primordial chi to cleanse the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus. Since he couldn't expel it from his body, he would subdue it and use it for himself. At the very least, it couldn't become an unstable source of danger. Han Ju didn't have to keep an eye on the process of soaking the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus with nebulous primordial chi. He could still cultivate in peace. He needed a long time to master the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus. Boom! A loud sound suddenly sounded. The yellow spring around Hidden Sect Island began to stir. A terrifying pressure descended and enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers. This aura is at least a rank 9 immortal emperor. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Dao Comprehension's sword asked nervously, "Master, are we running?" Han Ju shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. If there had been a battle here, no one would come for a long time." Han Ju checked the nearby experts. Diamond Rage. Rank 9 Immortal Emperor. Thunder Dao Grand Magus. Green Blood Ghost Deity. Rank 9 Immortal Emperor. Ghost Deity of the Underworld. They were indeed rank 9 Immortal Emperors. Han Ju immediately started the simulation trial. Not bad. They were insta-killed. Han Ju couldn't tell who was stronger and who was weaker. He could only wait and see. The battle between Diamond Rage and the Green Blood Ghost Deity did not affect Hidden Sect Island for the time being. With their cultivation levels, they couldn't sense the island's existence. Han Ju only hoped that they would leave as soon as possible. The Hidden Sect disciples were also discussing this battle. They didn't panic. Han Ju didn't control the Hidden Sect Island to escape, which meant that the enemy was not as strong as him. The Black Hell Demon Lord sighed. Recently, the Netherworld has been less and less peaceful. Fortunately, we stayed in the Yellow Spring. The Black Hell Chicken asked, "Big brother, can you defeat the fellow outside?" The Black Hell Demon Lord shook his head. "You're so weak." The Black Hell Chicken couldn't help but ridicule. Why did it feel like other than them, this big brother couldn't defeat anyone else? The Black Hell Demon Lord had been here for a long time and knew what it meant. He glared at the Black Hell Chicken. This fellow was so despicable. Ever since he had joined the Hidden Sect, the Black Hell Chicken had been disrespecting him even more. Tu Linger muttered, "There's an aura outside that makes me feel close. Could it be a magus?" Liao frowned and asked, "Don't tell me you want to save him?" Tu Linger shook her head. "I don't even know him. Why should I save him? Don't cause trouble for us. I only recognize the identity of a Hidden Sect disciple. What magus race? All of them can go away." The others shook their heads and laughed, not refuting. After following Han Ju for a long time, they were all afraid of getting into trouble. Especially with Sun Chang'an's tragic case and the chaotic Heavenly Dog's experience. They increasingly believed that they could only obtain the Tao by imitating Han Ju. At least he was already a successful example. Until now, they had never seen Han Ju in such a sorry state. The enemies either couldn't catch up to him or were insta-killed by him. Within the 5 elements of the 3 realms, he came and went without a trace. This was a person who had achieved the Tao. The battle lasted for an hour before Diamond Rage and the Green Blood Ghost Deity finally left. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to attack rashly. Once he insta-killed the enemy, this place would be exposed. Sigh. When could he be invincible? Han Ju couldn't help but think of the mighty figures outside the 33rd heaven. Their Tao field was there. Everyone knew, but no one dared to provoke it. No matter how crazy the Demon Emperor was, he had to stay in front of the Great Ultimate Hall. Hanju's current goal was to become the next ancestor Shitian. After Diamond Rage and the Green Blood Ghost deity left, Hidden Sect Island returned to normal. Hanju continued his boring cultivation life. The Hidden Sect disciples were the same. It was worth mentioning that the Black Hell Demon Lord had been stimulated by something and had begun to cultivate diligently. He often appeared in the simulation trial. Hanju could see the scenes of the others in the simulation trial. This fellow was very hard-working, that was good. The rank 5 Immortal Emperor was very strong back then, but now he was nothing in Hanju's eyes. Cough cough. He had become arrogant. During the boring cultivation sessions, Hanju liked to play with his inner thoughts. At least it could satisfy his psychological needs. Of course, his Tao heart could not change. If he really encountered a rank 5 Immortal Emperor enemy, Hanju would definitely use the simulation trial first, just in case. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. The battle in the Netherworld could be considered to have completely begun. Every few months, auras would pass through the sky above Hidden Sect Island. They were strong and weak. The strongest even made Hanju feel danger. Fortunately, Hidden Sect Island was really tiny in the Yellow Spring. With the concealment effect of the Tao field, Hidden Sect Island was not discovered. The days passed without incident. On this day, Diamond Rage was here again. He was severely injured and had fallen into the Yellow Spring. He wasn't far from Hidden Sect Island. Hanju was stunned. What was going on? Acting pitiful? Hanju was alerted. Diamond Rage sank deeper and deeper into the Yellow Spring. Hanju felt that it was not a coincidence that he came here. After thinking about it, he still moved him into Hidden Sect Island. Diamond Rage had already fallen unconscious. Hanju extracted his soul and placed it in the world of stars, using the nebulous primordial chi to suppress it. The other disciples gathered when they saw his body. Hanju let the Black Hell Demon Lord watch the body while he returned to the Khanate cave abode. He probed the world of stars with his consciousness and discovered that the Grand Mega Soul was slightly different. This soul was very weak, far weaker than a rank 9 Immortal Emperor of the same realm. It felt similar to the soul of an early-stage Emperor realm cultivator. After a long while, Diamond Rage woke up in anger and was shocked when he saw the countless stars and nebulous primordial chi around him. Thinking of something, he hurriedly shouted, "Are you fellow Taoist Hanju?" Hanju's voice sounded, "You came specially to find me?" Diamond Rage heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. The Magus race was surrounded by the Netherworld. Before Mengpa died, she asked me to come and seek refuge with you. She used her great mystical power to sense that the descendant of my race was near this Yellow Spring. I don't know her exact location and could only come here. I couldn't hold on any longer when I first arrived. Hanju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Mengpo's portrait changed. Her face seemed to have become younger, but he could tell that it was very similar to the past. Empress Hutu, Cultivation unknown. Khanate ancestral Magus, Lord of Reincarnation. She is hidden in the Netherworld and holds the responsibility of reincarnation. Her wish is to strengthen the Magus race. Current favorability: 3 stars. Empress Hutu? Hanju showed a frown. From the looks of it, Mengpa had really died. After the clone died, the favorability would become the favorability of the main body. Hanju asked, "The Magus race was destroyed by the Netherworld?" Diamond Rage said angrily, "Our Magus race is already struggling at death's door. We rely on the protection of the reincarnation in order to survive. The King of Hell and the Divine Palace Master, Zhu Tu, have joined forces to break through the reincarnation providence. Although Empress Hutu has remarkable abilities, she was restrained by some force and cannot protect us. In our race, only I have escaped." Hanju frowned even harder. How troublesome. So troublesome. Hanju was worried that the enemy would follow Diamond Rage to find him. This was not good. Before Mengpa died, she asked me to tell you that as long as you can protect me and Tu Linger, she will definitely help you in the future and become your backing. Diamond Rage continued. Hanju was speechless. Even Empress Hutu is being held back. How can she be my backing? However, Mengpa treated him quite well. Before she died, she entrusted him with something so he could not refuse. Hanju said, "Stay here first. I'll let you out after a while." "Thank you." Diamond Rage has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability: 5 stars. Such a high favorability? It didn't seem like a lie. Hanju looked at Diamond Rage's introduction. He was indeed not lying. Then again, how strong must Empress Huta be if she was the Lord of Reincarnation? Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He wrapped the hidden sect island with his dermic powers and controlled the island to quickly fly away. Hidden sect island was like a grain of sand in the yellow spring. It moved quickly, like lightning, covering millions of miles in the blink of an eye. An hour later, Hanju felt that he had arrived at the ends of the netherworld before stopping. This netherworld was really huge. It seemed endless. Hanju waited cautiously, afraid that Diamond Rage's enemies would catch up. Several days later, Hanju felt the aura of battle again. It was 10 million miles away from Hidden Sect Island. He felt the aura of immortal emperors. The battle lasted for a day and a night before it dispersed. Hidden Sect Island was not attacked. The netherworld was really becoming more and more chaotic. If even the netherworld was like this, it was hard to imagine how chaotic the immortal world was. A full 10 years passed. After confirming that Diamond Rage wouldn't attract trouble, Hanju released his soul and returned it to his body. Diamond Rage was very excited to see Tu Linger. It was as if he had met an old friend from a foreign land. His eyes were watery. Tu Linger didn't like it and ignored him. Hanju said, "From now on, you will stay on Hidden Sect Island and cultivate. You're not allowed to leave the island. If you do, I will immediately leave with this island. At that time, don't even think about asking me to save you." Diamond Rage nodded. Hanju pulled him into the simulation trial and the two fought. Diamond Rage was insta-killed. He was shocked. He remembered that Mengpa had said that Hanju only had special methods and was not strong. He was a rank 9 immortal emperor, but he was insta-killed. He could feel that he could unleash his full strength in the simulation trial just like in reality. It was just that Hanju was too fast. He felt the horror of facing a deity realm mighty figure. He respected Hanju more and more. At the same time, he developed a fanatical interest in the simulation trial. The Magi were born as combatants. In order to let him immerse himself in this, Hanju opened up some opponents. They were all immortal emperors from the Great Ultimate Hall. However, Diamond Rage was most passionate about fighting the Green Blood Ghost deity because he had previously lost to him. With the addition of Diamond Rage, the hidden sect became stronger again. The Black Hell Demon Lord and Duan Hongchen felt the pressure and cultivated even more seriously. There were no 4 seasons in the Netherworld, but time continued to pass. As the battle in the Netherworld raged, the order of reincarnation collapsed. The Bridge of Forgetfulness could no longer be used for reincarnation. In the 2 realms of living and dead, the number of wandering ghosts increased greatly. Hanju clearly felt the negative karma in the world increasing. The so-called negative karma was the resentment created by slaughter, and it transformed into a form of karma. Evil was punished because of negative karma. Being surrounded by negative karma was equivalent to being cursed by ghosts. Year after year passed. 30 years passed quickly. On this day, after Hanju told Dao Comprehension Sword to go out, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by a divine palace mighty figure. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Dao Buddha. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and his body was destroyed. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Zhou Fan accidentally entered the ancient forbidden zone and obtained the inheritance of the slaughter god. His providence has transformed. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X120982. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has fallen into the great swamp of dreams. His soul has traveled to the primordial era. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a divine palace cultivator X459003. Your good friend Xianxia has grasped heavenly thunder. His cultivation has increased greatly. Hanju frowned. Why was Li Daokong attacked by the heavenly Dao Buddha? Weren't the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect allies? Li Daokong was really strong. He was attacked by the demon emperor and the heavenly Dao Buddha, but he was not severely injured. How terrifying would this fellow be after stepping into the zenith heaven realm? As expected of the strongest sword Dao in the immortal world. Hanju also noticed that Fong Liang's soul had actually been sent to the primordial era? Did he really transmigrate, or was it just his consciousness? Was he dreaming? Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships. Fong Liang's introduction didn't change or become another name. He could only pray that nothing happened to him. A month later, he continued to cultivate. At this moment, he felt something and took out the heavenly Dao token. It burned and trembled again. His providence had increased again. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Detected bearer of connate providence. Check its origin. Connate providence? It had been a long time since this had last appeared. The last time it appeared was when Duan Hongqin showed up, as a person who would face the calamity. Hanju immediately checked. Lu Huashu, early stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm, Purple Star Emperor, reincarnation of a Zenith Heaven Emperor. He was once one of the 4 extreme emperors of the Heavenly Court. He reincarnated with the supreme treasure, the Heavenly Dao Purple Emperor Spear. The Purple Emperor Spear is his soul. The two cannot be separated. His talent is powerful. He reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm in less than 300 years and awakened the Purple Emperor Star Dao Fruit. Reincarnated Zenith Heaven? So awesome? Wait. Heavenly Court's 4 extreme emperors? Hanju frowned. Could it be the Heavenly Emperor's arrangement? After the Heavenly Dao token calmed down, Hanju picked it up and started to contact the Heavenly Emperor. The 4 extreme emperors? Why are you suddenly asking about them? The Heavenly Emperor asked curiously. Hanju didn't hide anything and told him about the reincarnation of the Purple Emperor Star to the reroll world. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent. After a long while, the Heavenly Emperor said softly, "The 4 extreme emperors are actually on the same level as me in the Heavenly Court. It's just that I'm in charge. Among them, the Purple Star Emperor is the most ambitious and has never been convinced by me. Although he came to support me once, I haven't seen him since that time. I didn't expect him to have already died and reincarnated into your mortal world. He was probably attracted by the providence of the reroll world during his reincarnation. The current reroll world was ranked extremely high on the Heavenly Dao tablet. It could already be ranked in the top 100 in the mortal worlds below the Heavenly Dao. It was indeed possible that the Purple Star Emperor had chosen the reroll world by chance. Hanju asked, "How should I face him?" Let nature take its course. You can't suppress him in advance. Otherwise, it will stimulate the Zenith Heaven Dao fruit hidden in the depths of his soul. A Zenith Heaven powerhouse can only perish in the calamity or be killed by a sage. If you offend him, you will definitely die. Fine. Hanju didn't expect Lu Huashu to be so fierce. Is this a Zenith Heaven? I must reach it. Hanju changed the topic and asked, "How's the Heavenly Court recently? The Buddhist sect didn't betray you, right?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "The conflict has always been there, but there's no great danger. The Buddhist sect is now controlled by the Divine Might Buddha and is still working with the Heavenly Court. However, the Heavenly Dao Buddha has become fiendish. Not long ago, he broke through the Buddhist sect's suppression and began to act recklessly in the immortal world. The Heavenly Court, the Demon Court, the Divine Palace, and even the Buddhist sect were attacked by him. The mighty Buddha actually ended up in such a state. What a pity. That damned dark forbidden lord is intolerable under the Heavenly Dao." Hanju almost vomited blood. "Your Majesty, I did this for you. Everyone in the world can scold me, but you can't." Hanju cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to tell the truth. He could only accompany the Heavenly Emperor and scold the Dark Forbidden Lord as well. Speaking of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he's gaining more and more believers. They have even gathered in the immortal world to form the Darkness sect, preparing to fight for the Providence together and curry favor with the Dark Forbidden Lord. Among them, the most powerful is the Azura race. They've zenith heaven existences. They were born after the first immeasurable calamity of the heavenly Tao. Although they were never powerful, they have always been alive. The Heavenly Emperor continued. What the hell? Darkness sect? Azura race? Hanju almost died of anger. It looked like the Azura race was fanatic about him, but in fact, they were clearly using the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord to cause trouble. No way. Hanju didn't receive any benefits from them. Hanju asked, "Who is their leader? What's his name?" The Heavenly Emperor replied, "They just changed leaders. His name is Xue Mingi. He just escaped from the Netherworld's 9 nether purgatory not long ago." Xue Mingi? Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Majesty, do you know Ancestor Mingi?" "I don't know." The Heavenly Emperor's answer disappointed him. This Xianxia world had many similarities to the legends of his previous world and the online novels, but they were actually different. In short, it was the difference in the timeline. Ancestor Shitian had survived 9 immeasurable calamities. The current Heavenly Emperor also came into power after Hao Tian. It was unknown which Heavenly Emperor he was. Hanju stopped thinking. Regardless of whether it was related to the mythologies he knew, it had nothing to do with him. As for the Earth in his previous life, he wasn't too concerned about it. He didn't have the obsession of a transmigrator. If he had the chance to return, he could go back and take a look. But he didn't have the determination to return no matter what. Hanju only wanted to cultivate immortality and live forever. Soon, the Heavenly Emperor severed his divine sense connection. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to educate Xue Mingi. He didn't curse too much. He only cursed for 5 days to teach him a lesson. Han Ming's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Hanju looked at the notification and was indifferent. This kid's favorability towards him kept decreasing or increasing randomly. He was simply crazy. Hanju didn't want to have anything to do with him. The two of them hadn't grown up relying on each other. In the underworld of the netherworld, the King of Hell sat on a ghost chair expressionlessly and stared at a black shadow in the hall. "Who are you?" the King of Hell asked in a low voice. The black shadow smiled. "My identity isn't important. What's important is what I can obtain for the King of Hell. How can this king trust you? In 10 years, sweep through the Buddhist factions in the netherworld. I'll inform you in advance to show my sincerity." "Oh? Then, what do you want?" "The Yellow Spring." The King of Hell narrowed his eyes. He asked with a faint smile, "You want the 9 nether purgatory? It seems that your identity is not simple. You can't be related to Xue Mingi, right?" The black shadow smiled. "Don't worry. I have no relationship with the 9 nether purgatory. I just want to use it. I won't touch the netherworld in the future. My goal is the immortal world." The King of Hell fell into deep thought. He had indeed been troubled by the Buddhist factions led by Xitigarbha recently. If he couldn't purge the netherworld, how could he dare to attack the heavenly court without worry? Damn the Buddhist sect. They were determined to ally with the heavenly court. The King of Hell said, "All right, sure. I agree." The black shadow vanished like smoke, leaving only one sentence. "King of Hell, you will soon unite the netherworld, immortal world, Kunlun." In the mountains above a huge lake, Long Hao meditated in midair. Endless immortal chi rose along the surface of the lake and poured into his body. A middle-aged Taoist stood by the lake, stroking his beard as he looked at him. "Very good. The hope of the Chan school's revival can fall on this kid." The middle-aged Taoist smiled. With that said, a Tao child appeared beside him. He looked to be 5 or 6 years old. His face was exquisite and cute, making it impossible to tell if he was male or female. The Tao child said, Master, the heavenly court sent someone to visit. They said that it's Long Hao's elder brother, Long Jun. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. Let him wait. Tell him that Hauer is comprehending the mystical power of the Chan school. The Tao child was stunned and couldn't help but ask, Master, he's from the heavenly court. Do you trust him so much? Long Hao was in a state of enlightenment and could not hear the outside world. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. The heavenly court is a force supported by the Tao sect. It's good that the Chan school and the heavenly court join forces. The heavenly court controls the myriad worlds. The Chan school can teach as much as we want. Isn't this the best outcome? The Tao child was silent. The middle-aged Taoist continued, By the way, investigate Hauer's sect. He has a mysterious master. I can't deduce it. He probably has a powerful background. The Tao child nodded and disappeared. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered above as the oppressive heavenly might enveloped Kunlun. The middle-aged Taoist suddenly looked up and frowned. Kunlun is a heavenly Tao-blessed land. How can it attract the heavenly tribulation unless he carries the burden of great karma? But why can't I sense his great negative karma? Wait! Could it be hidden in the depths of his soul? The middle-aged Taoist's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and swiped his index finger across his eyes. Then his pupils turned into a pair of purple crescent moons. 10 years passed. While cultivating, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. Tao Comprehension Sword had been outside the cave for the past few years. She had been studying the heavenly sword Tao with Liao, and both had improved. Diamond Rage had completely integrated into the hidden sect. The one who had the best relationship with him was not Tu Linger, but the Black Hell Chicken. No one bothered with him when he first entered. Only the Black Hell Chicken kept mocking him. At first he was very unhappy. 10 years later he actually liked the Black Hell Chicken's tone. It was mainly because the Black Hell Chicken dared to scold anyone. It was quick when it should admit defeat and always made him laugh. As Hanju cursed, he could still hear the Black Hell Chicken and the chaotic heavenly dog cursing. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your grand disciple Fong Liang has defied heaven and changed his fate. The heavenly Tao does not tolerate it and his providence has weakened. Your good friend Tao Sovereign was attacked by your enemy Li Shenao. Your good friend Ji Xianxia killed the divine beast Azure Dragon. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. His life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mysterious mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Han Ming was possessed. His soul was imprisoned in a Dharma treasure and he is enduring torture. The new protagonist had arrived. Li Daokong? He was really stubborn. He fought every 10 years with big shots. What was going on with Fong Liang changing his fate? Han Ju was a little worried, afraid that something would happen to him. He still liked Fong Liang very much, second only to Murong Qi. However, this kid's fate was full of trouble. He had Zhou Fan's intentions. Speaking of Zhou Fan, this fellow had been very active recently. His cultivation level had reached the Grand Unity True Immortal realm. Of course, it wasn't worth mentioning in the immortal world. Han Ju noticed that his loyal reader Jiang Yi was severely injured again. How tragic. As for Han Ming, why was he possessed? Han Ju instinctively smelled a conspiracy. Would the possessed Han Ming come to him and successfully obtain his trust before waiting for an opportunity to kill him? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more likely it was. At this moment, he felt the yellow spring outside the island stir. Duan Hongqian came to the cave abode and asked to see him. Han Ju let him in. Sect Master, something bad has happened. Someone is opening the barrier to the 9 nether purgatory, Duan Hongqian said anxiously. Han Ju said, so be it. Won't they die if they go in? Duan Hongqian said, I suspect that he doesn't want to go in but wants to release the ghosts in the 9 nether purgatory. At that time, the entire yellow spring will become a teleportation formation. We will definitely be affected. Someone wanted to release all the ghosts in the 9 nether purgatory. Hanju frowned. He had a bold idea. If all the ghosts in the 9 hells purgatory ran out, could he take this opportunity to hide in it? No. If the mighty figure took action, put the ghosts back in, and blocked the entrance, wouldn't he be a sitting duck? Hanju said, "We'll see. During this period of time, pay more attention to the movements of the Yellow Spring. If there's really no way we can just leave the netherworld. I have a mystical power that allows me to directly jump out of the netherworld." Duan Hongqian was relieved. He didn't expect him to stop this as long as he had a way to survive. Hanju continued cultivating. He didn't care about the commotion in the Yellow Spring. Even the divine sense of a Zenith Heaven Realm expert couldn't spy on the Dao field. To discover Hidden Sect Island, one had to have heaven-defying luck. Several months passed. Hanju, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel a very strong aura rising from the depths of the Yellow Spring. A mighty figure had appeared. Hanju waited nervously. He felt the powerful enemies around Hidden Sect Island, but he couldn't detect them. They were not close enough. For the next period of time, the entire netherworld was filled with terrifying killing intent. 7 years later, the white-robed Buddha called Hanju in the reroll world. After asking via voice transmission, he discovered that the white-robed Buddha wanted to recommend him a disciple. It was Lu Huaxiu. This child's talent is unparalleled. If we nurture him well, he will definitely become a powerful expert of the hidden sect in the future. Letting him stay in the reroll world is a little degrading, the white-robed Buddha said excitedly. Hanju remained silent. Lu Huaxiu. The reincarnation of the Purple Star Emperor. Zenith Heaven. If he brought a Zenith Heaven into the Hidden Sect Island, would there be danger? On second thought, no. The reroll world was in the depths of his soul. Lu Huaxiu was also in the Hidden Sect Island. Since that was the case, he would accept him. There was more than one Zenith Heaven in Hidden Sect Island. The Heavenly Tao Buddha was a Zenith Heaven. How could the Supreme Buddha not be a Zenith Heaven? Hanju said, "Sure. I'll take him away directly." He immediately locked onto Lu Huaxiu. Lu Huaxiu was in front of the white-robed Buddha. Hanju directly moved him out of the reroll world and into the Khanate cave abode. Upon seeing him, Lu Huaxiu hurriedly knelt down and said nervously, "Greetings, Senior." Although he had awakened his talent, he had yet to regain his Zenith Heaven consciousness. Hanju nodded and sent a voice transmission to a disciple. Soon, Chu Shuren entered the cave abode. "From today onwards, he's your disciple." Hanju was expressionless, but he was looking forward to it. Supreme Buddha took in the Purple Star Emperor. Let's see who can suppress who in the future. Hanju wasn't afraid of them joining forces. The Supreme Buddha wished that all living beings would give up cultivating. He would definitely not be on good terms with the inherently strong Purple Star Emperor. Chu Shuren was pleasantly surprised. He had finally taken in another disciple. He was tired of Zhou Mingyue. "Yes, Grandmaster." Chu Shuren hurriedly thanked him. Lu Huaxiu hesitated. Hanju waved his hand and gestured for them to leave. Chu Shuren happily pulled Lu Huaxiu away. However, his nightmare began. Lu Huaxiu's talent was not something that the reincarnated demon Saint Zhou Mingyue could compare to. The immortal chi of Hidden Sect Island had also surpassed the reroll world. Lu Huaxiu was like a fish in water, so his cultivation progressed rapidly. In order to suppress him, Chu Shuren had no choice but to cultivate seriously. Previously, when he suppressed Zhou Mingyue, he could still slack off. However, when facing Lu Huaxiu, he really didn't dare to. It would be too embarrassing if his cultivation was surpassed by his disciple. Lu Huaxiu's presence also brought pressure to the other disciples. They were all curious. Where did this fellow come from? He was like another Long Hao. 3 years later, the 10-year period arrived. Hanju habitually cursed the enemy and checked his emails. In the past 10 years, there was nothing special about the emails. Hanju didn't catch any important information either. After cursing, Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor to ask about the situation in the Netherworld. The Heavenly Emperor said helplessly, "You're really cowardly. You're asking me about the Netherworld when you're there? Could it be that you've been hiding and didn't go out at all? That's right. It's easy to die outside. You didn't offend anyone. What are you afraid of? With your cultivation level, if there's no grudge or hatred between you, no one will take the initiative to kill you." The Heavenly Emperor was telling the truth. After reaching the Emperor realm, if he wanted to kill an immortal emperor, there was a high chance that he would attract trouble. If an immortal emperor had a remnant soul in his hometown, killing him completely would be impossible. Hanju said, "What if? There are always stubborn and reckless people. Even if their cultivation is high, they're also reckless. For example, Zhoufan, Xianxia, Zhang and others." The Heavenly Emperor snorted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Forget it. I know that a mysterious existence has opened the 9 nether purgatory. Now, he's fighting against the divine palace with the netherworld. The battle in the netherworld is still ongoing. A mysterious existence? Another variable? I'll say it again. If you want to come to the heavenly court, come at any time. I still have something to do. The Heavenly God General has encountered a tough opponent. I have to go and take a look." With that, the Heavenly Emperor hurriedly severed his divine sense. He hung up. Hanju started to think. "I want to know who opened the 9 nether purgatory. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? A mere 100 million. I have a lifespan of a quadrillion years." Hanju secretly felt disdain and chose to continue. Soon, a figure appeared in his mind. Wasn't this the founder of the Divine Palace, Zhutu? He was once the vice-sect master of the Jie School and was now the strongest person in the immeasurable calamity. What happened? This fellow joined forces with the Netherworld to attack the Divine Palace he created? Could it be that he had been betrayed by the Divine Palace before, or was he acting with it? Hanju favored the latter. This fellow was the number 1 in the immeasurable calamity. It was as easy as flipping his palm to control the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace couldn't be underestimated. This was the script of a winner. A new overlord who had never experienced the immeasurable calamity gathered countless geniuses. Their providence was comparable to that of an old overlord. No matter how one looked at it, there was a high chance that the Divine Palace would win the immeasurable calamity. If it was before, Hanju wouldn't mind if they won. But now that the Heavenly Court and the Divine Palace were mortal enemies, he couldn't let them win. Should I curse Zhu too? Hanju thought silently. No, this fellow was the number 1 person in the immeasurable calamity. He couldn't curse him rashly. He had to think about it after the Book of Misfortune leveled up. He had to find a chance to inform the Heavenly Emperor about this and let him be prepared. Hanju shook his head and prepared to continue cultivating. Detected that a mysterious existence is plotting to harm you. Do you want to use the Dao field function to enhance the Dao field of the past? A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. He was stunned. What the hell? He quickly chose to use it. The current Dao field could block a Zenith Heaven powerhouse's divine sense. If it was augmented on the past Dao field, it should be able to block the mysterious enemy. He was just afraid that the other party was stronger than Zenith Heaven. Who wants to plot against me? Hanju's first reaction was Feng Liang, who had gone into the primordial era. However, Feng Liang had gone too far back into the past. Why should I guess? Let's derive it. Hanju cursed silently and hurriedly used the derivation function. After finding out who it was, he would directly curse and force the other party to retreat. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The moment Hanju thought of this, a figure appeared in his mind. He had a strange expression. Why is it him? You're courting death. Void Emperor? The person who traveled through time and went to the past to harm Hanju was the son of the Demon Emperor, Void Emperor. Hanju remembered this guy. Previously, in the Great Ultimate Hall, this fellow bumped into him and even developed hatred towards him. After finding the real murderer, Hanju started cursing the Void Emperor without another word. As he cursed, he thought curiously, "The system can defend against enemies who cross time?" A line of words appeared in front of him. The system can only guard against enemies on the current timeline. In other words, the Void Emperor had only gone back recently. Could the system guard against future enemies? That depends on whether you have the system in the future or whether you are willing to help the current you. In other words, Hanju could only deal with the enemies at the current time. He couldn't help but ponder. If he encountered an enemy stronger than Zenith Heaven, the system might not be able to protect him. However, an existence that surpassed the Zenith Heaven realm needed more time to deal with him. They could just kill him. Then again, how could the Void Emperor transmigrate into the past and be certain that it was him? Even the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha could not. Most importantly, Hanju didn't receive any notification that his hatred points had increased. This was very strange. Scarlet Cloud World. The black-robed Void Emperor quickly shuttled through the air. He frowned and muttered, "The supreme treasure shows that the Dark Forbidden Lord was born in this mortal world. But why can't my divine sense find him? This is already the earliest time the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord is very weak and only became the Dark Forbidden Lord because of a certain Dharma treasure? The entire mortal world was weak. The strongest was only at the Mahayana realm. Oh, and some loose immortals hiding in the dark." At this moment, the Void Emperor felt a terrifying curse attack. He was only a rank 9 immortal emperor, and the Book of Misfortune was a deity realm numinous treasure. How could he block it? He was so frightened that he hurriedly found a place to hide and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Hanju hated him so much. How could he let him relax? 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. During this period of time, the Void Emperor had no time to find the Dark Forbidden Lord. He could only circulate his cultivation technique to block the curse. Unfortunately, he still couldn't block it in the end. He kept vomiting blood. His cultivation even began to weaken and showed signs of decreasing. The other party is definitely a Zenith Heaven. He deduced that I have crossed time. No, he might be stronger. The Void Emperor was terrified and did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately jumped into the passage and wanted to return to the original timeline. He bled along the way, splattering his demon blood everywhere, harming countless mortals. Even Grand Unity Golden Immortals could not withstand the blood of immortal emperors. In the end, the Void Emperor returned to his chamber in the Demon Court. He was flustered and his body began to bleed as he quickly rushed out of the hall. A minute later, he barged into the Demon Emperor Palace. The Demon Emperor, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and shouted with killing intent, "What are you doing?" The Void Emperor knelt in front of him and shouted in fear, "Father, save me! The Dark Forbidden Lord wants to kill me." The Demon Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and used his dermic powers to heal him. Boom! The Void Emperor's body exploded. Blood splattered all over the ground and onto the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's expression darkened. He used his dermic powers to protect the Void Emperor's soul. The Void Emperor's consciousness was already extremely blurry, and he couldn't even speak. Hanju really had the intention to kill. He cursed with all his might. He himself had also suffered severe backlashes. Dark Forbidden Lord. The Demon Emperor's eyes flickered with dense killing intent. It was this fellow again. The Demon Emperor hated the Dark Forbidden Lord the most now. Even his most precious son was targeted by him. How could he tolerate it? At this moment, the curse power began to strengthen again. The Void Emperor's soul began to tremble and could explode at any moment. The Demon Emperor suppressed his anger and continued to protect his son. On the other side, in the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was already bleeding from his 7 apertures. His lifespan had decreased by 1 billion years, but he had yet to curse the Void Emperor to death. "I want to see how long you can last. Hanju's expression was cold. The black light emitted by the Book of Misfortune shone on his face, making him look extremely cold. This fellow didn't care about morals and actually traveled to the past to mess with him. How could he tolerate that? He had to die. 1.2 billion years of lifespan. 1.5 billion years of lifespan. 2 billion years of lifespan. 2.5 billion years of lifespan. Hanju finally saw the image of the Void Emperor disappear. At the same time, he saw 2 emails. Because of your curse, your enemy Void Emperor died. His soul was destroyed. Your enemy Demon Emperor suffered a backlash because he resisted your curse. His mental demons have increased greatly. The Demon Emperor was also around? Wait. Could it be that the Demon Emperor had brought the Void Emperor along or had followed him? Hanju showed a frown. However, the Void Emperor's hatred for him did not increase. This meant that the Void Emperor was not targeting him personally, but his identity. Could it be that they were targeting the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Hanju thought about it, the more likely it was. However, he had to be wary of the Demon Emperor. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and started to heal his injuries. He asked in his heart, did the Void Emperor transmigrate over to find the Dark Forbidden Lord? 10,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. 10,000 years of lifespan was exchanged for one word. Helpless, Hanju continued asking, does the Demon Emperor know that I killed his son? 100,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Void Emperor and the Demon Emperor were only targeting the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju continued to ask, how did the Void Emperor track down the Dark Forbidden Lord? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Concerned his life, he had to ask. At this moment, Hanju felt the world spin. Immediately after, he arrived in a dark palace. The Void Emperor sat on a mat with a jade slip floating in front of him. The Void Emperor said, I want to know where the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Who is he? The jade slip revolved, and a hoarse voice sounded from within. The jade slip of creation can only be used once. After using it, the jade will melt. Are you sure you want to use it? Hanju raised his eyebrows. Why did it sound like a system? The Void Emperor gritted his teeth and said, I want to use it. Father has already been driven mad by the Dark Forbidden Lord. I can't wait anymore. The jade slip of creation revolved faster. After a while it slowed down. The hoarse voice sounded, I can't deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord. That name might not be real, but given by all living beings. There's no karma between the Dark Forbidden Lord and the main body for the time being. The Void Emperor was shocked. Can we really not find him? The jade slip of creation can deduce the time when the Dark Forbidden Lord was born. After all, the Dark Forbidden Lord used a curse to become famous. The jade slip of creation can deduce the curse origin. As for the exact location, it's impossible to determine. You have to figure it out. All right, tell me quickly, the Void Emperor urged. The jade slip of creation transformed into a green light and entered the Void Emperor's mind. Immediately after, everything around him shattered and Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. Jade slip of creation. Fortunately, it was a one-time consumable item. However, there should be more than one jade slip of creation. How many did the Demon Emperor have? Hanju felt a strong sense of danger. No. He had to think of a way to kill the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, there would be no peace in the future. The Demon Emperor was a zenith heaven, after all. He was the overlord of a force. It was almost impossible to curse him to death. Hanju had to think of something else. It would be good if he could urge the various major factions to besiege the Demon Court. As for whether this would harm the living beings under the Demon Court, Hanju didn't care at all. As long as they joined a faction, they should be ready to face a life-and-death crisis. If they wanted peace and stability, they should hide like Hanju. Besides, under the heavenly Tao, other than mortals whose hands were not covered in blood. Hanju stopped thinking and continued healing his injuries. In any case, the Demon Emperor didn't know that he was the one who had caused the death of the Void Emperor. Trouble wouldn't find him in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing while checking his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. He was severely injured. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by Chan School Cultivators X-871. Your grand disciple Fong Liang's soul has returned to his body. His providence has increased greatly. He has welcomed a nirvana tribulation that is hard to come by in 10 million years. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan X-3009. Your good friend Zhoufan was attacked by demons X-322291. Your good friend Zhoufan's negative karma has increased greatly. He has entered the Tao of killing and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by demons X-208712. The Demon Emperor went berserk again. Hanju was puzzled. Didn't the Heavenly Emperor say that existences at their level could not attack? Could it be that they couldn't attack each other? As they watched, many people were attacked by the Demon Emperor. It was worth mentioning that they were not dead. It seemed that the Demon Emperor was not strong enough. This was also good. If the Demon Emperor courted death, he would die sooner or later. A month later, Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor to ask about the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor said helplessly, "If you're so concerned about the Heavenly Court, why aren't you here? Or are you afraid that we'll collapse?" Hanju said, "I'm indeed very afraid. I hope that you can become stronger." Humph, it's impossible for the Heavenly Court to collapse. How many immeasurable calamities has it been? When has the Heavenly Court ever collapsed? Even if the Heavenly Court weakens, the next immeasurable calamity will definitely be a chance for us to rise. Why? Because the Heavenly Court was established by the Tao Ancestor. Is the Tao Ancestor still protecting us? This? Cough cough. How can I trouble him usually? Hanju could hear the guilt in the Heavenly Emperor's tone. Presumably, the Heavenly Court and the Tao Ancestor had already drifted apart. Otherwise, the Heavenly Court wouldn't have been attacked by so many forces. Hanju felt that the 4 overlords of the immortal world had been taking turns to be beaten by the other 3. He didn't know if it was true or not. Is your relationship with Xianxia still good? The Heavenly Emperor suddenly asked. Hanju said, I saved his life before. It should be good. What's wrong? The Heavenly Emperor said, There's something wrong with this child. He's clearly immortal, but his providence is becoming stronger and stronger. He's showing the trend of a peerless prodigy. There's a high chance that he will become someone who will face the calamity. If he can survive, he will progress smoothly, but most of the people who face the calamity will die. Often, only a small number will survive and become a heavenly Tao mighty figure. Hanju raised his eyebrows. From the looks of it, if Xianxia survived the immeasurable calamity, he would be the next heavenly emperor or heavenly Tao Buddha. It was very possible. If this fellow didn't die even after being so reckless, he probably wouldn't die later. Hanju suddenly had a headache. When Xianxia became a mighty figure of the world, he would definitely come to spar with him often. At that time, Hanju wouldn't be able to kill him. It would be very annoying. Cough cough. He was thinking too far ahead. Hanju asked curiously, Your Majesty, with your cultivation, how long do you think this immeasurable calamity will last? The Heavenly Emperor smiled. This is nothing. At the peak of the calamity, the myriad worlds will be covered by negative karma. That's the true beginning. Now, it's only the preparation process. Hanju was speechless. Preparation process. The netherworld was about to be destroyed. Ever since the 9 nether purgatory was opened, Hanju clearly felt that something was wrong with the netherworld. The grudge was too heavy and was constantly transforming into negative karma. In time, it would definitely fill the entire netherworld. At that time, Hanju really couldn't go out. The Heavenly Emperor chatted with him for a while more and asked about his cultivation situation before cutting off his divine sense connection. He continued to cultivate. His cultivation couldn't fall behind. Next, he had to rush to become a rank 8 immortal emperor. Now, Hanju already felt that the emperor realm was too weak. He had to reach the deity realm as soon as possible. It should be very difficult for him to die after reaching the deity realm. Seeing how arrogant and annoyingly Xianxia was, it was like no one could kill him. Heavenly Court by the Heavenly River. Xianxia meditated and cultivated. Beside him stood a sinister and terrifying spear. The spearhead occupied a third of the entire weapon. It was curved like a snake and was sharp and cold. The figure flew over. It was Fang Liang. Fang Liang smiled. Long time no see. Xianxia opened his eyes and glanced at him. Then, he stood up and smiled. You're actually still alive. The two of them had once traveled to an alternate world together and formed a close relationship. He felt that Fang Liang had changed. He had become even older. He couldn't see through him now. The current Fang Liang was no longer the handsome youth from back then. His hair was slightly messy and stubble could be seen by the corner of his mouth. His eyes revealed a faint sorrow. I did die a few times. Fortunately, I was lucky and survived. What about you? Fang Liang smiled faintly. Xianxia also smiled. I also died a few times but survived as well. Their eyes met and both of them understood what the other had experienced. They couldn't help but feel pity for each other. Xianxia pulled Fang Liang to a seat. The two of them began to talk about their experiences, but they hid some things, especially their opportunities. Several hours later, Xianxia said, Fang Liang, the immeasurable calamity has already begun. This is an opportunity for us. Why don't we join forces and fight for providence together? We can take care of each other. Fang Liang said, All right, I don't want to escape this time. I want to fight too. The two of them looked at each other and laughed even louder. It was rare to have a confidant in life. 50 years passed quickly. Hanju was no longer attacked by enemies, but he didn't let his guard down. If there was one time, there would definitely be a second time. He had to be more cautious. Perhaps there would be enemies from the future looking for him outside now. He had to hide in the Dao field and not be discovered. With the Dao field around, his future self could still protect him. If he left the Dao field, the consequences would be unimaginable. On this day, Hanju gathered all the disciples under the Fusang tree and started to preach the Dao. This was the first time Lu Huashu heard him preach. He was very looking forward to it. Before coming, he had heard the white-robed Buddha brag about Hanju. After coming, the hidden sect disciples bragged about him even more, causing him to be very curious about Hanju's cultivation. Diamond Rage was also looking forward to Hanju's lecture. He was only a step away from the deity realm and hoped to find a chance to break through here. The lecture lasted for 5 years. All the disciples had their own insights. Some even directly broke through a major realm. Hanju started to let them ask questions one by one. At the same time, outside Hidden Sect Island, above the yellow spring about 20 million kilometers away, a figure looked down at it. His entire body was pitch black like a shadow as he muttered to himself, Strange. The heavenly secrets revealed that it's in the yellow spring, but there's nothing strange here. The black shadow raised his hand and continued to deduce with his fingers. But after calculating for a while, he still did not notice anything unusual. His divine sense swept through the yellow spring. Apart from wandering vengeful spirits, he couldn't find his target. He sighed and disappeared. On the other side, Hanju was busy preaching and neglected the outside world. It was almost impossible for anyone below the Zenith Heaven realm to discover the Dao field, so he didn't have to check his surroundings at all times. A year later, Hanju said, Next, all of you have to maintain the spirit of cultivating diligently and not be lazy. Although I used a great mystical power to conceal the heavenly secrets on this island, There will definitely be stronger enemies in the future, and even more dangerous tribulations. All of you have to cultivate well. In the future, we will fight against enemies together. I hope that one day, I can ascend to the great Tao with all of you. Ascend to the great Tao. These words made everyone's blood boil. They might not believe what others said, but when it came from Han Ju, they were full of confidence. Han Ju's potential was already ridiculously strong. Following him, they had almost never suffered. Instead, after leaving Han Ju, they often encountered misfortune. Han Ju stood up and left. At the same time, he pulled Lu Huaxu into the simulation trial. After so many years, Lu Huaxu had already given in and thought of himself as a member of the hidden sect. Han Ju didn't care about his previous life and only cared about the present. If the Purple Star Emperor could join the hidden sect in the future, that would also be a good thing. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju cultivated as he probed his consciousness into the primordial world and observed the 36th grade Reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Under the soaking of the nebulous primordial chi, only a small portion of the lotus turned purple. At this rate, it would take a long time for him to completely master the 36th grade Reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. If it was fast, it would take hundreds of years. If it was slow, it would take 1,000 years. Han Ju could only hope that his cultivation breakthrough would increase his mastery of the 36th grade Reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Time passed. Even though the myriad worlds had already welcomed the immeasurable calamity, time continued to pass. The negative karma of the immortal world began to spread to the thousands of mortal worlds. More and more immortals fled the immortal world, spreading the chaos. Han Ju didn't disturb the heavenly emperor anymore. He usually checked the situation through emails. 30 years later, Han Ju was cursing the demon emperor when he suddenly saw an email. Because of your curse, the demon emperor's zenith heaven Tao fruit has begun to be infected by killing intent. Han Ju clicked his tongue in wonder. You're really the craziest one. Han Ju wouldn't show mercy to the demon emperor. 6-star hatred was already irreconcilable. Speaking of which, other than in the Great Ultimate Hall, Han Ju had never met the demon emperor or even spoken with him. If there was anyone to blame, it would be his useless son, Crown Prince Xianxia. Crown Prince Xianxia found trouble with him. Han Ju had killed him and offended his mother, the nine-tailed demon empress. The hatred was too high, so Han Ju had no choice but to kill the nine-tailed demon empress and then offend the demon emperor. When would this cycle of vengeance stop? Anyway, Han Ju wouldn't stop. It would only end with the enemy bowing down. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued reading the emails. Half a year later, Han Ju felt something and took out the Golden Crow token. So it was Zhang Yi who wanted to contact him. Han Ju probed the Golden Crow token with his divine sense and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Yi said, "Can you save me?" "No." The two of them grew silent. Han Ju thought of Zhang Yi's feelings for him and couldn't help but ask, "Who caught you? Why are you like Tao Sovereign?" Zhang Yi asked in surprise, "You know Tao Sovereign?" "Yes, he also asked me for help. I could only ask the Heavenly Emperor to save him. He has already joined the Heavenly Court. Are you also willing to join?" Zhang Yi fell silent again. He was extremely embarrassed. Back then, he tried his best to invite Han Ju to leave the immortal world with him. After Han Ju rejected him, he still despised him. Now, Zhang Yi coughed and said, "I'm not captured. I'm just trapped. This is a mysterious forbidden land. I can't escape and can only seek help." Han Ju asked in surprise, "If you can contact me, why can't you contact the Golden Crow Divine Clan? The token I gave you is a top-notch communication Dharma treasure. This pair of tokens can only send messages to each other. The other tokens are too low-grade. I can't contact the Golden Crow Divine Clan." "Oh, where are you?" "I'm in the dark sinking great swamp in the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'll get someone to help you contact the Golden Crow Divine Clan. It's impossible for me to save you. I'm so weak. I'll die if I go." "Thank you." Zhang Yi wanted to scold Han Ju, but he didn't have the face to. Hanju didn't owe him anything. After severing his divine sense, Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor, hoping that he could help inform the Golden Crow divine clan. The Heavenly Emperor agreed readily. He didn't seem curious about Hanju and Zhang Yi's relationship. That made sense. The reason why Zhang Yi could often come to the mortal world under the Heavenly Court was definitely related to the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju put down the Heavenly Tao token and said, "I've already done all I can. Hope for the best." Then he shook his head. He couldn't understand Zhang Yi's thoughts. He was clearly the strongest prodigy of the Golden Crow divine clan, but he still ran around. Couldn't he cultivate in seclusion in peace? So far, Zhang Yi's cultivation level had only reached the rank 2 Immortal Emperor realm. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, he had been wandering around, causing Hanju's cultivation to far exceed his. The correct path to the Great Tao was cultivation. Hanju warned himself not to forget his true nature. Otherwise, Zhang Yi, Xianxia, and the others would be his fate. The strongest talent was not necessarily the strongest expert. In the Sword Tao River, Liu Bei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He was shocked to find someone beside him. He hurriedly stood up and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" If Hanju was here, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised. It was actually the previous guardian of the Sword Tao River, Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing sized him up and asked, "Where's Hanju? You have his aura. You should be a clone, right?" Liu Bei became even more nervous. "Senior, who are you?" "Zhang Guxing. Tell him my name. He'll come and see me," Zhang Guxing said expressionlessly. Liu Bei immediately used his telepathy to inform Hanju. When Hanju learned that Zhang Guxing had returned, he was first surprised, then wary. After being abducted for so many years, had his brother changed? No, he couldn't go without any preparations. Hanju left a wisp of his soul in the cave abode. If his main body was killed, he could still revive. After doing all of this, he jumped into the Sword Tao River. Zhang Guxing had already recovered his body. He wore black and had a cold expression. His entire body emitted a powerful pressure. Seeing Hanju, he smiled. Hanju also smiled. Zhang Guxing sighed. "You have indeed stepped into the Emperor realm. I still underestimated you." Hanju smiled and asked, "Brother, how did you escape?" Zhang Guxing shook his head and said, "I didn't escape. I've regained my position in the Divine Palace. While I'm cultivating, I came here to visit you and bring you a fortuitous encounter." Fortuitous encounter? Hanju smiled, but his heart tightened. There was indeed a problem. "What opportunity? I'm relieved to see that you're fine." Hanju shook his head and smiled. Zhang Guxing smiled and said, "This opportunity is not simple. It can allow one to directly enter the deity realm." Eh? This sounded familiar. Tao Sovereign seemed to have said that. Hanju shook his head and said, "There's no need. The immeasurable calamity is ahead. Being too eager for quick success will easily cause me to enter the calamity." Zhang Guxing wasn't surprised. He had already expected this situation. This opportunity is not dangerous. It's located in the void and is closely related to the Sword Tao River. You're the Sword Tao River's guardian. Obtaining this opportunity will be smooth sailing, Zhang Guxing said seriously. Hanju understood what he meant. "In that case, I'll return the Sword Tao River to you. You should take this opportunity. I'm still far from the deity realm, anyway." To be honest, the Sword Tao River was a burden to him. Although Liu Bei had gotten to know many geniuses of the Sword Tao through the Sword Tao River, it was useless. He only knew them. If he wanted to build a network, he had to pay the price first. However, Liu Bei was also cowardly and never tried. Zhang Guxing glared at him. "Are you that afraid? You don't even trust me?" Hanju shook his head. "It's not that I don't trust you, but danger is never something we can avoid just because we want to. What I can do is try my best to avoid the possibility of encountering it." Zhang Guxing was silent. Hanju remained silent. Liu Bei stared at them in silence. After a while, Zhang Guxing said, "Forget it. I won't force you. Other than that, there's something else I have to tell you." "What is it?" Regarding the Sword Dao River, this river was born when the Sword Dao obtained the recognition of the heavenly Dao. After a long period of evolution, it has already become the path that a sword cultivator must take. The first guardian is the first sword cultivator of the heavenly Dao. He's actually still alive and is very strong. If you can protect the Sword Dao River from being destroyed in this calamity, you will obtain his recognition. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that you are facing the mission to guard the Sword Dao River. You have the following choices. 1. Accept this mission and say that you will do your best to protect the Sword Dao River. You can obtain a supreme treasure and a great Dao fragment. 2. Reject this mission and you will obtain the hatred of the first sword cultivator in the heavenly Dao. You can obtain a great Dao fragment and a chance to level up the Dao field. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Obtain the hatred of the first sword cultivator in the heavenly Dao. A chance to upgrade the Dao field. These two. Now, the Dao field could already prevent the divine sense of a zenith heaven from prying. After upgrading, would it be able to prevent the divine sense above the zenith heaven realm from spying? However, Han Ju couldn't be sure how strong the number 1 sword cultivator of the heavenly Dao was. Han Ju pretended to be curious and asked, "The first sword cultivator of the heavenly Dao lives in the 33-layered heavens?" Zhang Guxing shook his head. "He's at the deity realm of the ruins of End. From the looks of it, he wasn't as strong as ancestor Shitian." Han Ju said seriously, "Brother, since you know him, why don't you take over the Sword Dao River? I really can't. I'm too timid. Besides, I'm from the heavenly court. We're in trouble. If I continue to be the guardian, I'm afraid I'll cause trouble for the Sword Dao River. You should do it." Zhang Guxing narrowed his eyes. "Are you rejecting it?" Han Ju smiled bitterly. "Brother, I really can't. If it was during a peaceful period, I would definitely help. But now it's the immeasurable calamity. Besides, the position of guardian isn't what I wanted. I was forced by you. After you were captured, I've been trembling in fear. I think I've already done my best to return the Sword Dao River to you unscathed. You reject this mission and obtain a great Dao fragment and a chance to level up the Dao field. Your Dao field has begun to upgrade." Han Ju was nervous. Could that mighty figure really hate him? Li Mui has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. It was only at the 1-star level. He had made the right bet. Han Ju felt that it was impossible for the mighty figure to kill him because of this. Zhang Guxing said helplessly, "Forget it. In that case, hand over the Sword Dao River." Han Ju nodded. This was a good thing. He could bring Liu Bei back and increase the combat strength of Hidden Sect Island. After returning to Hidden Sect Island, Han Ju introduced Liu Bei to the disciples. He didn't reveal Liu Bei's true identity. The addition of the rank 6 Immortal Emperor excited the disciples. However, the Black Hell Demon Lord had a strange expression. He could tell that Liu Bei's body was the Buddhist sect's victorious fighting Buddha. It was said that the victorious fighting Buddha had been attacked by someone and had died in the void of the mortal world. Could it be that he had faked his death and changed allegiance to the hidden sect? It was very likely. The victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect had a long history. Legend had it that the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect did not get along because he liked to fight and went against the peace advocated by the sect. The Black Hell Demon Lord didn't dare to think too much. He knew that there were some things that he couldn't expose. Even if Han Ju's attitude was good towards him, he didn't dare to overstep the line. He had experienced Han Ju's ruthlessness before. He attacked immediately and didn't give the enemy any chance. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju finally had the time to check Li Mui's information. Li Mui, Cultivation unknown, Transcendent Dao expert, Sect Master of the Human School, Creator of the Sword Dao. His existence is untraceable. Because you refused to protect the Sword Dao River, his impression of you has worsened. He thinks that your personality is not worthy of being a sword cultivator. Current hatred points, 1 star. Gasp. Transcendent Tao expert. An existence on the same level as the ancestor Shitian. Furthermore, he was the sect master of the human school. Wasn't he Li Daokong and Li Shenyao's master? Hanju was shocked. Fortunately, it was only 1 star of hatred. If I'm not worthy of being a sword cultivator, so be it. I don't care as long as you don't target me. Hanju thought silently. He began to look forward to the upgraded Dao field. However, the time needed to level up was longer than he had expected. 10 years later. The Dao field had yet to be successfully upgraded, but the immortal chi of Hidden Sect Island kept increasing. Hanju didn't care about immortal chi. What he looked forward to was the Dao field's defensive power. 10 years passed. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy, then habitually checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and was severely injured. He accidentally fused with the demonic path's killing intent and his cultivation increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and was severely injured. He used an ancient forbidden technique and forcefully broke through his limits. Your good friend Jiang Yi was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Empress Hutu discussed the Tao with a mighty figure and comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly Tao. Your good friend Zhoufan has joined the Divine Palace and became the person facing the calamity. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Jihao has joined the human school and obtained its providence. His cultivation has increased greatly. Xianxia and Fang Liang had walked together, beaten up together, went beyond the limits together. Hanju frowned. He was a little unhappy. It was fine if it was Xianxia, as he was not from the hidden sect. Why was Fang Liang also becoming reckless? When this kid returned, he had to teach him a lesson. Hanju didn't want to be implicated by his grand disciple and be forced into danger. Apart from Fang Liang, Hanju also noticed that Zhoufan had become the one facing the calamity. Wow. The reroll world was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. 2 people immediately appeared to face the calamity. Hanju seemed to see a huge hand manipulating everything. Hopefully he was thinking too much. Anyway, he was already hiding on Hidden Sect Island. Hanju continued reading. From the emails, he saw that the battle in the immortal world worsened again, especially the heavenly court. They were attacked by the divine palace and the demon court. There were even other forces. Hanju was curious. Was it the same for the Buddhist sect? Or were they watching from the side? Although the heavenly Tao Buddha had died, Hanju felt that the Buddhist sect would still cause trouble. Also, Hao Tian had yet to leave Long Hao's body. Hanju could know Hao Tian's situation from Long Hao's portrait. The information of his good friend would change. If Long Hao didn't have 2 souls, it meant that Hao Tian had already left his body. Speaking of this, Hanju couldn't help but be puzzled. Ever since the last time, the heavenly emperor seemed to have forgotten about Hao Tian and never mentioned it. Hanju was also too embarrassed to ask. If that was the case, it would appear that he had ulterior motives. Nev. Time passed. 5 years passed. The Tao field had finally been upgraded. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the deity realm. The spatial array has been upgraded. The space within the Tao field has been expanded by 10 times. The Tao field's immortal chi has increased by 10 times. Kanate chi has increased by 2 times. The Tao field can block the prying of the pseudosage divine sense. If the array formation was raised to the deity realm, it meant that ordinary deity realm experts might not be able to barge into Hidden Sect Island. Most importantly, the Tao field could block the divine sense of a pseudosage. Pseudosage? The realm between Zenith Heaven and Sage? Hanju was secretly excited. His sense of security soared. What fortuitous encounter! What providence! They couldn't compare to a home filled with security. Hanju was extremely satisfied. At the same time, the disciples of the hidden sect felt the immortal qi on the island suddenly increase. All these years, the immortal qi had been increasing, but today the increase surprised them. However, seeing that Hanju didn't come out of the cave abode, they knew that he was responsible for it. How strong is he? Diamond Rage was secretly shocked. The cultivation that Hanju displayed was only at the Grand Unity True Immortal realm, but Diamond Rage couldn't even withstand a single blow from him in the simulation trial. In Diamond Rage's opinion, Hanju was at least at the deity realm. Not only him, but the others also felt that Hanju had already far exceeded an immortal emperor. After all, there were many existences beyond the immortal emperor realm in the simulation trial. If Hanju couldn't defeat those enemies, how could he simulate their true strength? Apart from being safer, the improvement of the Tao field also increased the cultivation speed of the entire hidden sect. Hanju was getting closer and closer to becoming a rank 8 immortal emperor. 13 years later, Fairy Xixian suddenly came to visit. Hanju chased Tao Comprehension Sword out and stayed alone with her. After staying on the island for so long, Fairy Xixian's cultivation level had already reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. This cultivation level was still at the bottom of the hidden sect island. In the past, becoming an immortal in 4,000 years would definitely award one the label of genius. Hanju smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Fairy Xixian said, "I want to return to the reroll world to train. I'll return in 100 years. In this netherworld, I can't comprehend the heavenly Tao's nature." "Sure. When do you leave?" "In 2 days. I want to talk to you and discuss the Tao." "Sure." The two of them began to discuss the Tao. It was said to be a discussion of the Tao, but in fact it was also Hanju's one-sided lecture. Fairy Xixian looked at him in a daze. It was as if she had returned to the scene when Hanju first entered Jade's serene peak. Unknowingly, 4,000 years had passed. Thinking back, it was like a dream. The 4,000 years after she met Hanju was shorter than the hundreds of years she had lived before. In these 4,000 years, under Hanju's protection, she cultivated in peace and didn't have to worry about the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Felt good. Fairy Xixian wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. At least, she couldn't have the lowest cultivation level in the hidden sect. In that case, she could repay Hanju and not just enjoy the benefits he brought. Several days later, after the discussion ended, Fairy Xixian suddenly asked, "How many Tao companions do you have now?" Hanju was stunned. The topic was changed too abruptly. 3, Hanju said frankly. Fairy Xixian rolled her eyes. Other than Xianxia, were there other women who had an extraordinary relationship with Hanju? Thinking of Liao and Tao Comprehension Sword, she immediately understood. She silently stood up and left. Hanju looked at her back and said, "You're also very important to me. You'll come back in 100 years, right?" Fairy Xixian turned to look at him and said helplessly, "The reroll world is in your hands. If you want me to return, won't it just be a thought? If you're unwilling, how can I force you? Come on, can't you tell if I'm willing or not? You pretend to not understand such emotions, but in my opinion, you're only putting up a pretense. You can only fool Yuer." With that, Fairy Xixian walked out of the cave abode. Hanju touched his chin. What she said, it made him look like a scumbag. "I just want to follow my heart. Is that wrong?" Hanju smiled. He had a clear conscience. After all, this was not the modern world of Earth. There was no such thing as monogamy in the cultivation world. Although Hanju wanted to live forever, he didn't want to reach the end and look back in regret. He was very greedy. Not only did he have to live forever, but he also had to have no regrets. Of course, longevity was more important than having no regrets. Fairy Xixian's words just now were an answer to his feelings. Hanju wasn't surprised and only felt that things were going smoothly. The two of them were ascetics. They had no time or interest in being together. Fairy Xixian went back and packed up for a while before returning to the Khanate cave abode. Then, Hanju waved his hand and sent her into the reroll world. Break through to the rank 8 Immortal Emperor realm in 100 years. Hanju also set a small goal for himself. 30 years passed quickly. Hanju had yet to break through, but it was happening soon. On this day, just as he finished cursing the enemy, a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. How Tian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Hanju was stunned. How Tian. He immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. How Tian. Cultivation unknown. Immeasurable emperor. Once the heavenly emperor. In order to attain his Tao, he pretended to die and kept gathering providence in the cycle of reincarnation. After that, he took the opportunity to hide in the body of the son of the heavenly emperor. They were born together and the body had 2 souls. Not long ago, he awakened his origin consciousness and discovered that Long Hao respected you the most. You were also extremely mysterious, so he became wary of you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. This fellow has awakened? Hanju was pleasantly surprised, but he discovered that Long Hao immediately entered the dual soul state. In other words, Hao Tian was still in Long Hao's body. If he cursed Hao Tian, it would definitely implicate Long Hao. He had to wait a little longer. Hanju began to test the experts around Hidden Sect Island. The strongest was a rank 7 immortal emperor. Recently, the Yellow Spring was filled with vengeful spirits from the 9 nether purgatory. Even if Hidden Sect Island was at the end of the Yellow Spring, it was surrounded by vengeful spirits. These spirits didn't notice the sand-sized Hidden Sect Island. They seemed to be waiting for something, as if preparing for war. Because there were countless vengeful spirits from the netherworld gathered in the Yellow Spring, Hanju had to check the nearby strongest person every year to prevent terrifying experts from appearing. 7 years later, Hanju habitually checked the nearby experts and was suddenly shocked. Zhu 2. Cultivation unknown. Master of the Divine Palace. Why was this fellow here? Hanju was nervous. This was the strongest person in the current calamity. This was the fellow who had opened the 9 nether purgatory. This fellow made countless ghosts hide in the Yellow Spring. Could it be that he wants to do something big? The appearance of Zhu 2 caused Hanju to not dare to cultivate, afraid that he would be discovered. 1,000,000 kilometers away, above the Yellow Spring, a black shadow floated in the air. It was Zhu 2. He scanned the surroundings and muttered to himself, "As expected, there's no one. Previously, when my clone came, I didn't notice it. I thought that my clone's cultivation was insufficient, but it seems that the heavenly secrets might have been wrong." With that, he hid in the Yellow Spring. In the next few years, Hanju would see Zhu 2 every time he checked. This fellow stayed nearby and did not move. Fortunately, the Hidden Sect Island could block the divine sense of a pseudosage. No matter how strong Zhu 2 was, it was impossible for him to surpass a pseudosage. Otherwise, why would he need to enter the calamity? An existence that surpassed a pseudosage would definitely be a transcendent being like Ancestor Shitian. The immeasurable calamity wouldn't affect him at all. In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Zhu 2 finally made a move. Vengeful souls of the 9 nether, all of you are failures of the immeasurable calamity. I know that all of you are unwilling to accept this. I can't do anything for you, be it cultivation, sect, or race. All of you will never be able to make a comeback. If you want to make a comeback, you can only kill your way back in the immeasurable calamity. I have also failed in the immeasurable calamity. I'm unwilling. I want to overturn the heavenly Tao. I want to let those existences who claim to be the masters of all living beings know that we post-celestial lifeforms are not pawns. With the Yellow Spring as the platform, all of you will follow me to break through the realm of living and dead, to slaughter your way into the 9 heavens to seize the chance of survival that belongs to us. Zhu 2's voice was filled with motivation, causing Hanju's blood to boil. He could clearly sense the murderous aura outside Hidden Sect Island increase and rush into the sky. Everyone from the Hidden Sect was also frightened and did not dare to speak, afraid that they would be discovered by the terrifying existence outside. Boom! An earth-shattering boom sounded. Hanju felt countless fiendish auras rushing out of the Yellow Spring. They were vengeful spirits from the 9 nether purgatory. They all flew towards the top of the netherworld, with Zutu at the front. Hanju looked up. The dazzling light illuminated the netherworld, which had been in darkness. It became as bright as day. A strange force suddenly descended. Hanju felt inexplicably dizzy. He who was at the immortal emperor realm was already like this, let alone the hidden sect disciples. The disciples below the grand unity golden immortal realm collapsed to the ground. The black hell demon lord, Diamond Rage, and Duan Hongchen were alarmed and did not dare to say a word. The netherworld was upside down. Hanju was shocked. What was this Zutu doing? He wanted to bring the vengeful spirit of the 9 nether purgatory to the immortal world. Why was there such a huge commotion? It was as if he wanted to overturn the 2 worlds. Wait. Overturn. Hanju thought of that legend and became even more nervous. The reason why he came to the netherworld was to leave the battlefield of the immortal world. If the netherworld became the immortal world, he didn't dare to think too deeply. He covered the entire hidden sect island with his dermic powers, prepared to escape at any time. Humph! A cold snort sounded. Zutu's voice sounded. The calamity has already begun. Do you still want to stop it? Don't forget the rules set by the Tao ancestor. The deep voice sounded again. Yin and Yang cannot be reversed. Other than that, I will not interfere. Zutu did not continue, and the mysterious force that made all the living beings in the netherworld dizzy vanished. Hanju narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw a huge hole in the sky of the netherworld. There was a strong light shining in it, like a bright sun. Countless vengeful spirits rushed in one after another. Zutu floated under the hole and waited. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 2 worlds wouldn't be reversed. There were really many mighty figures. Hanju had never heard that voice in the great ultimate hall. 2 hours later, Zutu left. The netherworld regained its calm, and the murderous aura that filled the yellow spring also vanished. Hanju immediately called out. Duan Hongchen entered the cave abode to greet him. Hanju said, "Do you know how to go to the 9 nether purgatory?" Duan Hongchen was stunned and said in horror, "Sect Master, you want to go in? Why?" He had tried all means to escape from the 9 nether purgatory. He didn't want to return. Hanju smiled. Now that all the vengeful spirits are heading to the immortal world, the 9 nether purgatory will definitely be empty. We can hide in it. But there's endless negative karma inside. If you stay too long, negative karma will surround you and you won't end up well. It's fine. I have a way to eliminate negative karma. But could it be that you want to enter the calamity? Duan Hongchen hurriedly shook his head. He had just revived when he encountered Hanju, causing him to be very lacking in confidence now. He kept feeling that the immortal world was very dangerous. Coupled with the encounter with the Black Hell Demon Lord and Diamond Rage, he didn't dare to enter the calamity. If even the Magus race was slaughtered, how could he fight for Providence alone? Hanju said, "Don't worry. As long as you stay on the island, the negative karma won't affect you. When the calamity is about to end, we'll escape." Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll go take a look." Hanju waved his hand and sent him out. There was a 6 paths insignia deep in Duan Hongchen's soul. It was deeply rooted. If he betrayed him, Hanju could destroy him with a thought, directly destroying his body and soul. Soon, Duan Hongchen returned, and Hanju moved him into the cave abode. He almost couldn't find Hidden Sect Island. What kind of formation is this? No wonder the mighty figure didn't notice us. Secretly shocked, Duan Hongchen was even more respectful towards him. Hanju asked, "How's the situation?" Duan Hongchen said, "The barrier is weak. We can indeed enter, but I'm not sure if there are still ghosts inside." "How do I enter?" "If you keep going down, you'll hit the barrier." "All right." Hanju directly controlled Hidden Sect Island to sink while Duan Hongchen waited in the cave abode. Could it be that this island has already been refined into a Dharma treasure? Duan Hongchen was filled with surprise. The hidden sect island was like a stone as it quickly descended and collided with the barrier of the 9 nether purgatory. Hanju forced his way in and could even break out of the mortal world. It was naturally not difficult for him to break in. The next second, hidden sect island came to an empty space. Boundless mist filled the surroundings. There were no stars, continents, or meteors. It was as if chaos had just begun. Everything was void, even space. The moment Hanju entered, he felt terrifying negative karma. The surroundings of Hidden Sect Island were filled with it. Fortunately, the Tao field was strong enough to withstand the invasion of negative karma. If Hanju absorbed all the negative karma here, then his cultivation, Hanju didn't dare to think about it. Afraid that he would lose his sense of reasoning, he began to inspect the surrounding experts. No vengeful spirits were around. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the 9 nether purgatory was empty. This was normal. It wasn't easy for them to escape. Why would the vengeful spirits that had been suppressed for countless years stay? Hanju let Duan Hongchen out and told the disciples the exact situation. At this moment, he sensed the divine sense fluctuation from the heavenly Tao token. The heavenly emperor was contacting him. Hanju probed the heavenly Tao token with his divine sense. The netherworld has been destroyed. How are you? The heavenly emperor asked in a low voice, clearly very worried about his safety. Fortunately, it didn't affect me for the time being, Hanju replied. The heavenly emperor's concern warmed his heart. The heavenly emperor asked curiously, where are you hiding? The netherworld has been in so much trouble. It has been so many years, but it hasn't harmed you. Hanju said, I'm hiding in a small corner. It's normal that they can't find me. Alright, you have to be careful. The spirits have already left the netherworld. Next, the underworld faction will definitely sweep through the netherworld and consolidate its dominance. Don't worry, your majesty, Hanju replied. I'm no longer in the netherworld. Hanju asked, how's Hauer's situation? Have you checked clearly? Is there another soul in his body? The heavenly emperor replied, no. After the calamity ends, I'll bring him to see Tao Ancestor. When the calamity ends, how long will that take? Aren't you afraid of unnecessary trouble? After the immeasurable calamity started, the Tao Ancestor disappeared. He was afraid that someone would ask him for help. I see. Looks like this matter still depends on me. Hanju thought silently. Hauer, your master, will definitely save you. That damned Hao Tian slaughtered my hidden sect in the future. This matter is not over. He chatted with the heavenly emperor for a while more. After ending the divine sense communication, Hanju began to cultivate. From then on, Hanju would check the nearby experts every year to prevent powerful vengeful spirits from approaching. 20 years later, Hanju didn't find any powerful enemies. It seemed that the 9 nether purgatory was really empty. Hanju had a chance to break through. Breaking through a realm in more than 200 years was not considered fast, but it was not slow either. Of course, this was only for Hanju himself. If this speed landed on other immortal emperors, it would definitely be very fast. Hanju chased Tao Comprehension soared out of the cave abode while he began to break through. Soon, everyone on the island felt the pressure. Even the restrictions of the Khanate cave abode couldn't stop it. Diamond Rage was secretly shocked. What a terrifying aura. Hanju's breakthrough was a surprise to them. After all, they were in the 9 nether purgatory now. The stronger Hanju was, the safer they would be. 3 years later, Hanju successfully broke through. Rank 8 Immortal Emperor. It was unstoppable. Hanju immediately checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 4,352/1,600,999,999,999,999,999. Race, Immortal, Stellar Primordial Body. Cultivation, Rank 8 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma. 1.6 quadrillion years of lifespan. It was still that word. Awesome. He had earned back all the lifespan he had squandered. Hanju was very satisfied. He started to consolidate his cultivation. His soul had already reached a perfect level. It was difficult to imagine what kind of improvement the rank 9 Immortal Emperor could bring to his soul. Another year passed. Hanju's cultivation had completely stabilized. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. He prepared to invest 2 billion years of lifespan into the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha. In the end, the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha's mental demons intensified. This made Hanju feel a little regretful. The Book of Misfortune was still a little weak. Hanju started to use the derivation function as he healed. Is there a mighty figure in the 9 nether purgatory who can see through my Tao field? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. 100 million years was exchanged for a word, but Hanju didn't feel like it was a loss. It's settled. He could cultivate properly now. Hanju didn't continue to deduce the winner of this immeasurable calamity. After all, Hao Tian had yet to leave Long Hao, causing Hanju to be unable to plot against him. Under such circumstances, the situation shouldn't change. Why waste his lifespan? Hanju began to improve his sword Tao mystical powers and movement technique. Great Traversal Divine Shadow. Took another year. Hanju raised his strength to the limit and couldn't increase it anymore. He started the simulation trial. Immortal emperors weren't his match. They were all insta-killed. He turned his target to the deity realm. He couldn't tell what was the deity realm. He would only know after fighting. Then he was tortured. Most of the opponents killed him instantly. He could only rely on the Great Traversal Divine Shadow and the Somersault Cloud to stall for time. However, some opponents with unknown cultivation were merely on par with him. In other words, Hanju could already fight with the weaker deity realm mighty figures. Not bad. Hanju was satisfied. This suited his development. After breaking through to the rank 8 Immortal Emperor realm, the stellar primordial body's absorption speed increased greatly. The speed at which the nebulous primordial chi infected the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus also increased. There was hope of obtaining the Lotus before breaking through to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. However, it would take countless years for him to completely absorb the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. At his current speed, he might not even succeed in 10,000 years. Hanju started cultivating and checked his emails at the same time. Your good friend Xianxia has learned the great Tao mystic words. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has learned the great Tao mystic words. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Tao Sovereign was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha. He was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Yi has received guidance from a mighty figure and has learned an ancient mystical power. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by Jeschool Cultivators X-17. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun has left the immortal world. Your good friend Li Yao has comprehended the sword Tao during her cultivation. She has broken through her shackles and obtained the recognition of the great Tao of the sword. Her comprehension has increased. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha. Hanju was surprised. Li Yao obtained the recognition of the great Tao of sword? How? My potential is worse than hers? Why didn't I get that? Hanju wasn't happy. Could it be that his sword Tao heart was not pure enough? It was really possible. Although Hanju's potential in the sword Tao was outstanding, he didn't consider himself a sword immortal. He didn't have any reverence for the sword Tao. He continued to read his emails. Many of his friends had obtained opportunities. It was said that it was very easy to obtain fortuitous encounters in the immeasurable calamity, and one's cultivation speed would increase. A large number of battles would cause many treasures and inheritances to be lost. Killing an enemy would allow one to obtain great providence. and great providence would increase one's cultivation speed. This was also why everyone knew how terrifying the immeasurable calamity was. But there were so many people advancing one after another. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Detected that the Demon Emperor is visiting you in a dream. Do you accept it? Demon Emperor. What the heck? No. 6-star hatred points was irresolvable except for death. The other party must want to find him. Hanju chose to reject it. After a while. Detected that the Demon Emperor is visiting you in a dream. Do you accept it? Reject. For the next day, this notification popped up 23 times. Hanju chose to reject all of them. Far away in the demon court, the Demon Emperor was furious. The mystical power has already succeeded. Why is he constantly resisting? What method did he use to resist me? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor is helping him? That shouldn't be. This person isn't in the Heavenly Court at all. I can't even guess where he is. The Demon Emperor frowned in anger. He had never forgotten Hanju. Because of him, his wife and children died miserably. However, this time he didn't want to kill Hanju. Instead, he wanted to use him to scheme against the Heavenly Court and investigate the Dark Forbidden Lord. He had a feeling that the Dark Forbidden Lord came from the Heavenly Court. However, Hanju didn't give him a chance. After a month, the Demon Emperor finally subsided and didn't visit him in his dreams anymore. Hanju was almost annoyed to death. Was there something wrong with this dog? Wait. Could it be that the Demon Emperor had already guessed that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Terrified, Hanju hurriedly used the derivation function to ask if the Demon Emperor knew that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. After deducting 100 million years of his lifespan, he learned that the Demon Emperor did not know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. It seemed like he had other motives. Hanju didn't dare to have any contact with the Demon Emperor, lest he was found out. He continued to cultivate. After reaching the rank 8 Immortal Emperor realm, as his absorption speed increased, his cultivation speed also increased greatly. At this rate, he would soon reach the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. After reaching the deity realm, Hanju would definitely devour the negative karma and advance by leaps and bounds. Hanju was looking forward to it. Time passed quickly in the 9 Nether Purgatory. Because there was nothing here. There was only endless negative karma, and not many incidents occurred. To the hidden sect, it was no different from the past. The hidden sect competition that occurred once every 100 years continued. This matter was handled by Murong Qi. After all, he was the war god. Duan Hongqin and Black Hell Demon Lord also participated. Unfortunately, they couldn't defeat Diamond Rage. Although Liu Bei had the body of the victorious fighting Buddha, his soul and body had not fused enough. He couldn't defeat Black Hell Demon Lord, who was also a rank 5 Immortal Emperor. This might change in the future. Among the disciples, Liao was the first. It was worth mentioning that she had already grasped the 4th level of the Heavenly Sword Dao, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Unfortunately, only one of her swords was very strong. Dao Comprehension Sword had just comprehended the 3rd level sword creates the primordial world, but it was already quite good. The other disciples also improved. The most shocking was naturally Chu Shuren. After accepting Lu Huashu as his disciple, he cultivated seriously and pulled away from Lu Huashu and Zhou Mingyue. He had already reached the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm first. Even Sun Chang'an had been surpassed by him. The weakest was definitely the chaotic heavenly dog. Back then, its eyes had been gouged out and its providence had been stolen, causing it to take a long time to recover. The Black Hell Chicken was not bad. It had already reached the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. In short, the entire hidden sect was improving at an extremely fast speed. After the calamity ended, everyone would probably be experts who could dominate an area of the immortal world. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune with satisfaction. Every 10 years, if he did not curse his enemies, he would feel uncomfortable, as if his life was missing something. Hanju was about to continue cultivating when someone disturbed him. Golden Crow Token Jiang Yi. Hanju connected with his divine sense and asked, "Are you saved?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm saved. It was a blessing in disguise. My cultivation level has also increased greatly. I'm now a rank 3 immortal emperor." "Amazing." "Of course." Xiangyi's tone was filled with smugness. How many years had he been in the emperor realm? Hanju asked, "Is there anything else?" Xiangyi smiled and said, "Come to the deity realm of the ruins of End." "I've already." Hanju directly cut off the divine sense connection. "Crazy. Trying to trick me after just being saved?" At this moment, Zhang Yi's divine sense fluctuation came from the golden crow token again. Hanju connected to it. "Brat, how can you be so rude?" Zhang Yi roared. Hanju said coldly, "What kind of fortuitous encounter do you want to trick me into looking for again? You clearly have a hard time, but you still want to scam a friend." "Friend?" Zhang Yi felt awkward hearing that. Speaking of which, he had indeed lived a miserable life in the deity realm of the ruins of End all these years. But how did Hanju know? "I've only asked for help once." Zhang Yi said in a low voice, "I'm not lying to you this time. If you come to the deity realm of the ruins of End, you can avoid the immeasurable calamity." Hearing this, Hanju asked in confusion, "Why?" "I'm not sure either. This is my first time here. I heard that the deity realm of the ruins of End is not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. Then why don't all the living beings in the immortal world go there? We have to cross the dark forbidden zone. It's extremely dangerous. Even an immortal emperor is not completely safe." Hanju raised his eyebrows. "This is a high-level map?" Zhang Yi said, "However, the deity realm of the ruins of End is not as lively as the immortal world. There is also insufficient immortal chi and even fewer opportunities. Those below the emperor realm will not be able to escape death if they come here. But you are different. You should be an immortal emperor already. In any case, you don't want to enter the calamity." Hanju replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I'm hiding in an extremely safe place now and can't enter the calamity." "Impossible. As long as you're under the heavenly Tao, you will definitely enter the calamity." "We'll see." "Really? Then tell me a story." "I'm not free, that's all. We'll talk next time." Hanju directly severed his divine sense connection. "I wasn't as strong as you last time, so I had to entertain you. Now you want me to tell you another story?" Countless years later, if news of this spread, it would probably embarrass the dark forbidden lord. Zhang Yi didn't disturb Hanju anymore, and he continued cultivating. In a bright Taoist temple, Long Hao was meditating. His condition was extremely strange. His face twitched, with half of it emitting golden light. He suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly. He began to pant. Whoosh! Long Hao looked down at his hands and then stood up to size up his body. He was overjoyed. Success, as expected of the son of the heavenly emperor with the strongest potential. "He's somewhat similar to me." Long Hao smiled in satisfaction. It was Hao Tian. Possession succeeded. He suppressed Long Hao's soul and forcefully controlled his body. Hao Tian walked out of the Taoist temple. There was a huge lake outside. The sky was colored with green mountains and rivers. It was as beautiful as a painting. He came to the lake and admired the scene before him. How many years had it been? He finally saw the world with his own eyes. At this moment, a figure appeared by his side. It was a Tao child. The Tao child said, "Master wants you to go. The disciples of the Jie school are here this time. You can't be missing." Hao Tian glanced at the Tao child and nodded with a smile. "Humph, Jie school, Chan school. I want to capture all of you at once." Killing intent flashed across Hao Tian's eyes very subtly. Another 10 years had passed since he had contacted Zhang Yi. Hanju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. He suddenly saw an email and frowned. "Your disciple Long Hao has been possessed. His soul has been suppressed." Hanju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that Long Hao's information had the word possessed. Ridiculous. Hao Tian was courting death. Hanju immediately stopped cursing the demon emperor and changed it to cursing Hao Tian. 5 days later, Hanju continued to curse with his lifespan while staring at the emails, afraid that Long Hao would also die. After about 100 million years of lifespan were deducted. Because of your curse, your disciple Long Hao's dermic powers are in chaos. His body is on the verge of collapse, and Hao Tian's soul is suffering a backlash. Long Hao has taken control of his body. Hanju immediately stopped. Long Hao was too weak, causing Hao Tian to be in a tough spot as well. Hanju frowned. What should he do? Hao Tian was like a time bomb that could threaten Long Hao at any time. Hanju couldn't deal with Hao Tian personally and could only plot against him remotely. No. He had to contact the Heavenly Emperor. However, Hanju couldn't contact him now. It would easily expose his identity. He would wait another 10 years. 10 years went by quickly. Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao token and started to contact the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor quickly asked, "What is it? Your Majesty, did something happen to Hauer? Oh, you feel the same. Yes, I've deduced that Hauer seems to be in danger. He's very fearful. I understand. I'll go find him now." The conversation ended. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and continued cultivating. In the past 10 years, there had been no emails about Long Hao being possessed again. His portrait was still there. Presumably, Hao Tian also did not dare to harm him. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep Long Hao's soul around until now. In the mountains and rivers, Fang Liang lay in the rubble on the ground. The mountains and rivers in a radius of 10,000 kilometers seemed to have been bombed. A visible fog could even be seen in the sky. The black clouds covered the scorching sun as two figures fought in the sky. All sorts of mystical powers were at their fingertips. Sometimes violent winds howled, and sometimes violent lightning descended, wreaking havoc in the world. One of them was Xianxia. Despite wielding 10,000 tons of lightning, he was being suppressed. His opponent was a bull-headed greater demon dressed in thick and sinister armor. He held a huge axe in his hand, and as he waved it, flames surged like waves, sweeping across 10 million miles. He was unstoppable. Fang Liang clutched his chest and sat up with difficulty. He didn't look injured, but his dermic powers were exhausted. This fellow is at least a rank 2 immortal emperor. Fang Liang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. He and Xianxia were both Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Being able to fight an immortal emperor was already their limit. At this rate, they would all die. Fang Liang suddenly thought of the invocation technique. However, he immediately rejected this thought. He couldn't implicate Grandmaster anymore. Grandmaster had already saved him twice. If he did it a third time, he would be letting Hanju down. Fang Liang gritted his teeth and returned to the fight. For a Grand Unity Golden Immortal to have such strength, the two of you are indeed considered prodigies. Unfortunately, both of you will die. Immortal Emperor Ox Demon laughed disdainfully and wantonly, resounding through the world. The disheveled Xianxia smiled sinisterly. I've heard too many people say that. I'm not dead. They're dead. He raised his hands and triggered the lightning to attack with the power to destroy the world. 7 years passed after contacting the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju suddenly opened his eyes. He felt inexplicably uneasy. Did something happen? At his cultivation level, his intuition was very accurate. His Dao heart was stable, so it was impossible for him to feel uneasy for no reason. Hanju checked the emails. As he read, he noticed 2 emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and unfortunately died. His soul was luckily saved by a mighty figure. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and unfortunately died. His soul was luckily saved by a mighty figure. The two of them were really tied together, just like Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. Too bad. Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships and found that their portraits were still there. That was fine. How troublesome. They went around causing trouble despite the immeasurable calamity. They deserved to die outside. Hanju snorted. He was extremely dissatisfied with Fang Liang. However, he still used the derivation function to deduce who had saved the two of them. He actually needed to use 80 million years of lifespan. Hanju wanted to vomit blood. He still chose to continue. Then, in a daze, he arrived at a Taoist temple. Xianxia and Fang Liang's souls floated above a huge cauldron boiling with medicine and smoke. A figure sat in front of the cauldron. Hanju's eyes widened. Tai Bai. No. Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara had the appearance of Tai Bai. He wore a black Taoist robe and had two pupils. He stared at them coldly. Tai Bai? Why is it you? Xianxia asked in shock. As the leader of the Heavenly Court's literature Immortals, Tai Bai was known to everyone in the Heavenly Court. Fang Liang was also very surprised. Immortal Emperor Samsara said calmly, I'm not Tai Bai, but Immortal Emperor Samsara. NSA. Immortal Emperor Samsara? The two of them were stunned. Clearly, they had never heard of this name. Do you want to win the Providence and obtain the Zenith Heaven Tao fruit? Immortal Emperor Samsara asked expressionlessly. Zenith Heaven Tao fruit. What an arrogant tone. Xianxia asked. What do you want? Immortal Emperor Samsara said. I don't want the present, but the future after several calamities. What future? You shouldn't care. All you need to know is that I can help you become stronger. It depends on whether you dare to enter the calamity. Xianxia and Fang Liang looked at each other. The two of them could see the unwillingness in each other's eyes. They said in unison, Yes. The scene shattered. Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He frowned. What was Immortal Emperor Samsara doing? Although Immortal Emperor Samsara had a favorable impression of him, he had always been wary of him. This fellow even dared to hide beside the Heavenly Emperor. He definitely had great ambitions. Hanju continued to deduce, I want to know why Immortal Emperor Samsara saved them. Unable to derive mental activity, Hanju showed a frown. In other words, Immortal Emperor Samsara had never revealed his intentions externally. Hanju asked in another way, Is he targeting me? 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He's targeting your other identity, the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju was confused. The Dark Forbidden Lord had provoked Immortal Emperor Samsara before? Hanju didn't remember cursing him. Was this fellow trying to cause trouble? Since it was targeted at the Dark Forbidden Lord, it had nothing to do with Hanju. He was also embarrassed to curse him directly. After all, he had obtained the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Samsara, and Tai Bai had helped him a lot before. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued cultivating. The situation became more and more chaotic. He had to reach the deity realm as soon as possible, or he would not be able to protect himself. After the Tao field upgraded and the speed at which it absorbed negative karma increased, Hanju's cultivation speed remained very fast. He might be able to become a rank 9 Immortal Emperor soon. Heavenly Court. In the Imperial Garden, the Heavenly Emperor sat in the stone pavilion drinking. Sitting in front of him was Jing Tiangong from the Jie School. Dark Forbidden Lord? I don't know. I also want to find trouble with him, the Heavenly Emperor said casually. Jing Tiangong said openly, Impossible. The Heavenly Tao Buddha has gone mad. The Demon Emperor's temperament has changed drastically, and the Divine Palace has changed owners. Among the 4 factions, only Your Majesty is becoming more and more high-spirited. The Dark Forbidden Lord must be related to Your Majesty. Don't worry, I'm not looking for trouble with him. I want to seek refuge with him. Your Majesty, you have a plan. If you can contact the Dark Forbidden Lord, can you introduce him to me? I'm fascinated by him and am willing to do anything for him. The Heavenly Emperor's expression did not change as he pondered. It seemed true. Although the Dark Forbidden Lord had cursed him, it did not hurt. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord was really related to the Heavenly Court? Or did the Dark Forbidden Lord want to frame them? The Heavenly Emperor shook his head. I really don't know. Jing Tiangong gritted his teeth and said, As long as your Majesty is willing to help introduce me, the Jie School will definitely help the Heavenly Court in this calamity. Facing Jing Tiangong's pestering, the Heavenly Emperor was very helpless. I also want to know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. After hearing Jing Tiangong's words, he increasingly suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord was plotting something. As time passed, the Divine Palace, Buddhist sect, Demon Court, and other factions would also suspect him. Previously, he had even instigated the other races to impersonate the Dark Forbidden Lord. The other party was not angry, either. The more the Heavenly Emperor thought about it, the more his expression darkened. Jing Tiangong stared at him, waiting for his reply. After a long while, the Heavenly Emperor said, I really don't know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Thank you for your reminder. You made me realize that he might be paying attention to me. Jing Tiangong frowned. This was not the answer he wanted. How about this? You help me. If I can encounter the Dark Forbidden Lord, I will definitely introduce you. The Dark Forbidden Lord controls the calamity. It's easier for a leader of a force like me to contact him. You should understand. The Heavenly Emperor said slowly. Jing Tiangong frowned even harder and cursed the old fox. Another 10 years passed. As usual, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy while cultivating and checking his emails. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons X124322. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Pan Xian. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has fused with the Sword Dao River. His sword Dao has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has obtained a body of providence and his soul has transformed. Your good friend Jiang Yi has obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan has undergone training. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your enemy Heavenly Tao Buddha has lost his mind because he hates you. So many fortuitous encounters. Why did Li Daokong bump into Pan Xian? He was not injured. This fellow was something. Li Daokong was one of Han Ju's most troublemaking friends. But this fellow was also the only one who was not severely injured. It seemed that no matter who he faced, he would not be injured. As expected of the eldest disciple of the human school. Han Ju was a little tempted. It did not seem bad to acknowledge Li Daokong as his master. However, he had to wait until the calamity was over. If Li Daokong was still alive and far stronger than him, he could consider it. Perhaps at that time, Han Ju would no longer need a master. Also, had the Heavenly Tao Buddha only lost his mind now? What happened previously? Did he take revenge on all living beings by acting crazy? Han Ju felt that the Heavenly Tao Buddha was very dangerous. It was better to kill him if there was a chance. He continued to look down. The Heavenly Court was still in a fierce battle. The calamity had been activated for a period of time, but it had not stopped. Immortals were immortals. They could really endure it. A month later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. However, after cultivating for a few months, Dao Comprehension Sword came to him. Master, the Fusong tree is shaking again. It said that it's very afraid, she said anxiously. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since the Fusong tree had developed intelligence. Hearing this, Han Ju subconsciously checked the experts around Hidden Sect Island and found no enemies. He immediately stood up and walked out of the cave abode to the Fusong tree. The other disciples gathered and discussed. Han Ju looked at Fusong tree and asked, just like before, what existence has targeted you? The Fusong tree shook as if it was trembling. It replied, I'm not sure either. I'm inexplicably afraid. I can't control this fear. Han Ju showed a frown. Black Hell Demon Lord walked over and said, I'm afraid there's something in the 9 nether purgatory that should be related to birds. Duan Hongshan added, "There are indeed birds and beasts in the 9 nether purgatory. The most terrifying is the primordial phoenix. After it perished in the calamity, it was suppressed in the 9 nether purgatory. If it's him, I'm afraid." He did not continue. The phoenix race who participated in the calamity was already considered a connate lifeform. There were very few phoenixes now, and their bloodline was not as good as before. Hanju said, "It's fine. I'll think of a way." With that, he turned around and left. The other disciples continued to discuss. "This 9 nether purgatory is still not safe. It's fine. Even the phoenix can't find us. Even Grandmaster isn't panicking. What are you afraid of? Haha, just like Ada and Xiao from before. Don't even think about running away. Can you not talk about this? Back then, I almost ate all of you." After returning to the connate cave abode, Hanju ignored the worried Dao comprehension sword and began to use the derivation function. "I want to know who made the Fusang tree uneasy." Hanju thought silently. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 100 million years. Crap. If finding out only the identity of the other party cost this much, it was very likely that it was a big shot. Hanju continued nervously. He felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he came to a dark void. This was still the 9 nether purgatory. Boundless negative karma transformed into a dense fog that filled the air. It was even darker than the place where Hidden Sect Island was. Hanju quickly noticed panting in the darkness ahead. He narrowed his eyes and was almost frightened to death. It was a pair of eyes. The single eyeball was larger than the entire reroll world. Even Hanju, a rank 8 immortal emperor, couldn't see its entire body. Words appeared in front of him. Primordial Yuan Phoenix. Cultivation unknown. Master of negative karma. Once the head of the Phoenix race, he participated in the first immeasurable calamity and died. His soul was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Later, he was sent into the 9 nether purgatory by the Tao ancestor and endured the endless torture of negative karma, never to make a comeback. The overlord of the first immeasurable calamity. Hanju felt his scalp tingle. This was a true big shot. Being targeted by him was not good. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He continued to ask in his heart, will the primordial Yuan Phoenix find Hidden Sect Island? No, he's surrounded by negative karma and can't move. The Tao field can block his divine sense. The Fusang tree has limited appeal to him. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. But this made sense. Although the Fusang tree was a divine tree, it might not be attractive in the eyes of mighty figures. The Fusang tree was afraid because of its instincts. After some time it would get used to it. Hanju suddenly thought of the losers in the 9 nether purgatory. Would legendary figures appear? Forget it. What does that have to do with me? I can't think of them as my idols. It's easy to die here. Hanju hurriedly warned himself that he couldn't use his previous life's memories to assess these legends. Legends were ultimately for mortals to see. It had all sorts of motives and could not be trusted completely. Hanju looked at Tao Comprehension Sword and said, "It's fine. I've already deduced that there won't be any danger. It'll be fine after the Fusang tree gets used to it." Pleasantly surprised, Tao Comprehension Sword quickly stood up and spread the news. Everyone from the hidden sect believed Hanju firmly. If he said that there was no danger, there would definitely be no problem. After the Fusang tree learned of it, the shaking decreased greatly. Hanju stopped thinking and cultivated in peace. One day he would surpass the primordial Yuan Phoenix. Perhaps after he sucked the 9 nether purgatory dry, the primordial Yuan Phoenix would be grateful to him and directly bow down to him. That would be quite awesome. 50 years passed in a flash. Fairy Xianxia had returned from the reroll world. After training in the mortal world, she seemed to have comprehended something and could not wait to enter seclusion. This small incident didn't interrupt Hanju's cultivation. His cultivation level increased again. He was getting closer and closer to the rank 9 immortal emperor. His mind was filled with thoughts of breaking through. He even read fewer emails. The peak of the immeasurable calamity might be coming soon. He had to have the strength to protect himself. There were very few zenith heavens in the immortal world. As long as one reached the deity realm, it was very difficult to die. Of course, even if he was in a hurry, Hanju didn't forget the mission of cursing once every 10 years. This kind of mission was already deeply rooted. It was also for the sake of happiness and stable cultivation. Couldn't be forgotten. On this day, the Golden Crow token emitted Zhang Yi's divine sense again. Hanju couldn't be bothered. It was a waste of time. If a person wanted to die, even the Zenith Heaven Divine Immortal could not save him. He continued to cultivate. His Tao heart was as firm as a rock. Another 10 years passed. Hanju cursed the enemy while checking his emails. He wanted to see what his friends were up to. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by a mighty figure. His body was destroyed and his soul was suppressed. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by the true dragon race X23110. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a true dragon race mighty figure. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Long Hao was suppressed by your good friend Heavenly Emperor. Your good friend Huang Zuintian obtained a secret treasure of the Jie School. His providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi has obtained the great Tao of misfortune. Your good friend Zhou Fan has been enlightened by a mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has become a person facing the calamity. He was indeed having fun. Hanju couldn't help but curse Zhang Yi in his heart. What a useless thing. Couldn't he be more well-behaved? He was originally the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, but now he was almost a commoner. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't screw around endlessly. Hanju noticed that the heavenly court was attacked by the true dragon race. What was going on? The heavenly emperor was from the true dragon race, so was he beaten up by a fellow member? Did something happen to the heavenly court? Long Hao was suppressed by the heavenly emperor, probably to deal with Hao Tian. This kid, Su Qi, was quite something. It seemed like he was going to make a comeback. The next time he returned, he had to deduce it and see if he could let him in and not be harmed to death by him. Hanju thought silently. Seeing Zhou Fan's actions, he couldn't help but complain. Was this fate? In fantasy novels, 2 words could describe this. How terrifying. Also, Li Daokong, you've finally become the person facing the calamity. I can't watch anymore. Hanju continued reading and clearly felt the immortal world becoming more and more unstable. It seemed like a huge battle was about to break out. A month later, Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor. Soon, his divine sense connected. Your Majesty, how have you been? Not good. The Heavenly Emperor's tone was filled with exhaustion. This was the first time Hanju heard this tone, and his heart skipped a beat. The Heavenly Emperor sighed. Recently, someone has spread rumors that the Dark Forbidden Lord is related to the Heavenly Court. Most importantly, the ancient races that worship the Dark Forbidden Lord have all declared that they will live and die with the Heavenly Court. We have been surrounded by forces that hate the Dark Forbidden Lord. The 4 heavenly gates are still in chaos. I don't know how long I can last. Fortunately, you haven't returned. Hanju showed a frown. Damn it. Who used my name to attack my heavenly court? Hanju was furious and prepared to spend his lifespan. He consoled. Your Majesty, hold on. Isn't the Buddhist sect an ally? The Buddhist sect can't even take care of itself. The Divine Palace was the first to lead the endless ghosts of the 9 nether purgatory to attack the Spirit Mountain. It's said that many Buddhas have already perished. In the previous calamity, the Buddhist sect had harmed too many living beings. They might have fallen earlier than the heavenly court. Hanju remained silent. What was going on? If the great villain Buddhist sect collapsed, the heavenly court he wanted to protect would also collapse. Hao Tian was already suppressed. Could it be that his fate had changed again? The heavenly emperor instructed him before hurriedly severing his divine sense connection. Hanju asked in his heart, I want to know who planned the current crisis of the heavenly court. Derivation impossible. Too much karma is involved. Hanju was stunned. What do you mean? More than one person is involved? Hanju was speechless. He continued, then, I want to know who will be the biggest winner in this immeasurable calamity. 1.5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? More than before? It seemed that this fellow was even more ferocious than the heavenly Tao Buddha, the demon emperor, and Hao Tian. Do it! Hanju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. Immediately after, his consciousness was brought into the illusion again. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived outside the 33-layered heavens. The hall ahead was the Nuwa Imperial Palace. A figure stood in front of the palace. Hanju narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this the founder of the Divine Palace, Zutu? The 9 Nether Purgatory was activated by him. He was the biggest winner? Zutu said, Sage, you promised me the position of a sage. When will you honor it? A female voice came from inside the palace. Zutu, the condition I gave was that you had to win without slaughtering all living beings. Now that the living realm is full of wandering ghosts and all living beings are dead, do you still have the cheek to ask for the sage position? Aren't you afraid that the Tao ancestor will know? Zutu did not panic at all when he heard this. He said coldly, I knew you would go back on your word. You sages always go back on your word. Could it be that the sage positions are limited and can't tolerate new sages? If that's the case, then I'll look down on the great Tao calamity. I want to slaughter sages. I'll give you a chance to assist me. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. Hanju almost cursed. Another slaughter. Are you crazy? If he wanted to fight for Providence, so be it. Why did he have to slaughter strangers? Was Zutu possessed by the devil? Was he so arrogant? Hanju wanted to hear the sage's answer, but everything in front of him shattered like a mirror. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was conflicted. Should he save the people or think of a way to save the heavenly court first? Sigh. I'm only an ascetic cultivator. I don't want to enter the calamity. Why do I always have to face such a huge choice? O Tao ancestor, in order to protect your heavenly Tao, I've really tried my best. Hanju felt bitter. It seemed that he had to curse Zutu in the future. Although Zutu did not hate him, this fellow would slaughter all living beings. Sooner or later, he would harm the people he cared about. Perhaps even he would not be able to escape death. But the most important thing now was to consider heavenly court. Hanju thought for a long time but couldn't think of a way. Forget it. He could only continue cultivating and watch out in the future. Hanju couldn't figure it out and couldn't be bothered to think about it. It wasn't that he was heartless, but that he was helpless. He couldn't go to the heavenly court to be buried with them, right? 10 years later, something finally happened to the heavenly court. Their immortals were not attacked again. In his interpersonal relationships, not many of his heavenly court friends had died. Hanju took out the heavenly Tao token and asked about the situation. The heavenly emperor's laughter sounded. Ha ha ha, the crisis has been resolved. The Chan and Jie schools have come to help. With the 2 disciples of the human school, the heavenly court is equivalent to obtaining the support of the entire Tao sect. It frightened those forces into retreating. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed. Even without him, the heavenly Tao continued to operate. To think that he was still worried about them. His cultivation speed had slowed down a little. The heavenly emperor's voice sounded again. That's right. I want to ask you. Do you know the dark forbidden lord? Could he be the master behind you? The heavenly emperor knew? Impossible. Hanju panicked and subconsciously smiled. Yes. I'm the dark forbidden lord. The heavenly emperor chuckled. I believe you. Hanju said helplessly, Your Majesty, I've always been avoiding calamity. If I'm related to the dark forbidden lord, wouldn't I have long entered the calamity? With my nature, with such a master, I definitely have to stay away. Feeling that it made sense, the Heavenly Emperor continued. Other than me, the other 3 overlords of the 4 overlords of the immortal world were all implicated. Is the Dark Forbidden related to the Heavenly Court? Either that, or he wants to harm the Heavenly Court. Han Ju cursed silently. But what do you want me to do? Curse you until you go mad? Han Ju felt bitter but didn't dare to reveal his thoughts. He added, it's indeed very likely a conspiracy. The Dark Forbidden Lord is plotting against the entire immortal world. We should plan for the worst. We can't expect him to be one of us. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, that makes sense. You're thinking the same thing as me. No matter what, with the help of the Tao sect, the various forces in the immortal world shouldn't really believe that the Dark Forbidden Lord is from the Heavenly Court because there's no need for it. The current Heavenly Court is definitely the strongest force. Han Ju could tell that he was very happy. It seemed that the help of the Tao sect made the Heavenly Emperor confident. Your Majesty, you should be careful. Ever since I joined the Heavenly Court, how many allies have you changed? Han Ju couldn't help but remind him. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent, feeling a little awkward. Han Ju asked, how's Howard? He's fine, but I can't find the soul in his body. I can only imprison him for the time being. Pay more attention usually. If it's really Hao Tian, it won't be good. I understand. Don't worry. The 2 of them severed their divine sense and ended the connection. Han Ju was relieved that the Heavenly Court was fine. As for the Heavenly Emperor suspecting that he was related to the Dark Forbidden Lord, that was fine. He could suspect anything. The Heavenly Emperor wouldn't believe that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. This was normal. From the Heavenly Emperor's point of view, he definitely could not understand why the Dark Forbidden Lord was so weak. Han Ju didn't just rely on the Book of Misfortune. He also relied on the system, the Tao field, and many other methods to make the enemies who cursed him unable to predict him at all. Even if Void Emperor traveled to the past, he was stopped by Han Ju. What he needed to do now was to cultivate in peace. He had to be like before to completely dispel the Heavenly Emperor's doubts. On the other side, in a pavilion in the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Emperor put down the Heavenly Tao token and fell into deep thought. Since it has nothing to do with him, who else can it be? My sons don't have to help me like this. I know how strong they are. There's only one possibility. The Dark Forbidden Lord wants to frame me. After thinking it through, the Heavenly Emperor's eyes turned cold. Although he was almost successfully plotted against by the Dark Forbidden Lord, the Heavenly Court also obtained the help of the Tao sect because of this. This was a good thing. No, I have to be wary of the Dark Forbidden Lord. I need to find a supreme treasure to guard against the curse. The Heavenly Emperor immediately stood up and left. 7 years later, Han Ju's cultivation was interrupted as Xianxia contacted him with the Golden Crow token. Thinking of how he had rejected him before, Han Ju still took out the Golden Crow token. What is it? Why did you ignore me previously? You must want to drag me to the deity realm of the ruins of End again. I don't want to be beaten up with you. You don't trust me that much? Then tell me, what is it now? Opportunity? Or help you find help? I need help. Han Ju was speechless. He asked angrily, the Golden Crow Divine Clan just left and something happened to you again? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, this time, it's a huge matter. The Buddhist sect invited a mysterious faction to help us in the deity realm of the ruins of End. I accidentally bumped into them. If not for the account of my master, I would have been directly killed by them. Now I'm suppressed in a Dharma treasure. I'm in too much pain. Save me. Han Ju asked in surprise. They didn't take away your Golden Crow token? This Golden Crow token is hidden in the depths of my soul. They can't sense it. All right. I'll ask the Heavenly Emperor for help now. Brother, thank you. You've saved me twice. From now on, you're my best brother. Don't. I'm afraid you'll give me another opportunity. Cough, cough. If you don't have absolute confidence in the future, don't go overboard. Hee hee. Hanju severed the divine sense connection and picked up the heavenly Tao token to inform the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor immediately agreed. He also wanted to see what the Buddhist sect was up to. He had always been wary of them. Hanju put down the heavenly Tao token and stretched. Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, was the number 1 prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan looking for you just now?" She had heard of Xianxia from Black Hell Demon Lord and the others. She also knew about Ada and Xiao Er's background. Therefore, she found it amazing that the number 1 genius of the Golden Crow Divine Clan was so respectful to Hanju. The Golden Crow Divine Clan was nothing much, is the outcome of adventuring everywhere. This fellow kept telling me that there was a huge opportunity and I didn't go. I'm still fine now, but he was on the verge of death several times. Tao Comprehension Sword nodded and said seriously, "Master is the most sensible. Master's Tao heart is what cultivators should possess. If everyone in the world was like Master, how can there be an immeasurable calamity?" Hanju shook his head and laughed. What twisted logic. Unfortunately, not everyone's potential is the same as ours. With poor potential, one could only seek opportunities. Hanju didn't say anything else and continued cultivating. Now, the speed at which negative karma transformed into cultivation was becoming faster and faster. It was even faster than Hanju's chi cultivation through absorbing chi. This was a good thing. The amount of negative karma of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus was huge. Coupled with the negative karma outside the island, it could be said to be endless. Hanju could also use this opportunity to repay the heavenly Tao. At that time, the heavenly Tao would reward him with great merit. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Hanju was getting closer and closer to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor. He had a feeling that the speed at which he would break through to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm was faster than breaking through to the rank 8 Immortal realm. On this day, Hanju was still cursing the enemy when Xianxia contacted him again. Hanju connected with his divine sense. "Brother, thank you. I've already been saved. Our patriarch is also very grateful to you. He said that you are an eternal friend of our Golden Crow Divine Clan. In addition, didn't you take in Di Hongye's 2 children? The patriarch has shown mercy and allowed them to return to the clan and enjoy the treatment of prodigies." Xianxia smiled. Towards the end, he was a little proud, as if waiting for Hanju to praise him. Hanju rejected politely, "Forget it. Let them stay by my side. They'll return after the immeasurable calamity ends." That's true. Now that the calamity has arrived, we can barely protect ourselves. Cultivate well when you return. I won't hide it from you anymore. I've already surpassed the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm. Actually, I gave you face previously, but I can't bear to see you continue to suffer. After struggling for a long time, I still decided to tell you the truth. Hey, are you listening? Xianxia, are you dead? Hanju was surprised. Why wasn't this fellow saying anything? Xianxia, damn it. Hanju couldn't hear a reply for a long time and couldn't help but curse. Xianxia said faintly, "Is that true? Actually, I've already held back." Hanju sighed in his heart. "I'm still too soft-hearted." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "All right, I should indeed cultivate in seclusion." With that, he severed his divine sense connection. Xiangxi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. This fellow is asking for a beating? Hanju found it funny. Putting down the heavenly Tao token, his expression turned solemn. He had accidentally revealed himself. He had to cultivate harder next to prevent Xianxia from catching up. Hanju didn't want to tell him another story. He continued cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has obtained a mighty figure's inheritance. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fangliang has obtained a mighty figure's inheritance. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has stepped into the zenith heaven realm. 3 flowers gathered above him and his providence has transformed. Your good friend Tai Sutian has entered the calamity. Your good friend Zhou is surrounded by negative karma. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Duan Hongqian has comprehended the heavenly Tao and has comprehended a mystical power. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by an ominous aura, X983. Li Daokong reached the zenith heaven realm? Hiss. Not bad. This fellow was already invincible before he stepped into the zenith heaven realm. How strong was he now? Li Daokong's only weakness was Li Xianxia. Han Ju felt that Li Daokong was not the protagonist. He was more like those impressive legends in novels. He also noticed that Tai Sutian had entered the tribulation. Could this be the order of the Nuwa Imperial Palace? This calamity was definitely related to them. Otherwise, Zhu Tu wouldn't have been angry with the Nuwa Imperial Palace. Fortunately, I hid in the 9 nether purgatory. If I was targeted by a sage, it would be troublesome. Han Ju thought silently. Tai Sutian was only interested in him. If he didn't have the system, he wouldn't have known that the Nuwa Palace was paying attention to him. He could have easily become a sage's pawn. Just the thought of it made Han Ju shiver. He was now vigilant toward Tai Sutian. He hoped that Tai Sutian would not target him. Divine Palace. Countless disciples gathered in the hall. They were densely packed and all stood in the same direction. In front of them, a figure stood on the steps. It was Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu wore a black robe and a curtained purple crown. He was very domineering. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou stood among the disciples staring at him curiously. Zhu Tu raised his right hand. All the disciples knelt down and worshipped him. They were uniform and imposing. Zhu Tu said, "All of you are geniuses who have obtained the recognition of the Divine Palace. The calamity has arrived and there are many wars. I won't force you to participate. I hope that you can cultivate first and increase your strength before working for the Divine Palace. A dead genius is not a genius. I will open the barrier to the mystic realm. There are dangers and opportunities inside. What you can obtain will depend on yourselves. It's best that you stick together and not fight among yourselves. You'll find disciples from other factions inside the mystic realm. They're your enemies. Do you understand?" All the disciples replied in unison. Zhu Tu waved his right hand, and a strong light burst out from the top of the palace. A powerful suction force pulled at the robes of all the disciples. The disciples rushed into the strong light like a school of carps crossing the river. Zhu Tu looked up with anticipation. He muttered, "I hope you don't disappoint me." After the barrier closed, Zhu Tu turned around and sat down in front of the mat. He took out a book and formed hand seals with both hands. His dermic powers wrapped around the book. "We're about to succeed." Zhu Tu smiled. He planned to create a book of curses and pretend to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. At that time, he could rope in the Dark Sect and the factions who believed in the Dark Forbidden Lord. As for the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was not afraid at all. In the immeasurable calamity, not many were his match. It was even more impossible to defeat him with the power of curses. The Dark Forbidden Lord had never dared to show himself. There had to be a reason for that. Or perhaps he was not strong enough. At least, he wasn't strong enough to ignore the immortal world. 50 years passed quickly. In the past few years, no one had disturbed Han Ju. He focused on cultivating, and his cultivation level increased very quickly. He was already about to break through. On this day, Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a fluctuation in the world of stars in the depths of his soul. He placed his consciousness on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The Black Lotus was slowly blooming. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. What did this mean? He probed with his divine sense. Other than endless negative karma, he couldn't sense anything unusual. He could only wait patiently. The 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus slowly bloomed. 36 petals bloomed, dazzling everyone. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised to find that his absorption speed was also increasing. He retrieved his consciousness until it was outside the star and discovered that the other stars were absorbing negative karma. These stars were equivalent to Hanju's cells. Every star contained his vast dermic powers. Had his stellar primordial body improved again? Good news! He had already found the absorption rate to be too slow. Perhaps the stellar primordial body also needed to break through. After reaching a certain stage, it would transform further. That's right. Although his previous talent was very strong, Hanju felt that it was still lacking. The primordial physique had to have an unparalleled advantage compared to the chaotic physique. Hanju continued observing. When the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus completely bloomed, the billions of stars absorbed negative karma. Violent winds roared through the world of stars. Fortunately, the reroll world was protected by his dermic powers, or it would have been torn apart by negative karma. Hanju was overjoyed. The speed at which the negative karma transformed into his cultivation base was so fast. He looked again and saw that more than half of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus had been purified by the nebulous primordial chi. Not bad. Not bad. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Hanju refined the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. At this moment, the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus shook violently, looking extremely irritable. Hanju sensed something and threw his primordial judgment sword into the world of stars. The primordial judgment sword was also shaking violently. Once it entered, it automatically flew towards the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. What happened? Hanju was nervous and expectant. The primordial judgment sword was refined from the nebulous primordial chi he carried when he transmigrated into the primordial space. It was his birth dharma treasure. As Hanju's cultivation level increased, it also became stronger. From the looks of it, the primordial judgment sword seemed to have a connection with the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. No. To the nebulous primordial chi. The nebulous primordial chi could purify the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The primordial judgment sword refined from nebulous primordial chi was also affected. Hanju waited patiently. He had a feeling. A cheat might be appearing. No. It was time for explosive growth. Hanju had read the emails before. So many people who entered the calamity would obtain opportunities that far exceeded what they had before. Their cultivation speed would also increase. He had always been secretly envious. It was finally his turn to rise. Hanju's explosion seemed fast, but it was actually long. After half a year, the world of stars finally calmed down. His speed at absorbing negative karma had increased by dozens of times, causing his cultivation level to increase rapidly. Breaking through to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm would probably take less than 10 years. Hanju was most concerned about the primordial judgment sword and the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The two treasures overlapped each other. The primordial judgment sword stood above the heart of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and spun continuously. Most of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus had already been purified by the nebulous primordial chi and was gradually transforming into a purple lotus. Hanju was very satisfied. Other than his cultivation speed increasing, he could clearly sense that the primordial judgment sword and the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus were establishing a special connection. Although he didn't know what the connection was, he had a feeling that he would become stronger. Time passed. 8 years later, Hanju finally had the chance to break through. He chased Tao Comprehension sword out and began to break through. With the Tao field around, there was no need to transcend the tribulation. In less than 3 years, he had successfully broken through. Rank 9 Immortal Emperor. Hanju's soul had reached an extremely perfect state. If his soul left his body, one could see a dazzling purple light shining from his soul. It was like a purple statue, crystal clear. His divine sense transformed and became stronger. Divine sense. Hanju felt that although his dermic powers were also increasing, they were not as strong as his divine sense. He looked forward to the deity realm even more. What was the deity realm? Hanju consolidated his cultivation while checking his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 4,569/2 quadrillion, 1,999,999,999,999. Race: Immortal, stellar primordial body. Cultivation: Rank 9 Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma. 2 quadrillion years of lifespan. Boring. After Hanju broke through a few times, he was no longer interested in the increase in his lifespan. He needed more excitement. After 2 years, Hanju completely stabilized his cultivation. He continued cultivating, wanting to break through to the deity realm. After reaching the deity realm, he would increase his Sword Tao mystical powers in one go. Hanju didn't even curse to celebrate. It could be seen how eager he was to reach the deity realm. On the other side, Immortal World, overseas Golden Crab Island. Huang Zuentian was meditating in front of the waterfall and cultivating. His body emitted a golden aura that was visible to the naked eye. He was like a completely different person. Now, he was no longer an existence that could be bullied. The white crane suddenly landed behind him and said respectfully, "Sect Master has summoned all the island masters to discuss something." Huang Zuentian opened his eyes and frowned. "What? Do you know the inside story?" The white crane replied, "It's about supporting the heavenly court." Huang Zuentian frowned even harder. Were they about to enter the calamity? They were working for others. Huang Zuentian felt disdain for the Jie school and felt that it was becoming more and more cowardly. However, the sect master had ordered him to go. "All right, I understand. I'll go," Huang Zuentian said. The white crane immediately flapped its wings and left. Huang Zuentian fell into endless worry. He had heard that the calamity was becoming more and more tragic. Countless living beings died every day, and even many mighty figures who shook the immortal world perished. No. If he entered the calamity rashly, even if he followed the Jie school, he would easily become cannon fodder. The heavenly court was the target of everyone. Huang Zuentian felt that he had to think of a way to at least increase his status. There were too many island masters. It wasn't a problem for hundreds of them to die. However, if he wanted to increase his status, he could only rely on cultivation. After all, the Jie school was the orthodox lineage of the Tao sect. It also emphasized impartiality and survival of the fittest. Looks like I have to use that treasure. Huang Zuentian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. 20 years passed quickly. Hanju had been cultivating in seclusion and even forgot to curse the enemy. He only woke up when the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus was completely purified. In the depths of his soul, in the stars, the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus had already turned purple. It looked very similar to his soul, as if it was carved from crystal. The primordial judgment sword did not change forms, but it had become stronger. Hanju discovered that the two treasures seemed to be fused together like a twin Dharma treasure. He immediately tried to make the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus recognize him as its master. I knew it. After purification, it became very easy to make it recognize him as its master. 7 days later, the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus successfully acknowledged him as its master. Detected that this is your first time obtaining a heavenly Tao supreme treasure. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and participate in the calamity to seize providence. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Tao fragment, and a chance to upgrade the system. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from the immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. He checked the information of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. After being purified by the nebulous primordial qi, it is even stronger. Its defense can be said to be top-notch below the heavenly Tao. It can also increase cultivation speed. So impressive? Hanju immediately took out the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and placed it on the bed. Sitting on the lotus throne and starting to absorb qi, he discovered that his cultivation speed had indeed increased greatly. Not only that, but even his body's negative karma absorption speed had also increased. What a treasure! Hanju placed the meditation cushion on the table. He should give it to Fairy Xixian. Immediately, Hanju entered the simulation trial and wanted to test the power of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. First choice, Heavenly Emperor. After 5 minutes, he opened his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised. Even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't break through the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus's defense. However, Hanju was too weak and was killed in the aftermath. But that was enough. This thing could save his life. As expected of a heavenly Tao supreme treasure, Hanju continued the simulation trial. Apart from Ancestor Shitian and the big shots in the first row, no one could break through the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus's defense. Even the big shots in the first row would take a long time to break through. As for Ancestor Shitian, with a wave of his hand, he insta-killed Hanju and the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He couldn't win. In short, Hanju was still very happy. With this supreme treasure, his strength could be considered to have increased greatly. In a good mood, he took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to celebrate. None of them could escape. Hanju decided to take out 2 billion years each. This was a huge surprise for them. First was the heavenly Tao Buddha. Under the dusk, in a huge valley, a faint Buddhist light emitted from the darkness. The heavenly Tao Buddha sat on the ground as a circle of light surrounded him. He suddenly frowned. "Damn dark forbidden Lord, you're messing with me again." Heavenly Tao Buddha was furious, but he had to endure it. He had already lost his mind. It wasn't easy for him to stabilize his inner demon. He didn't want to lose control again. Ever since Zhu appeared, he did not dare to act recklessly. The Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Emperor couldn't kill him, but Zhu could. The publicly acknowledged strongest person in the immortal world. It was precisely because of him that the divine palace could rise. No one dared to kill it in its cradle. As the heavenly Tao Buddha resisted the curse, he racked his brains. How should he find the dark forbidden Lord? As the heavenly Tao Buddha resisted the curse, he racked his brains. How should he find the dark forbidden Lord? If he couldn't find him, he would still suffer in the future. He couldn't understand. He had clearly left the Buddhist sect. Why was he still cursing him? What grudge did the dark forbidden Lord have with him? Was there a need to fight to the death? The heavenly Tao Buddha just did not understand karma. Of course, if he encountered the dark forbidden Lord, who was weaker than him, he would definitely kill him. In the next few days, the curse power became stronger. The heavenly Tao Buddha did not last long. Finally, he had gone mad again. The mental demon haunted him. Killing intent against the dark forbidden Lord occupied his mind. He wanted to release this killing intent. Your enemy heavenly Tao Buddha has lost his mind because of your curse. Seeing this email, Hanju didn't stop. He had to deduct 2 billion years of his lifespan before he could stop. He wasn't afraid of cursing the heavenly Tao Buddha to death. 6-star hatred points was too eye-catching. If he didn't kill this fellow, Hanju would never be at ease. When his lifespan was deducted by 2 billion years, Hanju immediately stopped. Perfect timing. Hanju suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be bleeding. It seemed that the recent transformation of the stellar primordial body was indeed effective. He recuperated his aura and continued cursing the Demon Emperor after resting for a few days. He also invested 2 billion years, but nothing happened to the other party. Nothing happened when he cursed Zhu either. Hanju was a little depressed. Could it be that these big shots had found a way to deal with the curse? It seemed that he had to find a chance to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. If he wanted to upgrade it, he had to keep grinding the system's choice missions. Hanju could only keep breaking through. He wouldn't go out and find trouble. Divine Palace, in a quiet palace. Zhu suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. It seems that the Dark Forbidden Lord is not simple. Facing the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was the same as the other mighty figures. He could only deduce the Book of Misfortune and did not know its owner's appearance. Zhu had no choice but to stop underestimating him. The Dark Forbidden Lord was indeed impressive. Since he had already offended the other party, Zhu decided to confirm his identity. Humph. Since you only dare to hide in the dark, don't even think about coming out. The corners of his mouth curled up. The current curse couldn't affect him. After spending 6 billion years cursing, Hanju continued cultivating. It looked like he was squandering, but in fact, Hanju didn't even spend a considerable amount of his lifespan. Hanju felt that this was not a good thing. This would make him lose respect for his lifespan. Indeed, gambling would never end well. No matter what he gambled, it wouldn't end well. Hanju sighed in his heart. After the calamity ended, he would no longer curse people with his lifespan. That was unless the other party did not want to live. Time passed. The myriad worlds in the universe were all in a calamity. Other than the reroll world, almost all the worlds stirred up a world-destroying war. Negative karma overflowed from the myriad worlds and began to spread in the void, as if darkness was devouring the myriad worlds. 40 years passed quickly. Hanju's cultivation had already reached the limit and couldn't increase anymore. But he couldn't find a way to break through to the deity realm for the time being. What was the deity realm? Hanju was in a dilemma. If he had known, he would have asked in the Great Ultimate Hall. Hanju tried using the derivation function again, but the system told him that he couldn't use it to derive a higher cultivation method. He had no choice but to take out the Heavenly Tao token and ask the Heavenly Emperor how to break through to the deity realm. What? You're about to break through to the deity realm? Shocked, the Heavenly Emperor couldn't remain calm. Hanju said helplessly, I'm just asking. He knew that this was not trustworthy, but he could only ask the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was silent for a long time. Hanju even thought that he had hung up, but then he replied, the breakthrough of the deity realm depends on the improvement of the soul. After reaching the deity realm, the body is no longer important. Even if the body is destroyed, you can recover with a thought. As for how to nurture the soul, you need the Great Tao. By using the Great Tao to nourish the soul and reach the point of fusion, you can reach the deity realm. However, the Great Tao grasped by the deity realm is only a derivation. Just like the Heavenly Tao of the immortal world and the Heavenly Tao of the mortal world, there are differences. It's said that sages can truly grasp a Great Tao. No cultivator who cultivates this particular Tao can disobey the sage. Hanju was secretly shocked. Were sages so ridiculous? Wait. Could it be that Ancestor Shitian wanted to control these listeners by preaching the Great Tao? How terrifying. He couldn't cultivate the Great Tao of Karma in the future. Hanju said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Although I'm still far from the deity realm, I won't forget your kindness when I reach it. The Heavenly Emperor said meaningfully, I hope so. I actually don't expect you to come out and help the Heavenly Court now. I hope that after this calamity is over, you will serve the Heavenly Court. At that time, you will definitely be as powerful as Li Daokong and Li Xianxia. You don't have to worry about being harmed because you are already strong enough. I hope that you can become the pillar of the Heavenly Court, like the 4 extreme emperors. Of course, if I'm strong, I'll definitely ensure peace in the Heavenly Court. Hanju promised seriously. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and severed his divine sense connection. Hanju looked at the Great Tao of life and death in his body. The Great Tao of Karma was too dangerous, he definitely could not cultivate it. But the Great Tao of life and death was fine. He had obtained the Great Tao of life and death a long time ago. Hanju had relied on it to reach the Emperor realm. In his opinion, there shouldn't be any sages who had grasped the Great Tao of life and death. Otherwise, what was the point of continuing? That fellow could directly decide the life and death of all living beings. Hanju took out the great Tao of life and death and wrapped it around his soul. Enveloped by the great Tao of life and death, his soul felt warm one moment and cold the next. Could this be the legendary ice and fire? Hanju's thoughts drifted away and stopped in time as he continued to let the great Tao of life and death nourish his soul. After 3 years, he finally discovered a change. His soul was fusing with the great Tao of life and death. This fusion was not as simple as it seemed. Hanju showed his excitement. He had finally found a way to break through. Although this process was a little slow, he could wait. Tao Comprehension Sword returned to the cave abode and saw that Hanju was surrounded by black and white chi. She was already used to it. She came in front of him and called out softly, "Master!" Hanju didn't even open his eyes as he asked, "What is it?" "There's something wrong with Chu Shuren." "What?" Hanju opened his eyes. What happened to this kid? He spread his divine sense and saw Chu Shuren cultivating under the Fusang tree. However, Buddhist light emitted from his body, making him look extremely solemn. The others discussed. "He's a reincarnated person from the Buddhist sect? Sun Chang'an, do you know him?" "I don't know, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere." "Let's make a guess. What identity did Chu Shuren have in the Buddhist sect in his previous life?" "Probably an arhat." "Can an arhat have such talent?" "He's at least a Buddha." The disciples were very excited. Not one of them was afraid. Awakening the memories of their previous life would not devour the memories of this life. They were just fusing them. Morong Chi, Sun Chang'an, and Su Chi had all awakened the memories of their previous lives. But they had not abandoned the hidden sect. "It's fine. Don't worry about him," Hanju said. He sensed that a powerful force was awakening in Chu Shuren's essence soul. It seemed that the Supreme Buddha was really about to awaken. That made sense. Chu Shuren had been cultivating diligently all these years, and his cultivation level had increased. It was time to awaken his memories of his previous life. Hanju was very curious. Would the Supreme Buddha continue to persuade others not to cultivate? He had already broken this rule himself. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. He wanted to reach the deity realm as soon as possible. A year later, Chu Shuren was completely awakened. He revealed the Buddhist appearance of the Supreme Buddha and had a solemn divine might. The disciples widened their eyes. Sun Chang'an seemed to recall something. With a thump, he knelt on the ground. He said with a trembling voice, "Buddha! Buddha!" Everyone was shocked, especially Chu Shuren's disciple Zhou Mingyue. His vision darkened. Oh no! He would be bullied by his master in the future and would never be able to make a comeback. Lu Huashu was also shocked. There were also legends of Buddhas in the mortal world. He never expected his master to be a Buddha. Diamond Rage shouted angrily, "Supreme Buddha? Didn't he disappear? Why?" He suddenly felt greater reverence for Hanju. Even the Buddha could be subdued? Chu Shuren was expressionless. "The karma of my previous life has already become a thing of the past. In this life, we will talk about our seniority here." Sun Chang'an heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Shuren slowly stood up and looked at the Khanate cave abode. He frowned slightly. The other disciples became nervous. This was a Buddha after all. If he attacked Hanju, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Chu Shuren suddenly bowed to the Khanate cave abode and walked to the edge of the cliff to sit down and continue cultivating. Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to disturb Chu Shuren. The black hell chicken came behind him and shouted, "Brat, you're actually a Buddha. You even said that it's better not to cultivate. If you don't cultivate, how can you be the Buddha? You're so despicable." Everyone couldn't help but worry for it. The black hell demon lord hesitated. Chu Shuren rolled his eyes and said angrily, "I was wrong in the past. Is there a problem?" Sun Chang'an was dumbfounded, suspecting that he had heard wrong. The Supreme Buddha, who had been constantly persuading the other 3 Buddhas, actually admitted that his previous ideals were wrong. Impossible. Sun Chang'an immediately thought of something. Could it be that Hanju had done something to Chu Shuren? That was very likely. Chu Shuren shouldn't have completely awakened the memories of the Supreme Buddha. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Hanju's image in Sun Chang'an's heart became even more mysterious. Although he had been cultivating on the island all these years, he felt that Hanju was getting further and further away from them. This feeling stimulated him to cultivate diligently. Cultivate well. Since you're the Buddha, quickly recover your cultivation from your previous life. The hidden sect still needs to rely on you disciples. We can't always let my big brother and the old magus help us. The black hell chicken snorted, acting like he was the master of the hidden sect. Diamond Rage was furious. How many times have I told you? Don't call me old magus. With the black hell chickens posturing, the atmosphere eased. The others also went up to talk to Chu Shuren. Chu Shuren did not ignore them either. He answered whatever was asked. As the communication increased, the former Chu Shuren seemed to have returned. 10 years later, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy. His soul was still being nourished by the great Tao of life and death. He didn't need to watch this process carefully. He estimated that in at most 50 years, the great Tao of life and death and his soul would completely fuse. At that time, he would step into the deity realm. Hanju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun has joined the darkness sect. Her providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by demons X310032. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a demon saint. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Divine General has obtained an ancient inheritance. His providence has increased greatly. Because of your curse, the zenith heaven Tao fruit of your enemy demon emperor cracked. Your good friend Li Daokong has stepped into the heavenly Tao and severed his karma. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuentian has fused with the blood of the ancient Qilin. His bloodline has transformed and his cultivation has increased greatly. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Why did Xian Qingjun join the darkness sect? His wife had submitted to the enemy? Hanju was a little unhappy, but he couldn't control the immortal world. No, the darkness sect had to be punished. Hanju still remembered that the leader of the darkness sect was Xue Mingyi, who escaped from the 9 nether purgatory. He noticed that Li Daokong had stepped into the heavenly Tao and severed his karma. This was too ridiculous. As expected of a mighty figure who wanted to take him in as a disciple. No wonder he dared to be so reckless before. After wandering for so long, he severed the karma and started from the beginning. It was unknown if he had severed his karma with the human school. If Hanju was Li Daokong, he would definitely do it. Otherwise, Li Xian'ao would become his weakness. In Hanju's opinion, Li Xian'ao was far inferior to Li Daokong. Li Xian'ao had been severely injured various times before, but not Li Daokong. As for Huang Zuentian, why was he becoming more and more powerful? Hanju only wanted to give it a try at first. He didn't expect this fellow to still be stubborn and become stronger. Will he become the sect master of the Jie school the next time we meet? Hanju wasn't afraid that he would betray him. There was a 6 paths insignia in the depths of Huang Zuentian's soul. The 6 paths insignia became stronger with Hanju. Unless Huang Zuentian directly surpassed him, he could forget about betraying him. Hanju continued to read the emails. Many people had obtained opportunities. Unfortunately, you still can't compare to me. Hanju often paid attention to his friends in interpersonal relationships. No one cultivated faster than him. Although he was proud, he was not arrogant. There was no point in comparing speed. Cultivation was the most important. A month later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and asked in his heart, I want to know who is cursing the Heavenly Emperor. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju closed his eyes. Several breaths later, he opened his eyes. Damn it. It was Zhu Tu again. What happened? He was so strong, yet he still cursed others? Trying to pretend to be me? Hanju was annoyed. He couldn't allow Zhu to hurt his heavenly emperor. Your Majesty, for you, I've decided to risk it, Hanju thought to himself. He picked up the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing. This time, he had to curse Zhu until something happened. After cursing for 5 days, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He kept staring at his attributes panel. His lifespan decreased faster and faster as he increased the intensity of the curse. 100 million years. 1 billion years. 2 billion years. 5 billion years. Hanju stopped. His face was already covered in blood. He asked the system, "Did something happen to Zhu?" He had no interpersonal relationship with Zhu, so he couldn't see information about him in the emails. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? No. Hanju didn't care anymore. He tried his best, anyway. He would find a chance to tell the Heavenly Emperor about Zhu cursing him. Divine Palace. Boom! The palace shook violently. The guards outside looked at each other. They were extremely nervous, but they did not dare to barge in. In the hall, Zhu's expression darkened. Damn dark forbidden lord. He cursed me every 10 years. This time, he used even more strength. Zhu panicked. Would the darkness forbidden lord's curse become stronger next time? Although he was fine now, if this was not the dark forbidden lord's limit. Time passed quickly. 40 years in the immortal world went by. Hanju's soul finally fused with the great Tao of life and death. He was about to welcome the opportunity to break through. He chased Tao Comprehension's sword out, and she left the cave abode with an understanding expression. Hanju took a deep breath. Deity Realm. Here I come. Hanju was very excited. It was almost at the level when he first reached the immortal realm. He began to comprehend the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. This cultivation technique was a great Tao cultivation technique. He could only comprehend different realms as his cultivation level increased. Now, he wanted the method to break through to the deity realm. Hanju's soul flew out from his head. His soul was bright, and purple light shone in the cave. The breakthrough began. As Hanju comprehended the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, all sorts of true meanings regarding the deity realm surged into his mind. Deity realm. Above all living beings. The deity realm was not divided into 9 ranks like the emperor realm, but 1 to 6 mystic. 1 mystic divine origin. 2 mystic divine origin. Until 6 mystic divine origin. When the 6 mystics gathered, he would become zenith heaven. Heavenly court, numinous palace, gathering of gods. The heavenly emperor sat on the emperor's throne. In the front row of the hall stood Li Daokong, Li Xianxia, the divine general, the martial god general, the heavenly duke of the Jie school, and the mighty figures of the Chan school. The divine general smiled and said, "Your Majesty, another war god has come to challenge the heavenly god general. He hasn't been defeated after more than 10,000 times. He's not far from becoming the heavenly Tao war god, right?" The other immortals smiled. Ever since the heavenly god general announced to the world that he wanted to fight for the war god title at the heavenly gate, many years had passed. He had always been fighting and had never lost. It was precisely because of him that the prestige of the heavenly court had soared. This was also one of the important reasons why the Tao sect supported them. Nan. 1. The heavenly emperor smiled and said, "The heavenly god general is working so hard. You can't relax. Next, you should attack the demon court. As long as the demon court doesn't appear, there will be endless trouble in the heavenly court." Now, the demon court has already become the greatest force wreaking havoc in the immortal world. Destroying them will increase the heavenly court's providence. The immortals agreed one after another, their faces filled with confidence. The current heavenly court was really different. After obtaining the support of the Tao sect, they were the strongest force in the immortal world. Jing Tiangong suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, the divine palace's Zhu is the dark forbidden lord now. Do you think that's true? The Heavenly Emperor said calmly. With Zhu Tu's cultivation level, why would he be the Dark Forbidden Lord? Why would he choose to expose his identity now? It's obvious that he only wants to rope in the believers of the Dark Forbidden Lord. If you were Zhu Tu, what reason would you have to be the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jing Tiangong nodded. He didn't believe it either. He had interacted with Zhu Tu in the past. This person was extremely arrogant. He could have directly attacked the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha, so why did he have to do this? He had never heard of Zhu Tu being good at curses, either. Of course, the most important reason was that Jing Tiangong was unhappy with Zhu Tuesday previously. He had almost died in his hands. How could Zhu Tu be the Dark Forbidden Lord he worshipped? In his eyes, the Dark Forbidden Lord was mysterious and powerful. He was filled with wisdom and strategies. He didn't want fame, only benefits. Such a mighty figure was what he pursued. Li Daokong suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to challenge Zhu Tu to a battle." The Heavenly Emperor glanced at him and shook his head. "You're still young. Zhu Tu's strength is not something you can imagine." Li Daokong smiled and said, "Is that so? Then, I want to fight him even more now." Beside him, Li Xianxia said in a strange tone, "My good senior brother, don't die and implicate me." "I doubt it." "Hee, you're really confident." "It's not confidence. It's the truth." "Humph." The Immortals were already used to seeing the two of them bickering. At that moment, a heavenly soldier suddenly flew into the hall. "Report a large number of vengeful spirits have appeared outside the South Heaven Gate. The Divine Palace is attacking." Whoosh. The Immortals were in an uproar. They were still discussing how to deal with the Demon Court, and now the Divine Palace attacked. Dao Sovereign's expression was unnatural. He loved and hated the Divine Palace. Li Daokong laughed. "Perfect timing." With that, he disappeared. Li Xianxia hurriedly followed. After 17 years, Hanju finally broke through. One mystic divine origin. Hanju's soul sublimated and his divine sense swept out. Fortunately, he remembered that the primordial Yuan Phoenix was still in the 9 nether purgatory, so he retracted his divine sense. The dermic powers in his body had also undergone a qualitative transformation. This was a higher-level dermic power, also known as divine origin. Origin was the source of all things. Divine was high and mighty. Divine origin dermic powers. Hanju felt the transformation brought by the deity realm and was immersed in it. He felt as if he had been reborn. Compared to before, he was like an immortal. What a wonderful feeling. It was as if he could control everything. His divine sense could even sense the omnipresent space and time. He was omnipotent. When Hanju woke up from this wonderful feeling, he opened his eyes and opened his attributes panel to see his current lifespan. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 4,703/9 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial. Cultivation: 1 mystic divine origin. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma. 9.9 quadrillion years of lifespan. It was about to break through the horizon. Not only that, but his race had also changed. Primordial Fiend Celestial? Interesting. Hanju was overjoyed. What a long lifespan. It was almost eternal life. Hanju suppressed his surprise and continued to consolidate his cultivation. 2 years later, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you have reached the deity realm and have transformed into a primordial fiend celestial. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and fight for the providence of the immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. 2. Stay true to your heart and continue cultivating. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the system. This dog system finally stopped tempting him to go out. Hanju happily chose the second option. System upgrade. Just slowly level up. Hanju closed his eyes and started to comprehend the Sword Dao mystical powers, preparing to raise his strength to the limit. On that day, he directly jumped into the Sword Dao River and began to step forward. Zhang Guxing guarded the Sword Dao River. When he saw Hanju appear, he couldn't help but smile. You! Wait. Zhang Guxing widened his eyes. Hanju's consciousness formed a purple figure that emitted a terrifying and oppressive aura that made him shiver. This aura. Only the Divine Palace's Divine Emperor had it. Could it be that this kid had stepped into the deity realm? Impossible. How many years had it been? Zhang Guxing was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. He could be said to have watched Hanju grow up. He had stepped into the deity realm from a mortal in a little more than 4,000 years. Is this kid the reincarnation of a mighty figure? Did he want to train in the mortal world? Hanju focused on breaking through. He continued forward, and soon there were no other figures around. Finally, he saw the mysterious figure again, as if it was standing at the end of the Sword Dao, waiting for him. Hanju had already guessed this fellow's identity. It looked very close, but Hanju took more than 10,000 steps before arriving in front of him. The mysterious figure turned around and looked at him. He smiled and said, "It's really you. I didn't see wrongly." The mysterious figure was Li Daokong. Hanju didn't panic when facing Li Daokong. He smiled and said, "Senior is indeed powerful." Li Daokong smiled and asked, "Do you want to surpass me?" "I want to, but I don't have the ability." "If you want to surpass me, you need to take a strike from me. Take it. I'll give you this position. If you can't, go back and train more." "Come," Hanju said seriously. He knew that Li Daokong wasn't making things difficult for him. At this point, his mystical powers had already reached the deity realm. If he continued forward, he would probably reach the Zenith Heaven realm. Li Daokong waved his hand, and a sword chi flew towards Hanju. This sword chi was not spectacular, and its aura was average. However, it was extremely fast, so fast that Hanju didn't even have time to react. Boom! Hanju's consciousness spun and returned to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't even block a single strike? Ridiculous. Although Hanju didn't exert his full strength in the Sword Dao River, it could still show the difference between the two. Of course, if they really fought, Li Daokong wouldn't even be able to break through the defense of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Hanju perked up and continued to strengthen his other Sword Dao mystical powers. He headed for the Sword Dao River each time, but when he encountered Li Daokong later, he did not receive any attacks. The copy of Li Daokong in the Sword Dao River seemed to be the remnant of his will, not his true body. Half a year later, Hanju raised his strength to the limit and began the simulation trial. He would beat Li Xianxia first. Back at the Great Ultimate Hall, Li Xianxia was also there and Hanju copied his data. Li Xianxia couldn't break through the defense of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus at all. Although Hanju's cultivation was inferior, he could still fight evenly using the Supreme Treasure. It was worth mentioning that Li Xianxia's cultivation was 6 mystic divine origin. He wondered when this fellow would reach the Zenith Heaven realm. Hanju always remembered that he had dug out the chaotic heavenly dog's eyes. He had to take revenge. 3 days later, Hanju ended the simulation trial. He couldn't defeat a Zenith Heaven existence for the time being. However, with the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, he would not be insta-killed. Most of the people in the deity realm were not his match. Without being able to break through the defense of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, Hanju could find an opportunity to win. A small number of 6 mystic divine origin cultivators could make Hanju unable to move no matter how he fought. Overall, Hanju was still very satisfied. Even if he had just entered the deity realm, he was not at the bottom. It had to be said that the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus was really strong. No wonder immortal Emperor Samsara wanted to obtain this item. However, the negative karma contained in this treasure was really terrifying. If not for the stellar primordial body, this treasure would instead be a serious burden to Hanju. Taoist Yuji was like this before, so he followed Hanju's act and threw this treasure away. Since I've broken through, shouldn't I celebrate? Hanju thought silently. He cursed Zutu first. This fellow had been cursing the heavenly emperor. It was obvious that he was pretending to be him. Unforgivable. Moreover, Hanju deduced that the future Zutu would slaughter all living beings. Killing this fellow was to benefit all living beings. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed while thinking about how much lifespan he had to offer. 10 billion years? He felt that 10 billion years might not be enough to cause a problem with Zoo Tuesday. Forget it. I'll just treat it as splurging for a celebration. Above the 9 heavens, 2 terrifying figures were fighting. They were Zhu Tu and Li Daokong. Li Daokong held a sword. Every strike could produce billions of sword chi that filled the 9 heavens. Zhu Tu used both hands to cast various mystical powers. Terrifying pressure filled the sky. No one dared to step foot here. Zhu Tu raised his right hand. Countless bolts of lightning gathered in his palm and quickly condensed into a huge and majestic 5-clawed lightning dragon that roared sinisterly. At this moment, Zhu Tu frowned and cursed. Damn it! Why are you cursing me at this juncture? He hated the dark forbidden lord. Li Daokong didn't know what had happened to Zhu Tuesday. Identical figures appeared around him, each brandishing a different sword technique. More and more sword shadows rushed towards Zhu Tuesday. In the blink of an eye, Li Daokong's figures filled the sky. Suddenly, Li Daokong's sword shadows turned to face Zhu Tuesday's sword. Light burst forth, illuminating the world. In the 9 nether purgatory, hidden sect island, the disciples who were cultivating looked up. Why is there light? Morong Chi asked in surprise. After coming to the 9 nether purgatory for so long, this was the first time they saw light. Liao frowned. That's sword light. Sword light? Everyone was stunned. Diamond Rage had a complicated expression as he said, in a battle between mighty figures, the sword light can penetrate to the 9 nether purgatory. Such a cultivation level is truly terrifying. He's probably one of the strongest existences in the immortal world. The disciples of the hidden sect couldn't help but be fascinated. What cultivation level was needed to illuminate the heavens? In the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was still focused on cursing. Several days later, Hanju's lifespan started to decrease. He opened his attributes panel and stared at it carefully. 1 billion years. 3 billion years. 5 billion years. 10 billion years. Stop. Hanju didn't even bleed. The deity realm was indeed powerful. Although he didn't know if Zutu was alright, Hanju didn't care. He felt good, anyway. Then, he cursed the heavenly Tao Buddha. This fellow had already gone mad. It was best to curse him to death as soon as possible. Hanju also decided to play with the heavenly Tao Buddha using 10 billion years. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He cursed with all his might, causing his lifespan to decrease at an unprecedented rate. 3 billion years. Because of your curse, your enemy heavenly Tao Buddha lost control of his demonic heart and his dermic powers. 5 billion years. 8 billion years. Because of your curse, your enemy heavenly Tao Buddha has manifested his demonic body and demonic soul, attracting the heavenly punishment. 9 billion years. 10 billion years. Stop. Hanju timed it accurately. Dark Forbidden Lord. Just you wait. I will definitely kill you. Ah! The voice of heavenly Tao Buddha suddenly exploded. Not only Hanju, but everyone in Hidden Sect Island could hear it. Hanju was stunned. An email appeared in front of him. Because of your curse, your enemy heavenly Tao Buddha was killed by the heavenly Tao. He died and his Tao dissipated. A remnant soul managed to escape. Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships. The portrait of the heavenly Tao Buddha was gone. Was he dead? Still not completely dead? That remnant soul made him uneasy. At the same time, golden rain descended from the myriad worlds. The zenith heaven perished, and the myriad worlds were filled with sorrow. Heavenly court. Numinous palace. The heavenly emperor looked at the golden rain outside the hall, his expression changing. Who is the dark forbidden lord? Zhu Tu is still fighting Li Daokong. It's definitely not him. He can actually curse the heavenly Dao Buddha to death. Isn't this? A storm brewed in the heavenly emperor's heart. He pinched his fingers to deduce, then a strange expression formed on his face. Eh? This fellow is actually the devil ancestor? No wonder it attracted the heavenly Dao. The negative karma accumulated by the devil ancestor back then was too terrifying, causing him to be rejected by the heavenly Dao the moment he entered it. Could it be that the curse of the dark forbidden lord had caused the heavenly Dao Buddha to be unable to hide his true body? The heavenly emperor was uneasy. Today it was the heavenly Dao Buddha. Would it be him next time? Although he wasn't from the devil race and the heavenly Dao would not target him, he didn't want to be cursed by the dark forbidden lord. He finally cursed a mortal enemy to death. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh. The path of the great Dao was long-lasting. Hanju thought to himself, it's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having killing intent towards me. He never provoked others, but he was not afraid of trouble. Whoever dared to harm him, he would think of all ways to kill them. If he wanted the enemy to give up on hatred, he would make him disappear. Hanju adjusted his state. He prepared to continue cursing the demon emperor. If it was the demon emperor, he could curse for 5 days. Hanju didn't want to kill 2 zenith heavens in a row. He was afraid that his mentality would change. Furthermore, the demon emperor was not the devil ancestor. Even if he revealed his true body, he wouldn't be killed by the heavenly Dao. Demon court. The demon emperor was filled with fear when he heard the heavenly Dao Buddha's roar. Previously, he hated the dark forbidden lord and was more furious. After all, in his opinion, the dark forbidden lord only dared to curse in secret. But it was different now. A zenith heaven was cursed to death. The demon emperor didn't care about the heavenly Dao Buddha being the devil ancestor. In his opinion, the dark forbidden lord already had the strength to kill a zenith heaven. The reason why he had forced the heavenly Dao Buddha to reveal his true form was to torture him. What a terrifying and vicious fellow. The demon emperor had lived for so long, but he had never encountered such a savage fellow. This fellow could clearly kill the enemy directly, but he insisted on cursing in secret and torturing the enemy's will. Such an enemy was too terrifying. At this moment, the demon emperor even felt a hint of regret. He suddenly wanted to beg the dark forbidden lord for mercy. However, he sadly discovered that he didn't even know who the dark forbidden lord was. He couldn't even find him. He suddenly thought of Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu had recently been pretending to be the dark forbidden lord. Could it really be him? He indeed had the strength to kill the heavenly Dao Buddha. The more the demon emperor thought about it, the more panicked he became. At this moment, the familiar curse power attacked again. The demon emperor panicked. He thought that the dark forbidden lord was preparing to curse him to death. He began to think of all ways to stop it. However, 5 days later, the curse stopped. He wasn't injured. The dark forbidden lord seemed to be teasing him. For some reason, the demon emperor was pleasantly surprised. He wants to befriend me? The moment this thought appeared in the demon emperor's mind, it began to grow like weeds. The heavenly Dao Buddha had just died when the dark forbidden lord came to curse him. It was definitely not casual. There had to be a deeper meaning. The demon emperor frowned. What should he do? After cursing all the enemies, Hanju walked out of the Khanate cave abode. Fairy Xixian and Chang Yuer, who were in seclusion, also came out to listen as he preached the Tao to everyone. Everyone felt that Hanju was different now. Chu Shuren had a complicated expression and was secretly shocked. This is the deity realm? No, he might be even stronger. After awakening his memories of his previous life, Chu Shuren tried the simulation trial. He discovered that Hanju had recorded many mighty figures that he needed to admire in his previous life. Since Hanju could simulate the strength of those mighty figures, he was definitely not weaker than them. Hanju looked at Chu Shuren and asked, "What do you think about the death of the heavenly Tao Buddha?" Chu Shuren came back to his senses and said, "He deserved it. When the heavenly Tao Buddha lured the devil heart into the Buddhist sect, I felt that something was wrong with him. He will definitely destroy the Buddhist sect." As expected, the others couldn't help but be curious. Previously, Chu Shuren didn't mention a word about the Buddhist sect, causing them to be too embarrassed to ask. Hanju didn't ask further and started to talk. Chongyuer sent a voice transmission to Fairy Shixian. "Master, Junior Brother seems to have changed." Fairy Shixian replied, "It's just that his cultivation level has increased." She looked at Hanju with reverence. Not only them, but the other disciples also clearly felt the pressure emitted by Hanju. Diamond Rage and the Black Hell Demon Lord were the most shocked. This was obviously not a small breakthrough but a big one. To welcome a major breakthrough with his cultivation level, what realm was he at? They didn't dare to think too much. As Hanju began to preach the Tao, everyone entered a state of enlightenment. This lecture lasted for 5 years. Everyone had comprehended something and even broke through, including Diamond Rage and the Black Hell Demon Lord. They seemed to have found a way to increase their cultivation level. For the next 4 years, Hanju allowed them to ask questions one by one. After that, he dismissed the disciples and returned to the cave abode alone, preparing to continue cultivating. Tao Comprehension Sword followed him. She came in front of Hanju and asked carefully, "Master, you're so strong now. Do you still want to hide here?" For some reason, Hanju gave her the feeling of invincibility. She had never felt it so strongly. Hanju said angrily, "What do you mean by hiding? This is cultivation. There is no end to the Tao." "What? Has your Tao heart changed? You want to go out? Alright, get out now. I'll personally send you to the immortal world." Tao Comprehension Sword was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hurriedly knelt down and begged, "I didn't, Master. I was wrong." Hanju snorted. "Don't ask such questions in the future. Cultivate well." He was already a little arrogant. If more and more voices like Tao Comprehension Sword appeared around him, he might really become arrogant enough to enter the calamity. Could this girl have been possessed by the heavenly Tao to seduce him? Hanju was determined. "I'm not strong enough." Thinking of Li Daokong and ancestor Shitian, the smugness in his heart vanished. Tao Comprehension Sword seemed to be frightened. She returned to her mat and continued cultivating. Hanju couldn't bear it and said, "Come over. I'll give you special treatment." Tao Comprehension Sword was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly came to his bed to meditate. Her gaze landed on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus under Hanju. She wanted to ask what this treasure was, but she didn't dare to. "Regarding the heavenly sword Tao, you've already cultivated most of it. I'll teach you another sword Tao mystical power. This mystical power is the unparalleled sword Qi, the mystical power you despised before," Hanju said expressionlessly. Tao Comprehension Sword hurriedly waved her hand and denied it. "I didn't. I only said this name is average." "Oh? You're still arguing. I was wrong." Hanju smiled in satisfaction and started to teach her the mystical power. Half a year later, Tao Comprehension Sword was chased out of the cave abode by Hanju and went outside to cultivate his mystical power. Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor. He didn't know how the Heavenly Court had been all these years. Soon, his divine sense connected. "Humph, you really broke through to the deity realm," the Heavenly Emperor snorted. He felt Hanju's divine sense transform. It was no longer the Emperor realm, but the divine sense of the deity realm. Hanju said awkwardly, "Cough cough, I was just lucky." The Heavenly Emperor said meaningfully, "TSK, your talent is really powerful. I suspect that you don't have a chaotic physique, but a stronger and more mysterious physique. No, I just have a heart towards the Tao. Heart of the Tao? Perhaps. The heavenly emperor seemed to have thought of something and fell silent. Hanju asked, "How's the situation in the heavenly court recently? I heard a voice previously. Something must have happened in the immortal world." The heavenly emperor said indifferently, "Just one Buddha died. Just." Hanju was unhappy. He wanted to hear the heavenly emperor brag about the dark forbidden lord. But this fellow did not follow the script. "Heavenly emperor, do you know how many years of lifespan I've spent? If I tell you, you can't bear the burden. The one who died was the Buddhist sect's heavenly Tao Buddha. This Buddha was disguised as the devil ancestor. He deserved death." The heavenly emperor spoke slowly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. Hanju was even more depressed. "Are you bragging?" The heavenly emperor changed the topic and said, "However, this matter is related to the Dark Forbidden Lord. The fact that the Dark Forbidden Lord could drive a zenith heaven mad and even force him to death is truly not simple." The demon emperor was frightened and said that he was willing to invite the Dark Forbidden Lord to enter the demon court and enjoy equal status with him. He will be treated just like the demon emperor. Hanju was stunned. What was the demon emperor doing? Trick a dog in before killing it? An ambush? Hanju felt that the demon emperor had to be taught a lesson. As long as the demon emperor's hatred for him did not decrease, he would always have the intention to kill him. Hanju asked, "How's the situation in the heavenly court? You aren't targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord, right?" "He will curse me occasionally, but overall, the heavenly court is temporarily unaffected by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Next, the heavenly court will start a war with the demon court. The calamity has already begun for a period of time. It's time for true war." The heavenly emperor smiled, his tone filled with confidence. Hanju felt that he had gotten arrogant. He would probably fail. He didn't dare to say it directly and could only wish the heavenly emperor success. The two of them did not chat for long before ending the conversation. He continued to cultivate. One mystic divine origin was not enough. He was too far from the zenith heaven realm. Hanju's goal was to reach the zenith heaven realm as soon as possible. Even the heavenly Tao Buddha had died easily, let alone a little deity realm cultivator like him. Cultivation was truly endless. 8 years later, the system was finally upgraded. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the zenith heaven realm. It has expanded the internal space of the Tao field. Tao field immortal chi has increased by 10 times. Kane chi has increased by 5 times. The Tao field can block the prying of a sage's divine sense. The system has added a new guard function. It can completely replicate a zenith heaven expert in the simulation trial as a guard. He will listen to you. The guard cannot leave the Tao field for more than an hour. Otherwise, it will directly disappear. Hanju was stunned after reading the 4 lines of notifications. An unprecedented sense of security surged into his heart. The array formation of the zenith heaven realm meant that no enemy below the zenith heaven realm could barge in. Previously, it had blocked the prying of the pseudosage, but now it directly blocked the sage. This time, Hanju could hide completely. The most explosive thing was the defense function. He could directly duplicate a zenith heaven. He felt extremely safe. The more the system upgraded, the stronger it became. No wonder there had been so many upgrades recently. It seemed that the system couldn't help but want to upgrade. Hanju closed his eyes and started to choose the zenith heaven. After some thought, he first chose Zu2, the number 1 in the immeasurable calamity. However, Hanju was worried that he would surpass the zenith heaven. Choice successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Tao field's first guard. Once the guard dies, he cannot be revived. It will take time for the guard to be copied. Please wait patiently. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It was settled. However, the guard could only stay on the island. If he left for more than an hour, he would automatically be gone. In other words, this guard could only be a guard and not a fighter. To Hanju, it was enough. He was arrogant. This time, as long as he stayed in the Tao field, he would be invincible. At least below the heavenly Tao. Zhu is already the strongest in the calamity. A pseudo-sage shouldn't enter the world, let alone a sage. Hanju felt the dark clouds above his head lift and his body relaxed. Next, he just had to wait for the guard to appear. At the same time, the disciples of the hidden sect discovered that the immortal chi in the island was increasing again. The Black Hell Demon Lord clicked his tongue in wonder. Why are the array formations in this island increasing from time to time? I clearly didn't see the door move, nor did I see any more natural treasures. The Black Hell Chicken smiled proudly. Of course, it's a mystical power. Do you understand what a mystical power is? It can turn something useless into something magical. My master is very capable. The Black Hell Demon Lord rolled his eyes. He could tell that Hanju had a higher status in the Black Hell Chicken's heart. If he broke up with him, the Black Hell Chicken would definitely choose Hanju without hesitation. The others also began to discuss. At the edge of the cliff, Chu Shuren looked around and muttered, "Aura of creation, could it be?" He seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. He turned to look at the Khanate cave abode with reverence in his eyes. After 20 years, the guard had yet to appear. Hanju asked many times. After confirming that the system was still creating it, he was relieved. He was really afraid that the system would play tricks on him. Fortunately, he was hiding in the 9 Nether Purgatory. If a powerful enemy attacked during this period of time, it would be terrible. While waiting, Hanju kept cultivating. After breaking through to the deity realm, Hanju discovered that the speed at which the stellar primordial body absorbed negative karma was more than 100 times faster than before. This was normal. After reaching the deity realm, if his cultivation speed was still the same as the emperor realm, how could Hanju survive? What made him glad was that the absorption speed of negative karma was still increasing. Be it the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus or the negative karma in the 9 Nether Purgatory, they were endless. This was Hanju's greatest opportunity. He didn't have to go out and fight for luck. On this day, Hanju had just finished cursing the enemy and had nothing to do. He started to use the simulation trial to relax. This time, he wanted to study the combat method of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He believed that this treasure was not just defensive. It should have stronger uses. After fighting again and again, Hanju suddenly discovered something. If he released the negative karma of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus in battle, endless negative karma would surge towards the enemy. Although Li Daokong, the Heavenly Emperor, the Master of the Divine Palace, and the other mighty figures would not be devoured by negative karma, they would still be restrained. A noob like Li Xianxia was directly wrapped by negative karma and couldn't move anymore. Hanju attacked again, and after attacking for a period of time, he was gone. In that case, I can keep the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and use it as a trump card in the future. Hanju thought silently. Then, he no longer absorbed the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Instead, he absorbed the negative karma outside the hidden sect island. He used his divine sense to absorb it before transmitting it into his body and being digested by the stellar primordial body. However, this treasure can't be used in the immortal world. The heavenly Tao Buddha was killed by the heavenly Tao because of the devil ancestors' negative karma. Hanju concluded. It seemed that he and the system had become much stronger, but it was only suitable for him to stay in the 9 Nether Purgatory. If he headed to the immortal world, he still had to rely on his cultivation level to fight enemies. Once a heavenly Tao supreme treasure like the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus was used, it would definitely attract the attention of the mighty figures and attract endless trouble. Fortunately, Hanju was not interested in going out. He entered seclusion in peace and waited for the calamity to end. He wondered when the calamity would end. What realm could he reach before it ended? At this moment, Hanju suddenly sensed that someone was using the invocation technique. His expression changed. Who the hell was summoning him? He had just decided not to go out when someone summoned him. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Hanju hesitated. Should he go over? Only his disciples and Tao companions knew the invocation technique. It was rare to encounter one in 1,000 years. They must have encountered great trouble. Hanju didn't hesitate for long before deciding to go. A black vortex appeared in front of him. Hanju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and flew in together. Without the supreme treasure, he felt uneasy. Even though he was already at the deity realm, he was still very cautious. In the dark world, blood aura filled the air and bones covered the ground. Fang Liang, Xianxia, and Han Ming gathered together. The three of them were trapped in a golden formation. Countless demons attacked from outside the formation. They attacked one after another, frantically attacking the golden formation, wanting to break through it. All sorts of terrifying roars resounded through the world. It was deafening. Xianxia gritted his teeth and scolded, "Brat, can you call your grandmaster or not? If you really can't, I'll use a forbidden technique." Fang Liang gritted his teeth and said, "If you use a forbidden technique again, your soul will definitely be severely injured. There will be no chance of you reaching the Emperor realm anymore. Besides, you might not be able to escape even if you use a forbidden technique." He looked around and gritted his teeth. Han Ming stood behind the two of them, his expression changing. At this moment, a black vortex appeared above their heads. Immediately after, a purple light descended and the three of them were pleasantly surprised. Hanju was really here. A figure appeared in the purple light. He sat on the lotus throne, and no one could see his true appearance or the lotus throne. Xianxia shouted, "Brother Guan Yu, you're finally here." Hanju was stunned. He almost forgot the name he made up long ago. He immediately checked the strongest person around him. The strongest was only at the Emperor realm. Hanju couldn't even be bothered to remember his name, but it was someone from the devil race. Hanju asked, "What happened?" Fang Liang said awkwardly, "This is the demon abyss. We were chased by the demon court and accidentally entered this place. Grandmaster, I'm sorry. I didn't want to trouble you. But there's a blood relative of yours here." Hanju glanced at Han Ming. He could sense that Han Ming's bloodline aura was close to him, but he was not too interested. Hanju's eyes narrowed. All the demons outside the golden formation dissipated like smoke. Xianxia, Fang Liang, and Han Ming were stunned. They were all dumbfounded. Han Ming asked in surprise, "They retreated?" Fang Liang suddenly turned to look at Hanju. "No, it's Grandmaster's divine sense." Hanju said meaningfully, "You know quite a lot. It seems that you had many opportunities before." He didn't forget that Fang Liang's soul had transcended into the primordial era. Who knew how long this kid had stayed there? Xianxia asked in shock, "They're all dead? Then, hurry up and leave." Hanju interrupted impatiently. With that, he prepared to escape back into the black vortex. "Wait, Han Ming suddenly took a step forward. Hanju stopped and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about you." He waved his right hand and Han Ming turned into a bloody mist that splattered all over the ground. Two souls landed in his hand. Fang Liang and Xianxia weren't stupid. They immediately understood. "Why does this fellow have two souls?" Xianxia frowned. Fang Liang was enlightened. "That fellow isn't Grandmaster's younger brother." Hanju took the two souls into his palm and left. "Remember, unless you know someone, don't trust them." Hanju returned to the black vortex and returned to the Khanate cave abode. The black vortex dissipated. Xianxia and Fang Liang hurriedly left and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. While escaping, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "What realm is your grandmaster at now?" Fang Liang had a complicated expression as he said, "At least the deity realm. He's even stronger than an immortal emperor." "How is that possible? He came from the same mortal world as us and has never ascended." "Perhaps my grandmaster has an identity that we don't know about." Oh? What identity? I already said that I don't know. Are you a fool? Brat, you're becoming more and more impudent. Have you forgotten how I took care of you in the past? Times are different now. You might not be my match. What a joke. Other than dodging, can you defeat me? After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju told Dao Comprehension Sword to go out. He opened his right hand and let out the two souls. One of them was Han Ming, and the identity of the other was unknown. Hanju used the simulation trial to test his identity. Zhou Ganzi. Rank 6 Immortal Emperor, Khanate human race. Hanju looked at Zhou Ganzi and asked, "Why do you want to possess him?" Zhou Ganzi shivered and said with a trembling voice, "I'm injured. I wanted to stay in his body for the time being. I have no ill intentions." Han Ming looked at Hanju with a complicated expression. He was even a little excited. In the past, under Immortal Emperor Samsara, he had never been convinced by Hanju. Only when he went out to train did he understand the dangers of the world. Hanju's appearance made him feel even more kinship. Most importantly, Hanju immediately saw through Zhou Ganzi's disguise, making him worship him. Han Ming's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Hanju ignored the notification and stared at Zhou Ganzi. "Do you really think I'll believe you? I have ways to make you confess." He threw him into the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. I'll talk. I'm Immortal Emperor Samsara's disciple." Zhou Ganzi shouted in horror as if he had encountered the most terrifying torture in the world. Hanju let him out. Han Ming stared curiously at the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. What was hidden in it? Zhou Ganzi's soul trembled as he shouted, "Immortal Emperor Samsara hoped to use your younger brother to find you. So I possessed Han Ming and tried to approach you. I was also forced. It was Immortal Emperor Samsara who forced me. Zhou Ganzi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Hanju's eyes narrowed, and Zhou Ganzi's soul dispersed. He couldn't be bothered to ask. All he needed to know was who was behind this. Hanju looked at him. Han Ming lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Everything in front of him told him that Hanju's strength far exceeded his imagination. He might even be as terrifying as Immortal Emperor Samsara. Otherwise, why would Immortal Emperor Samsara target Hanju in such a roundabout manner? Hanju hesitated. How should he deal with Han Ming? Should he kill him? However, Han Ming had no intention of harming him. Furthermore, they were blood-related in this life. It was too inhumane to kill him directly. Hanju said calmly, "We're actually not close at all. There's no reason to talk about kinship. I was abandoned since I was young. To be frank, you were able to live until today because of me. Otherwise, Immortal Emperor Samsara wouldn't have raised you at all. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, directly reincarnate. Your relationship with me will cause you even more trouble in the future. Immortal Emperor Samsara will still target you. I can think of a way to make you reincarnate into a good family. 2, cultivate on the island. However, you are not allowed to speak of our relationship. After the calamity ends, you will leave. From then on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Our brotherly relationship will cease. If you threaten me, I will kill you." Hearing this, Han Ming suddenly raised his head and said in a low voice, "Then, I'll reincarnate. I don't want to fawn on you either." Looking at Han Ming's stubborn face, Hanju was a little stunned. Needless to say, this kid really looked a little similar to him. However, he was not as handsome as him. He had thought that Han Ming would choose to stay on Hidden Sect Island. He didn't expect this kid to have such a backbone. He actually chose to reincarnate. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Hanju said, "Sure, but the reincarnation cycle has been chaotic recently. It's not easy to reincarnate. Wait for a while." With that, he placed Han Ming's soul into his sleeve. From the beginning to the end, Han Ming's favorability towards him did not decrease. It seemed that this fellow didn't hate Hanju. He was just not convinced. This made Hanju think highly of him. Previously, Han Ju had always been vigilant. He always felt that Han Ming would leech off him and even burden him. Especially after Han Ming developed a favorable impression of him for no reason, he believed in this even more. It was a slap in the face. For some reason, Han Ju thought of Zhou Fan. After being saved by the elder brother of a mighty figure, he was mistaken to think that he wanted to reach out to the elder brother of a mighty figure and chose to reincarnate. Fuck. Why did this feel like the start of a fantasy protagonist? Han Ju didn't want to be challenged by a protagonist in the future. Han Ju stopped thinking and took out the Heavenly Dao token to contact the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor quickly connected to him. What is it? The netherworld is in chaos. I want someone to be reincarnated. Does the Heavenly Court have a way? It's not that there's no way. But who is this person? Han Ju didn't hide anything and told him about his relationship with Han Ming, including the plot of Immortal Emperor Samsara. The Heavenly Emperor praised. You aren't tied down by some nonsense kinship. I didn't misjudge you after all. In his opinion, the affection of mortals was not worth mentioning, let alone the brothers who had no feelings at all. I'll help you. Thank you. Oh, let him be born into a good family. I still admire his temperament. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I know what to do. Actually, I don't have to erase your relationship. As long as you hide it well, it's good to have more allies on the path of cultivation. Perhaps he can save your life in the future. I don't want that day to come. That means that I'm not strong enough. Come on. Why didn't you think so when you asked me to save your life? Cough, cough. Han Ju coughed and didn't feel awkward. He said shamelessly, Your Majesty, by saving me, I'll definitely save the future of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor snorted. All right, send that kid's soul over. Using this token? Yes, you're already at the deity realm. You can use your divine sense to protect his soul and send it over. Although the process will make him feel a little uncomfortable. Aren't you afraid of coming to the immortal world? Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. You actually didn't refute? Sure. I didn't misjudge you. Han Ju smiled and wrapped Han Ming's soul with his divine sense, sending it into the Heavenly Dao token. Soon, he felt a powerful force suck away Han Ming's soul. For some reason, Han Ju felt inexplicably melancholic. He couldn't help but recall Han Ming's expression when he made his choice. Was I wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. No one can disturb my Dao heart. Han Ju's eyes were firm. Then, he said, Your Majesty, try your best to give him a better reincarnation. It's best if he doesn't get abandoned again. In other words, he didn't want to send him to a powerful faction that was about to collapse. Although this situation was good, his fate would be rough. I understand, the Heavenly Emperor replied. Soon, their divine sense connection ended. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. This rescue made him feel the power of the deity realm. With a thought, all the enemies were reduced to ashes. The Immortal Emperor fled in fear, not even daring to shout. Under the resplendent galaxy, the Heavenly Emperor walked on a long ice crystal staircase. A soul shadow followed behind him. It was Han Ming. Han Ming was very nervous as he didn't know where he was going. He couldn't help but ask, May I know who? He asked very carefully because the Heavenly Emperor emitted a very strong pressure, making him feel as if he was facing Immortal Emperor Samsara. Heavenly Emperor! The Heavenly Emperor replied without looking back. Han Ming was stunned. The Heavenly Emperor! He was shocked. The Heavenly Emperor was personally leading him to reincarnation? Was Han Ju already on par with the Heavenly Emperor? Thinking of this, Han Ming felt even more complicated. He even regretted it a little. Should he have chosen to stay by Han Ju's side? At least it was a huge opportunity. But he quickly discarded this regret. If he can become a mighty figure by himself, why can't I? I can't let him look down on me. Han Ming's eyes were firm. One day he would be strong enough to appear in front of Han Ju as an equal. At that time he would look directly at him. The two of them continued forward and quickly arrived at the end of the long ice crystal staircase. There was a huge lake ahead that was shimmering with light. The sea of stars reflected on the surface of the lake, looking dazzling and beautiful. The heavenly emperor turned around and said, "This is the river of destiny. Jump in and you will reincarnate as a human again." Han Ming came to the end and looked at the river of destiny. He took a deep breath. He was about to jump down when the heavenly emperor suddenly said, "Ordinary reincarnations won't start here, and I won't lead them personally. You have to thank your brother. He did this for your own good. By severing the karma of the past, Immortal Emperor Samsara won't be able to find you." Han Ming frowned and hesitated. He had many questions to ask, but he did not know how to ask. He was afraid that he would appear timid now. The heavenly emperor continued, "I will think of a way to protect your memories. You will be born into a good family and will no longer be under the shadow of your brother. You will be a brand new person who can grow even stronger. Actually, blood ties are not important. If a person has feelings, even if the cycle of reincarnation changes, the bonds will still exist. If you become stronger in the future, don't forget to repay him. If not for your brother, I wouldn't have brought you here personally." Han Ming took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the heavenly emperor. Then, he immediately jumped into the river of destiny. The heavenly emperor waved his sleeve, and a dazzling light appeared on the surface of the lake. His eyes flickered as he muttered, "There's a good show to watch now. I want to see what kind of commotion you will cause." 10 years later, Han Ju ended his cultivation and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Han Ming received the help of a mighty figure and entered the river of destiny. He was reincarnated by the heavenly Tao and his providence has transformed. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has received guidance from a mighty figure of the Jie school. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jiang Yi has comprehended the heavenly Tao true meaning during his cultivation. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Tao Sovereign was attacked by the devil race X42006. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren has awakened the mystical power of his previous life and awakened the supreme treasure in the depths of his soul. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hutu created a mysterious race and obtained heavenly Tao merit. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was chosen by a mysterious mighty figure. His fate has changed. Heavenly Tao reincarnation? It didn't look simple. Han Ju noticed that Han Ming's portrait was still there, which meant that his memories were still intact. The heavenly emperor didn't erase the memories of his previous life. Han Ju continued reading. Many strange things had happened recently. After reading the emails, Han Ju clicked his tongue in wonder. The immeasurable calamity was indeed something. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. Most of his friends' cultivation levels were increasing. This included most of the immortals of the heavenly court. He couldn't help but be curious. Didn't the heavenly court experience many calamities? They should be very strong. Could it be that most of the immortals had died in the calamity? Han Ju looked at his immortal friends in the interpersonal relationships, and his eyes filled with pity. These people would all become cannon fodder. A month later, he continued to cultivate. The negative karma outside the island surged towards Hidden Sect Island, forming a huge vortex. What was worth mentioning was that the interior of Hidden Sect Island was already becoming larger and larger. There was an ocean around the island. It was the yellow spring water that he had absorbed in the netherworld. As the Tao field increased in size, it formed a vast sea that occupied an area larger than the reroll world. The disciples of the hidden sect would occasionally test their mystical powers above the yellow spring. The Fusong tree had already grown to tens of thousands of feet tall. It was truly a divine tree. The current Tao field could be said to be a world of its own. Flowers even began to grow on the desolate land on the island. It was quite magical. Perhaps as Han Ju became stronger, the Tao field would become a huge plain like the 33 levels of heaven. Han Ju was looking forward to it. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation level increased again. However, the deity realm was vast. If he wanted to break through, he needed to accumulate for a long time. Han Ju didn't have high goals either. He just had to break through to the second level in 1,000 years. This way, he had a chance to reach the zenith heaven realm in 10,000 years. At that time, the immeasurable calamity might not be over yet. Fellow Taoist, can we have a chat? A cold voice suddenly resounded throughout Hidden Sect Island, startling everyone. Han Ju opened his eyes and checked the surrounding enemies. There were no enemies. Wait. Could it be? Han Ju seemed to have thought of something and stood up. Master, was that voice calling you? Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously. She wouldn't be so nervous anymore. From the other party's words, he was clearly very afraid of Han Ju, so he was very polite. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and said, "Tell the others to cultivate in peace." With that, he closed his eyes and spread his divine sense out, quickly rushing in the direction of the voice. Soon, he saw the primordial Yuan Phoenix. It was this fellow who contacted Han Ju, probably because of the negative karma vortex around Hidden Sect Island. The primordial Yuan Phoenix was looking for him to seek help. In the darkness, the primordial Yuan Phoenix was like the source of all evil. It was unfathomable and terrifying. Han Ju asked, "What's the matter?" The primordial Yuan Phoenix's voice floated out. "I can see that you are absorbing negative karma. You're truly impressive. You want me to help you?" "That's right." "What can I get? If I let you out, will you find trouble with me?" "There is no enmity between us. Why would I harm you? If you save me, I will owe you my life. If you are in danger in the future, I will definitely help you." "All right, but I'm still cultivating my mystical power and can't come over to help you." "Wait a little longer." "How long do I have to wait?" 100,000 years. "All right." The ancient Yuan Phoenix sounded pleasantly surprised. Han Ju was speechless. It seemed that this fellow had been imprisoned for too long and did not take 100,000 years as much time. Han Ju said seriously, "Yes, that's settled. Fellow Taoist, wait patiently. Primordial Yuan Phoenix has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Thank you, fellow Taoist." Hearing the primordial Yuan Phoenix's thanks, Han Ju didn't reply and retracted his divine sense. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Dao Comprehension Sword had already left the cave abode. Han Ju opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. Although the primordial Yuan Phoenix had discovered the Dao field, this fellow clearly could not move. Since that was the case, he would ignore him for the time being. Han Ju isolated the cave abode and didn't let Dao Comprehension Sword return. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing while checking his emails. The war between the Heavenly Court, the Demon Court, and the Jie School had already begun. Even Huang Zuentian was attacked by demons. Han Ju was wondering if he should take this opportunity to kill the Demon Emperor. He was afraid that after the Demon Court was destroyed, the Heavenly Court would become everyone's target. If the Heavenly Court was attacked by various forces, that would not be a good thing. Han Ju didn't expect the Heavenly Court to win. He only hoped that they could survive. He would wait a little longer. Han Ju thought silently. In his heart, Zhu Tu was a greater threat than the Demon Emperor. Dao Field Guard has been successfully copied. Please name it. Han Ju raised his eyebrows when he saw a line of words suddenly appear in front of him. Finally. Han Ju thought silently, "Lu Bu." Immediately after, purple light burst out from his eyes and landed in front of him, condensing into a figure. It was Zhu Tu. To be precise, it was Lu Bu who looked exactly like Zhu Tuesday. Lu Bu knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Dao Lord. Dao Ancestor?" Han Ju subconsciously heard wrong and immediately understood. "Lord of the Dao Field." "Yes. Go out and find a place to stay," Han Ju instructed. He had previously learned from the system that the Dao Field Guard was like a puppet without intelligence. Its thought patterns were to protect the Dao Field and listen to all his arrangements. Lu Bu immediately stood up and left. After walking out of the Khanate cave abode, everyone turned to look at him. Because his aura was too terrifying. Who is that person? The Black Hell Demon Lord frowned. He felt that it looked familiar. Diamond Rage was shocked. Divine Palace's Zhu. How is that possible? The others were surprised. Who was Zhu? Lu Bu ignored them and jumped down to the sea. Han Ju's voice sounded. His name is Lu Bu. From now on, he will guard the Dao field. You don't have to disturb him. He also needs to cultivate. He was afraid that the disciples would deliberately strike up a conversation and find out. The disciples were in an uproar. They couldn't help but think of the previous voice. Could it be that this person called Han Ju and came to pay respects? It was very likely. The disciples sat together and discussed. With Lu Bu around, Han Ju immediately relaxed. Even if Zhu Tu came personally, he could forget about killing him. Han Ju smiled. This was the cultivation place he wanted. It was absolutely safe and had abundant immortal chi. Divine Palace. Zhu Tu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He pinched his fingers to deduce and frowned again. What's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? The more Zhu Tu thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He felt that something big was about to happen. No, I have to go to the 33rd heaven to ask. Nothing can go wrong with this calamity. Zhu Tu stood up and rushed out of the Divine Palace. Several breaths later, he arrived outside the 33rd level and stopped in front of Nuwa Imperial Palace. He knelt down and looked up at the gate, then asked, "Sage, I have something to ask of you." A cold voice came from Nuwa Palace. "The calamity has begun. You can only rely on yourself." Zhu Tu looked up and asked, "What should I do if there's karma beyond the calamity?" "Impossible." "Sage, please help me deduce it," Zhu Tu said firmly with a burning gaze. The person fell silent. Zhu Tu waited patiently. Several hours passed. The cold voice floated out of the palace again. "The anomaly you spoke of is part of the calamity. Go back." "Part of the calamity?" Zhu Tu frowned, not understanding what this meant. Since it was part of the calamity, why did it make him uneasy? He was already the strongest in the calamity. He fought for providence and momentum. Could it be that the uneasiness came from the Dark Forbidden Lord? The Dark Forbidden had appeared? Zhu Tu hurriedly stood up, bowed, and left. Time passed quickly. 50 years passed quickly. Han Ju's cultivation time had returned to normal. It was ordinary and boring. He cursed the enemy every 10 years. His usual joy was probably from reading the emails. In the past few decades, Han Ming had already successfully reincarnated. In this life, his talent was monstrous. He had just been born and was already at the loose immortal realm. He was almost comparable to the Golden Crow divine clan. Some of Han Ju's immortal god friends died one after another. It could be seen that the Heavenly Court's plan to invade the Demon Court was not smooth. Some of his friends were gone before he even met them. Han Ju watched as his friends' icons disappeared one after another, feeling inexplicably sad. It was unknown how many old friends he'd have by the time he reached the end of the Great Tao. Cultivation was a lone peak. The higher one went, the narrower it became, until only one person could stand at the top. On this day, Han Ju walked out of the cave abode and came to the Fusang tree. After so many years, the Fusang tree had been growing, but it was still far from maturing. The mature Fusang tree could connect to the myriad worlds in the world, like a space-time hub. Han Ju had always been looking forward to that day. The Fusang tree shook again. Han Ju smiled and said, "That fellow in the 9 nether purgatory has already reached an agreement with me. He won't harm you. Don't worry. Don't be nervous." The Fusang tree said carefully, "It's not in the 9 nether purgatory, but outside." "Outside?" Han Ju showed a frown. He spread his divine sense towards the exit of the 9 nether purgatory. Soon, he discovered that the exit of the 9 nether purgatory was shrinking. Someone was repairing the barrier and wanted to isolate the 9 nether purgatory from the netherworld again. Han Ju frowned and hesitated. Should he stop it? Stop my ass. Didn't I hide in here to avoid the calamity? It was a good thing that someone was repairing it. It was to prevent the enemy from breaking in again. After Hanju thought it through, he waited and watched. A figure suddenly appeared in the dark void. When Hanju saw this figure, his expression couldn't help but become strange. This fellow. Pan-Xian. Pan-Xian turned around and cast a spell with both hands. Vast dermic powers spread out, repairing the barrier between the two worlds. Why did this fellow escape? Pan-Xian seemed to have sensed something and snorted coldly. Yo! I didn't expect that there's still someone hiding in the 9 nether purgatory like me. Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't provoke me and don't try to open the barrier. Hanju remained silent. Pan-Xian was suddenly moved and said in surprise, "This aura seems to be..." He widened his eyes and shouted, "Brat, you actually reached the deity realm. How is that possible?" Hearing this, Hanju could only say helplessly, "Senior, long time no see. Are you being hunted down?" "Hunted? Nonsense. Who dares to hunt me down? Then why are you here? Can I enter seclusion? Since it's you, I'm relieved. Don't go out before the calamity ends." "All right. That's exactly my intention. Where are you? Why can't I deduce your location?" Facing Pan-Xian's doubts, Hanju grew silent. He didn't know if he should bring Pan-Xian into the Dao field. No. He couldn't take the risk. There was no knowing what others were thinking. Although Pan-Xian had a favorable impression of him, the two of them were not close. Hanju replied, "I'm also in seclusion. Senior, rest early. I'll continue cultivating." With that, he retracted his divine sense. To prevent his location from being exposed, Hanju controlled Hidden Sect Island to move away. In a flash, he covered millions of miles and disappeared without a trace. Pan-Xian was stunned on the spot and thought to himself, could it be that this kid is also being hunted down? He was amused. He didn't expect another person to have the same thought as him, hiding in the most dangerous place. No, I have to find this kid. I want to see where he's hiding. Pan-Xian's appearance caused Hanju to no longer dare to absorb the negative karma in the 9 nether purgatory. He continued to utilize the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He would first absorb the negative karma in the Lotus. The 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus had accumulated several calamities of negative karma. It would be very difficult for Hanju to suck it dry. Even if he could, it would take an extremely long time. From then on, Hanju often felt Pan-Xian's divine sense sweep past Hidden Sect Island. Why was this fellow looking for him? Did he have bad intentions? Hanju almost took out the Book of Misfortune, but he was afraid of exposing his identity. Perhaps Pan-Xian didn't have any ill intentions. After searching for a few years, Pan-Xian gave up and found a place to cultivate. The 9 nether purgatory fell silent again. Another 30 years passed. While cultivating, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your enemy Demon Emperor. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Zuentian was attacked by a demon race Immortal Emperor and was severely injured. Fortunately, your good friend Divine General saved him. Your good friend Zhoufan devoured negative karma ghosts and developed mental demons. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by demons X310229. Your disciple Long Hao encountered the attack of your enemy Demon Emperor. His body was destroyed and his soul was suppressed. Your good friend Dao Sovereign has comprehended a chaotic mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. The Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Emperor fought. Was this an act or a complete fallout? Hanju looked down. When he saw Long Hao being killed, his expression changed drastically. He still liked Long Hao. After all, he had watched this kid grow up. Damn Demon Emperor. You attacked my majesty and killed my disciple. You're courting death. Hanju immediately increased the curse on the Demon Emperor. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. In order to prevent Long Hao from dying, Hanju decided to curse the demon emperor until he developed a problem. Otherwise, there would be more trouble in the future. He stared at his attributes panel and controlled the speed at which his lifespan decreased. On the other side, in a dark palace, Long Hao's soul was imprisoned in an oil lamp. He stared at the demon emperor. The demon emperor sat on the steps, his body wrapped in a strange black aura. His head kept trembling. He was in a strange state and he did not know why. Boom! The demon emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his body quickly weakened. Damn you, dark forbidden lord. I've already expressed my goodwill, but you still. The demon emperor cursed angrily, but before he could finish, another powerful curse attacked. He was shocked and furious. How could the curse of the dark forbidden lord be so powerful? What kind of dharma treasure was this fellow using? Was it draining his dharmic powers? Even a curse with dharmic powers should not have such an effect. The demon emperor's expression changed drastically. The dharmic powers in his body began to stir as a strange voice sounded in his ears. The revival of the demons depends on you. Can you withstand it? Does the demon court really have a chance to surpass the heavenly court? The heavenly court has the help of the Tao sect. What does the demon court have? Those sages are biased and clearly want to destroy the demons. Why? The voice of his mental demon. The demon emperor gritted his teeth and tried his best to ignore the mental demon's voice. However, it only grew louder. Under Long Hao's gaze, the demon emperor's condition became more and more amiss. His skin began to bleed and an extremely dangerous aura spread, causing Long Hao to shiver. Someone is cursing him, just like me earlier. A voice sounded in Long Hao's ears. Long Hao snorted. You deserved it. Who asked you to possess me? This voice was Hao Tian. Hao Tian's soul shrank in the depths of Long Hao's soul, unable to be removed. Hao Tian said angrily, Brat, can't I help you become stronger? Now, we're being targeted by that whatever dark forbidden lord guy. It won't be good in the future. Long Hao secretly asked in surprise. Is the dark forbidden lord really that powerful? Even you, the strongest heavenly emperor, can't do anything. If I recover my cultivation, I won't be afraid of him. Unfortunately, what will happen to the demon emperor? Will he follow in the footsteps of the heavenly Tao Buddha? That was very likely. Hao Tian's tone was solemn. He was clearly afraid of the dark forbidden lord. Boom! The demon emperor's body exploded and blood splattered across the hall. A black soul that looked like the figure of a beast twisted wantonly, looking terrifying. Terrifying dharmic powers wreaked havoc in the hall. Long Hao's oil lamp also shook violently. Everything in the hall shook like a huge earthquake. The demon emperor's killing intent erupted, causing Long Hao to be terrified. Is this the Zenith Heaven realm? Long Hao was secretly shocked. Although he was already a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, facing a Zenith Heaven cultivator, he felt as tiny as a worm. Hao Tian suddenly shouted, Be careful! He can't withstand his dharmic powers anymore. He's going to explode. Explode? Long Hao was shocked. The demon emperor suddenly roared, Dark forbidden lord, I will definitely not let you go. As long as there is a chance of survival, I will definitely kill my way back. Demons, listen up. The dark forbidden lord plotted to harm the providence of the demons. He's the eternal enemy of the demons. We won't rest until he's dead. This voice resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Even the hidden sect in the 9 nether purgatory could hear it. The disciples of the hidden sect were speechless. The dark forbidden lord is really strong. Even the demon emperor has been harmed. The black hell demon lord sighed. He knew best how strong the demon emperor was. In the demon court, the demon emperor was extremely domineering. Almost all of them were defeated and subdued. Diamond Rage sighed. I wonder who the dark forbidden lord is. All the disciples were curious about the dark forbidden lord. They felt that, in this calamity, the strongest was the dark forbidden lord. Dao Comprehension Sword fell into deep thought as she glanced at the Khanate cave abode. At the same time, inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju's face was covered in blood and his eyes were bloodshot. He had already lost more than 13 billion years of his lifespan. Why isn't this fellow dead yet? Because of your curse, your enemy Demon Emperor had his mental demons wreak havoc. His dermic powers went berserk and he couldn't withstand the turmoil. His monstrous negative karma began to wreak havoc. His soul exploded and he died. The image of the Demon Emperor vanished. Hanju immediately stopped. He exhaled. He was finally dead. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor had slaughtered too many lives and was covered in negative karma. Otherwise, Hanju would really not be able to curse him to death. It seemed that negative karma was really dangerous for those who entered the calamity. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and started to recuperate and adjust his state. Once the Demon Emperor died, the Demon Court would definitely be in chaos. This was the Heavenly Court's chance. It was up to the Heavenly Court now. A month later, Hanju finished cursing the other enemies and continued cultivating. Although the Book of Misfortune was powerful, he couldn't rely on it too much. He still had to try his best to become stronger. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace, Gathering of Gods. Both the Immortals and the cultivators of the Tao sect were very excited. The Demon Emperor had actually perished. The martial god general sighed. This dark forbidden lord is too strong. Will he become an enemy of the Heavenly Court? Jing Tiandong said, not necessarily. If he wants to fight for providence, he should enter the calamity. Otherwise, if he hides in the dark and curses, it will also be giving providence to others. It's a waste of effort. I think he has a greater goal. Perhaps it's not limited to fighting for power. The Immortals rolled their eyes. They had interacted with each other for a period of time and knew that Jing Tiangong worshipped the dark forbidden lord and was hopeless. At this moment, a heavenly soldier rushed in and shouted, "Report, the Demon Court's army has dispersed." The Heavenly Emperor stood up and laughed. Very good. Immortal gods, listen up. Raise your troops and attack the demons. I want to completely disband the Demon Court in 100 years. On the other side, West Heaven. In a grand temple, the Divine Might Buddha gathered with the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Divine Might Buddha said expressionlessly, "Haven't you found the dark forbidden lord yet?" Although the death of the heavenly Tao Buddha infuriated the Buddhist sect, they didn't dare to hate the dark forbidden lord. It was only because the heavenly Tao Buddha was transformed from a corpse of the devil ancestor that he could be said to be a spy. This matter embarrassed the Buddhist sect, causing them to not dare to pursue the matter. The entire immortal world was mocking and questioning them. A Buddha said, other than the divine palaces Zutu pretending to be the dark forbidden lord, there are also the dark forbidden lord, the ancient races, and so on. On the surface, there are no less than 100 dark forbidden lords. It's impossible to tell for the time being. There were too many dark forbidden lords. Ever since the death of the heavenly Tao Buddha, the believers of the dark forbidden lord had appeared in the immortal world like bamboo shoots after the rain. They developed separately and spread throughout the immortal world, showing signs of success. Divine Might Buddha asked, "Is the heavenly court affected by the dark forbidden lord?" "Yes, including the heavenly emperor. He's often cursed, but we can't tell if he's really being cursed by the dark forbidden lord," replied a bodhisattva. The Divine Might Buddha sighed. The situation became more and more chaotic. He had been in seclusion for so many years and was not very familiar with the situation in the immortal world. Now an unknown new figure had appeared. He had a headache. "No, I have to gather the other Buddhas." Divine Might Buddha thought to himself. 10 years later, while cultivating, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed while checking his emails. Your good friend Long Hao has obtained the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure. He has learned the heavenly Tao mystical power and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by Jie School cultivators X407. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has obtained Demon Emperor origin, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your granddisciple Fang Liang obtained the Demon Emperor Supreme Treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Tao Sovereign dreamed of meeting a sage. After some guidance, his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hutu has left the netherworld. Your good friend Tai Sutian jumped into the river of destiny and reincarnated. Could the mysterious mighty figure that Long Hao encountered be Hao Tian? Thinking about it carefully, Long Hao and Hao Tian were a little like the relationship between a fantasy protagonist and an old grandpa. If they couldn't be separated, perhaps Hao Tian would be Long Hao's fortuitous encounter. Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang were tied together? Why did they keep hanging around together? Han Ju was still most concerned about Tao Sovereign. The word sage was truly blinding. Didn't they say that the sages wouldn't interfere in the immeasurable calamity? Han Ju couldn't help but tense up. The calamity that the sages participated in could be said to be devastating. Previously, when the two worlds were inverted, it was because of a sage. Han Ju looked down. Suddenly feeling something, his expression changed slightly. He put down the Book of Misfortune and scanned with his divine sense. A large number of living beings appeared in an area of the 9 nether purgatory. These living beings were like humans and magi, with men and women. They gathered together and seemed to be very noisy. Han Ju caught Meng Po's aura, but he felt that it was different. The aura of reincarnation. Empress Hutu. Could these living beings be created by Empress Hutu? Why are you here? A female voice entered Han Ju's ears. It was similar to Meng Po's, but it was younger and more beautiful. Han Ju knew that his divine sense had been exposed, so he asked, Senior Meng Po? Meng Po is already dead. You can call me Empress Hutu. Empress Hutu's tone was very gentle without any arrogance. Inexplicably no longer nervous, Han Ju said, So it's Empress Hutu. It's truly my honor to meet you. Her cultivation level was still unknown. This meant that she was at least a Zenith Heaven cultivator or even a sage. How many people from my Magus race are with you? Empress Hutu's voice sounded again. The two of them were communicating with their divine sense. Other than them, no one else could hear them. Han Ju replied, 2. You want to see them? No need. I'm just asking. These are members of my newly created race. What do you think the name should be? Empress Hutu asked with a smile. Her tone was casual, and Han Ju inevitably felt close to her. He couldn't help but be wary. The more amicable she was, the more dangerous it was. What if Empress Hutu suddenly attacked him one day? Han Ju took a deep breath and said, This matter should naturally be decided by you. How can I cross the line? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll see if it's suitable. Han Ju remained silent. How ridiculous. Was she trying to tie him to this new race? If Han Ju named them, he would definitely have karma with this race in the future. But if he rejected, wouldn't that offend Empress Hutu? Didn't you say you would be my backing? Why do you want to harm me? Han Ju was dissatisfied with Empress Hutu and felt that she was not nice. At this moment, Empress Hutu smiled and said, Are you still afraid of being tainted by karma? You cultivate the Tao of reincarnation. I created the cycle of reincarnation. The karma between you and me has actually been buried long ago. Why do you need to differentiate between us? Han Ju asked, What relationship do you have with Immortal Emperor Samsara? He's only a child who has gone astray. A long time ago, I established the cycle of reincarnation. After the cycle of reincarnation was born, a trace of life appeared. That trace of life developed into him. However, he was very strong. He had always wanted to escape the cycle of reincarnation and dominate reincarnation. After so many years, I don't know what he wants or what he's doing. Empress Hutu's answer shocked Han Ju. In that case, Immortal Emperor Samsara was equivalent to Empress Hutu's son? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he indeed had karma with Samsara. This was the profundity of karma. After reaching the Emperor realm, one could deduce clues. After reaching the deity realm, one could even deduce all the karma related to them unless the karma involved an even stronger existence. Hanju and the Tao of Reincarnation did have karma. In that case, there was indeed no need to worry. Hanju said in a low voice, "Why don't we call them the Nether Race? They will live in the 9 Nether Purgatory for a long time. They won't enter the calamity or the world." Not entering the calamity. Not entering the world. He had deliberately mentioned these 2 points. This was the original intention of this name. If the Nether Race went against the original intention of this name in the future, the Heavenly Tao would judge them, and he might have a way to get rid of them. Empress Huta smiled and said, "Sure. From now on, they will be called the Nether Race. The Nether Race will not enter the calamity and will not enter the world. If they disobey, the heavens will destroy them." Boom! Thunderclouds appeared above the fiends. It was the Heavenly Tao thundercloud. Hanju was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Empress Hutu to be so decisive. It seemed that the lesson of the Magus race was too deep, causing Empress Hutu to be very afraid. At this moment, thunderclouds also appeared in the sky above Hidden Sect Island. Hanju's expression changed. Crap. His location was being exposed. Diately controlled the Hidden Sect Island to escape, but the Heavenly Tao thundercloud followed closely behind. Wherever the Hidden Sect Island went, it followed. The speed was not slow at all, as if they were one. Hanju quickly gave up. The Heavenly Tao thundercloud parted, and a golden light descended. It directly penetrated the Tao Field's array formation and landed on the Cultivate diligently become Immortal mountain. It pierced through the stone, but it didn't cause any damage. Finally, it landed on Hanju. The disciples under the Fusang tree were stunned. Heavenly Tao merit. How is that possible? The Black Hell Demon Lord widened his eyes in shock. Diamond Rage and Duan Hongshan were both moved. Chu Shuren frowned and muttered, "What did he do?" Murong Qi asked in surprise. "The legendary Heavenly Tao merit? Hasn't Grandmaster always been in the cave abode? How can he do something like that?" The other disciples were curious. The Heavenly Tao merit sounded very powerful. At the same time, Hanju was in the Heavenly Tao merit. He was so nervous at first that he thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, the golden light was warm, causing his cultivation level to increase. Detected that this is your first time obtaining Heavenly Tao merit. You have the following choices. 1. Absorb the Heavenly Tao merit and become controlled by the Heavenly Tao. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance. 2. Suppress the Heavenly Tao merit and use it for yourself. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. Hanju widened his eyes. He hurriedly stopped transforming the Heavenly Tao merit into his cultivation. He projected them into the world of stars and sealed them. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Could this Heavenly Tao merit be because he had given the Nether race a name? Wow. It was probably very difficult for ordinary living beings to resist the Heavenly Tao merit. It was truly exaggerated to convert the merit into cultivation level. It was better than many years of bitter cultivation. If he completely absorbed the Heavenly Tao merit, Hanju felt that he might directly break through to the 2 mystic divine origin realm. However, he didn't want to become a subordinate of the Heavenly Tao. Looking at the Heavenly Tao Buddha, he was probably controlled by the Heavenly Tao. Because he had too much negative karma, he was judged by the Heavenly Tao as an anomaly, so he was killed. Hanju guessed that negative karma was related to the Heavenly Tao. 5 minutes later, Hanju finally suppressed this Heavenly Tao merit and stored it in his sea of stars. He scanned the Nether race with his divine sense and said, "Thank you, Empress. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this merit." Empress Huda smiled and said, "It's fine. In the future, the Nether race will stay in the 9 Nether Purgatory. I hope you can take care of them. Don't worry. I'll visit them often. Currently, there's no threat in the 9 Nether Purgatory. I've already greeted that primordial Yuan Phoenix. There's also another fellow, although he's roaming free, he's quite timid. The reckless coward should be Pan-Xian." Hanju asked curiously, "Is the Heavenly Tao merit very useful?" Of course. Most sages rely on merit to ascend, including some Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Empress Hutu's answer made Han Ju sigh. The system was indeed from the primordial chaos and was superior to all living beings in the heavenly Tao. By relying on merit to become a sage, he might be above all living beings, but he would also be controlled by the heavenly Tao and be unable to escape. If the heavenly Tao was destroyed, the sages would be destroyed. Therefore, they had no choice but to defend the heavenly Tao. It had to be said that the will of the heavenly Tao was very terrifying. It didn't have the intelligence of a living being. It wouldn't target a certain person. But its will was the highest and could not be altered. The more Han Ju thought about it, the more terrified he became. For some reason, he felt that at the end of the cultivation path, he might become an enemy of the heavenly Tao. If he wanted to truly transcend, he would definitely have to be invincible. He would definitely not be controlled by the heavenly Tao. Actually, being controlled by the heavenly Tao was not a bad thing. Many living beings would find it difficult to reach the deity realm even if they lived for 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes, or 10,000 lifetimes, let alone zenith heaven, pseudo-sages, and sages. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to imagine what it would be like to surpass the heavenly Tao. Just like how mortals couldn't imagine what was outside the universe. When strength reached the limit, it was absolutely impossible to differentiate between high and low. Sages were omnipotent and undying. How strong were existences that surpassed them? Even Han Ju couldn't imagine it. Han Ju asked curiously, "Is there no mighty figure who doesn't rely on merit to attain the Tao?" "Yes, you have the aura of the Tao of Karma on you. You must have been to the great ultimate hall beyond the 33rd level. Ancestor Shitian is the one." Empress Hutu's answer shocked Han Ju. Was Ancestor Shitian that impressive? Han Ju asked, "What about the Tao Ancestor?" Empress Hutu smiled and said, "Tao Ancestor? That's definitely the top existence in cultivation. A long time ago he fused with the heavenly Tao. He has not appeared for the last 5 immeasurable calamities. His traces are difficult to track even for sages." Han Ju was even more curious about the Tao Ancestor now. He hadn't appeared for the last 5 immeasurable calamities, so how did the Heavenly Emperor meet the Tao Ancestor? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor had never seen him before, but the inheritance of the Heavenly Court let him know that they had the backing of the Tao Ancestor? It was very likely. Han Ju always felt that the Heavenly Emperor had a habit of bragging and was often slapped in the face. Before the calamity began, the Heavenly Emperor had boasted several times that he wanted to destroy the Demon Court and the Jie School. In the end, he had turned enemies into friends. "Do you want to come out and meet them?" Empress Hutu asked. Han Ju replied, "Forget it. Let them cultivate well. I don't expect much. Alright, that's all. If the 9 Nether Purgatory is in trouble, I'll help. Don't worry." After Empress Hutu said that, her aura completely vanished. Han Ju retracted his divine sense and fell into deep thought. This event was very meaningful. This was the first time Han Ju came into contact with the existence of the heavenly Tao merit. It also gave him a preliminary understanding of the sages and the heavenly Tao. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. "Brat, I finally found you. Let's see if you can still hide." Boom! The formation of Hidden Sect Island was attacked. The attacker was Pan Xian. Pan Xian actually wanted to barge in. Han Ju was furious. Was there something wrong with this fellow? With a thought, he immediately sent Lu Bu to try his luck. In the dark void, Pan Xian kept waving his hand at a stone when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Lu Bu. Pan Xian widened his eyes and suddenly retreated. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Zhu Tu, why are you here?" Lu Bu was expressionless. Without another word, he attacked. 2 vast dermic powers collided, shaking the void of the 9 Nether Purgatory. It stirred endless negative karma and swayed like a dragon. Pan Xian shouted, "You're actually hiding here. I'm not playing with you anymore." With that, he fled. Han Ju was speechless. This fellow was really timid. Han Ju had used the simulation trial to copy Pan Xian's cultivation. After confirming that he had really escaped, He called Lubu back and started the simulation trial himself. He fought Pan-Xian. He wanted to assess his strength. With the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, Pan-Xian couldn't break through the defense of the Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, but he could still injure Hanju by penetrating it. Several minutes later, the defense of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus shattered and Hanju was insta-killed. Ha! This fellow should be stronger than Zhu Tu. He could be part of the first row of listeners in the Great Ultimate Hall. But why was he so afraid of Zhu Tu? Was it because he was timid? Or did Zhu Tu have another background? Hanju felt that it was the latter. He had deduced the future. Zhu Tu was related to the person from Niuai Imperial Palace and was probably supported by it. Thinking of this, Hanju discovered that he hadn't used the derivation function for a long time. So be it. I want to know who the greatest winner of this immeasurable calamity is. Hanju thought in his heart that after the calamity ended, there would definitely be more than one person who would win. There might be allies, subordinates, and so on. Could be said that when one person obtained the Tao, all his friends would ascend to the heavens. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So much? Hanju silently chose to continue. Then he felt dizzy. When Hanju opened his eyes again, he saw the future sky. There were green mountains and rivers around him, and the scenery was as beautiful as a painting. He heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to the previous apocalyptic scenes, this was undoubtedly wonderful. It seemed that he had succeeded in saving the world. Oh everyone! Do you know what the dark forbidden lord you despise did for you? Hanju felt that he was very noble. He silently changed the situation of the heavenly Tao and saved the immortal world and the heavens again and again. At this moment, Hanju saw two figures land. His eyes widened. They were Hanju and Tao Comprehension Sword. This Hanju wore a white robe and was handsome. His every move emitted a terrifying aura stronger than the Heavenly Emperor. Tao Comprehension Sword had a cold temperament. She walked beside Hanju and was not humble at all, unlike her current self in the Khanate cave abode. The two of them landed halfway up the mountain and turned to look at the world. Tao Comprehension Sword asked, "How long can your mystical power last?" The future Hanju smiled and said, "For eternity." He raised his arms and stretched. He smiled and said, "I used my mystical power to trap all living beings. I'm the Heavenly Tao now. From now on, I will rule the Heavenly Tao. All living beings will no longer face calamity unless I don't like them." His tone was filled with smugness. Hanju frowned. Was he so arrogant in the future? What was that mystical power? The stellar primordial world in the depths of his soul? Something was wrong. He couldn't be like this. This fellow isn't me? Hanju was extremely afraid. Could he have been possessed? Those sages are already gone. But I feel that it's not so easy to replace the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, why hasn't this happened in the past? Tao Comprehension Sword frowned. The future Hanju smiled disdainfully and said, "After the calamity ended, other than you, me, and the living beings I control in the immortal world, all the other characters are dead. Who can threaten us? The Heavenly Tao is only a set of laws." Tao Comprehension Sword shook her head. The future Hanju smiled and said, "By the way, should we create a heavenly court and let you become the Heavenly Emperor?" Tao Comprehension Sword snorted. "It's meaningless. You better be careful of that fellow. He has a close relationship with the Heavenly Court. You slaughtered the Heavenly Court and his disciples. He will definitely not let you go. He must be hiding in the dark. He might come and find trouble with you at any time. I know him too well. He's afraid of death. He won't provoke the current me." The future Hanju shook his head and laughed. Hanju realized something and was about to continue watching when the scene shattered. When his consciousness returned to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. Who was that dog? From their conversation, the Heavenly Court had been destroyed. Wasn't the fellow hiding in the dark Hanju himself? This fellow was indeed not him. Hanju was furious. Why was there another problem now? Where did this fake Hanju and Dao comprehension sword come from? Hanju thought silently. I want to know who will become me and Dao comprehension sword. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why did it double? Hanju frowned even more. He didn't like to be trapped by schemes. He wanted to see through everything. Continue.